are all sitting here shooting the shit.
Yo, what's up? I'm your host, DJ Duss, with my co-host, Carlos and
What's going on?
Bamboo. What's going on, boys?
Yeah, what's good? What's good?
Not much, man. Nice. The end of the week. It's Friday. We can't complain. We have a really good show on a Friday night, so it's one of our first Friday shows. So
Yeah.
definitely want to hit it off right. All right, people. Follow us on all major platforms. Spotify, Podbean, Amazon Music, all that stuff. Also follow us and subscribe to our YouTube page. You can also stream it live on YouTube at Shooting the Shit Podcast. Or like these, and stream it live here too, man, on Facebook. That's Shooting the Shit, Twitch, STS_podcast1, or Periscope at DJ Duss Shooting the Shit. Boys,
Yeah.
you guys ready?
I'm about to do something I don't do.
You don't. These are actual facts, man. These are actual facts.
Fucking Joey.
Hey, we have to make this a Friday night party. You know what I mean?
That's right.
All right, man. Let's get our guest on.
After the party.
A comedian. He hosts a podcast called One Man Podcast. Let's get on Josh Williams. How's it going, Ryan? How you doing?
What's going on,
Josh,
We're gonna say Carlos?
no, I was just going. I was going to try to twist his name, but I failed.
Oh, okay.
We absolutely love fails on the show. That's what makes it funny, man.
I just failed.
So listen.
Anybody else getting that?
Yeah. We heard you. You're already fucking up, Joe. You know, having technical difficulties. So, all right, we're gonna talk, Josh, about some whiskey, baby. That's why we're here. You know what I mean? So, talk to us. Tell us something. Tell us what's good about this.
Well, tell
This
you what's
drink.
good about whiskey. So why don't we?
I'm a cognac
why don't
man,
we
sorry,
start
you know.
with some of the stuff about whiskey. Yeah, as soon as that happened, I guess my headphones decided they don't work on my computer anymore. So
Wow. Okay. Everybody having technical difficulties.
yeah, no more audio stuff. So I don't have to wear earmuffs for no reason. We'll figure out why my headphones don't work anymore.
All right. Carlos, you maybe what did you do yesterday when your headphones was acting up?
I unplugged it and plugged it back in.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Too. I'm shutting GarageBand down because it seems to be the one app that has decided. Like this, as soon as everything's working, and then we go live, and it all
And boom, everything started acting up.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's
hilarious.
crazy.
I love it.
You know?
GarageBand force quit. Force quit. Look at
Force
me.
quit.
I can tell you about whiskey, but I can't run a computer.
It's all good.
Sorry.
Let's
I don't have technical difficulties right now, but I do have unwanted guests. So Joe can just minimize me.
Technical
Unwanted.
You are the technical difficulty.
Just minimize me unless you want to hear the kids screaming.
You good? All
Okay.
right. Josh is good.
He's gone.
All right, so fuck Josh. So before I got cut off by this Focusrite Scarlet, that's why I give it 2 thumbs down on my fucking interface. Anyways, fucking piece of shit. Yeah, we were talking about that we're all gonna reach out and buy some whiskey and then discuss some whiskey. So, Bam, which one did you end up getting today?
I ended up getting that Canadian Club, man, because I'm not a big
that's-
whiskey man. I'm a cognac man myself personally. So I got
I'm not a
little
whiskey
of both
guy
tonight.
too, but
I got a little both tonight.
See, I went to the liquor store today and there was a lineup and I was like, fuck, man. I started to feel like one of those, those hobos waiting for my alcohol. So I was like, do I wait through this line? But it went by pretty quick, right? But then I went in there and, Josh, we can talk about there's a shitload of whiskeys out there. So I'm actually trying to look around and I find I'm in everyone's way. And so I panicked because things are different now, right? I can't just they're like, who's this loser taking a half hour? Right? So I end up getting Elijah Craig.
Oh,
Okay.
Good choice?
very good.
Do you know what it was? The shape of the bottle was one thing, but it was actually the cork that I was like, what, this looks a little bit different. So that's what I went with. Panicked, got that. That's the reason.
Cork sucks though. It looks good. The Elijah Craig is one of the worst bottle corks that I've had a chance to play with. All right,
For real, huh? So it's meant to be open and killed at the same day.
No. You go ahead and you take your time with that. I've got a bottle of Elijah Craig in my shelf.
Carlos, what'd you end up getting, buddy? You're on mute. Hold on. Unmute your mic. Every time you come out and come back in, you're muted. There you go.
All right. So I went with the recommendation from Josh, Buffalo Trace.
Yep.
And then, I'm sorry, I was like, we might get this McKinnon one, or I can't remember. Callum. I was like, no way, I'm paying $100. So I went with a little bottle of Crown Royal.
Right.
I'm not a drinker, so the Buffalo one was.
The Crown Royal was made for the Queen. It was like a trip over here, and they made a blend of different whiskeys for her, and so that's where the Crown Royal comes from.
Really? Because as a kid, that's what we were drinking. It was Crown and some ginger
Crown
ale,
and
right?
orange, Crown and Coke, Crown
Yeah.
and ginger, whatever you could.
Yeah. So how'd you get into this whole whiskey deal? How'd you get intrigued by it?
Well, interestingly enough, the fun story for me was a good friend of mine, Paul Verzi. He's a great stand-up comedian who's absolutely destroying in the United States right now. He's the guy who opens for Bill Burr.
Damn. Okay.
Whatever. Yeah, and Verzi wanted to go to have a cigar. So he's a big cigar guy.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to go have a cigar and a scotch somewhere. And where I live in Ottawa, there's no smoking inside. Right.
True.
New York, there's lots of indoor cigar places. In fact, Verzi took me to one in Soho one time in New York. But so they're all over the place, still allowed to do that, but none here. However, one of the guys at the comedy club had said that the Hilton right next to the casino has one of the very few licenses in Quebec for an indoor smoking lounge. So they actually have a small lounge where you can smoke and have a drink. So we went there, picked out a cigar, and I picked out a whiskey. I was going to have a beer, and he's like, no, you got to have a scotch with it. So I said, all right, this is what you wanted to do. I will do whatever it is that you want to do. And exactly. And I was smoking the cigar, and I had a Lafroig 10 was what I had. And I didn't know anything. It was a suggestion from the server.
Yeah.
And I was like, sure. So we're smoking our cigars first before they brought our drinks. And when I tasted this Lafroig, it was like I tasted like vanilla and caramels, and there was still bite or whatever, but it was like this really good taste. Almost, I don't want to say exactly like a Hennessy, but the idea of that sweetness.
Okay.
And I was like, that was awesome. That was awesome. I go, this doesn't taste anything like the whiskeys I've had. And then in my head, I go, yeah, but this is a more expensive whiskey. Of course, it's going to taste better naturally. Right. So I remember later that week, we went back and we did the same thing. Tasted amazing again. And then I went back a few months later for my birthday. And when I went back that time, it was on like a Saturday night. I think we had gone on like a Tuesday and a Sunday. We went on a Saturday night, and the place was jammed. So we had to sit out front and wait for a spot to go inside.
Wow.
Okay.
But I was able to get my scotch first. So no cigar, but my scotch. I took one sip of this thing, and I was like, what the fuck was that? Like, it tasted like someone poured water into an ashtray. It would just taste like smoke. That's it.
Right.
And I was like, this can't be the same stuff that I had. But it wasn't until, and then once we got, like, I was nursing it for a little bit until we got inside. And once we got inside and I got my cigar, it started to taste good again. And I made that connection that, like, the smoke from the cigar must have kind of neutralized, like when you're drinking sweet and eating sweet.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it kind of buried the smoky taste, and I was able to taste the other stuff. So I was a little turned off of the whiskey on its own, because I'm like, I'm not going to be smoking cigars all the time to drink whiskey. But I'm like, okay, maybe this isn't for me. But I remember the two previous times where I really enjoyed it. So I kind of went from the real smoky stuff to like the sweeter whiskeys. So I think I started there. I started about one or two bottles. They were sweeter, but they were still kind of harsh.
Yeah.
And then over time, I mean, it's up to you guys. I don't know how long you want this to be, but I'll tell you the story, because it was fun for me. I got I bought a Glenmorangie Quinta Ruban. I bought an Auchentoshan 3-wood, and I bought a Bowmore 12. And these were all different kinds of, they're all scotches.
Okay.
And I was trying different things, and I was like, okay, these ones, I like the sweeter ones, the ones that are aged in sherry barrels, and I'll tell you guys about that later.
Yeah.
And I was like, I kind of like that. I could tell what influences and what areas I like. And then slowly over time, I moved back towards the smoky stuff that I started. You got to say, that Lafroig is still one of my favorites. But it was interesting because I bought 3 or 4 of these whiskey, but it was something I would just pour a little bit in and sip on from time to time, because it was still very harsh. Then I got offered a gig for one of the marketing companies that I work for to represent Buffalo Trace, which I'd never heard of. Heard of Buffalo Trace. And they sent me a bunch of whiskeys that I was going to be basically the ambassador for. So this big World of Whiskey show, all the big players were there. Macallan was there. Everybody was there. This was in Cornwall. So I guess the local rep didn't want to do it, or I think he was away for a wedding or something. So they said, hey, can you come in and sub? I said, sure. So I went there with all these whiskeys they sent me. I had no idea how rare the whiskeys that they sent me were. I knew I'd never heard of them. So
That's a good sponsor for us.
Yeah, Chart and Hobbs is the marketing company that reps them. So I was actually supposed to do that World of Whiskey show again this year in March, but we all know what happened in March. So it was like 700 and something people last year. It was set to be over 1,000 this year, but they were like, COVID big get-togethers, killed it. So I just remember, man, I went to this thing, and I asked the guy at the table next to me, I go, are we allowed to like drink here too? And he's like, I wouldn't be working it if I couldn't drink. we can drink. And I was like, great. And I wasn't going to get shit-faced, but I just want to be able to sip on whiskey.
Yeah.
And I remember the guy next to me was from Wild Turkey. So he had a Glen Grant 18, which won Jim Murray's Whiskey Bible, #2 whiskey in the entire world. I was sipping on that night. Long Branch from Wild Turkey, which is Matthew McConaughey's whiskey. That was outstanding. And then the table next to me was Jack Daniels. And they had all these different Jacks, Gentleman Jack and Single Barrel and all these things. And I remember over the course of the night, there was all sorts of people at other booths giving me bottles.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh,
and they said, hey, if you have any left of the Buffalo, exactly. They're like, if you have any of the Buffalo Trace left, if you have any of the Eagle Rare or the 1792 or the, Sazerac, if you have any of these left, we'll trade. And I just remember I went home that night. The guy gave me a bottle of Macallan 15, and I didn't even know what it was worth. I was just like, thanks. I'm taking whatever I can get.
Right.
And I checked it up on the LCBO site the next day when I got home. It's a $180 bottle of scotch the guy gave me.
Right.
And so I come home and I now have 3 of my scotches, and I have about 15 new bottles of booze that I got from there. And I go, well, I guess I have a whiskey collection now. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where I'm like, I wanted to start learning about stuff from here and there. So I find whiskey very fascinating because there's a ton of science.
There is, yeah.
Involved in it, yeah.
Oh, really?
And so whiskey is I'll share with you information that's been shared with me via YouTube videos and reading and stuff. Mm-hmm. But whiskey is just a categorical term that means grain alcohol aged. That's it.
Okay.
Right. So whiskey is like, again, the example that was given to me was whiskey's like a vehicle, like a Hummer's a vehicle, and so is a car. They're all vehicles.
That's right.
But so some people are like, oh, well, there's bourbon and then there's whiskey. Well, bourbon is a type of whiskey. Rye is a type of whiskey. Scotch is a type of whiskey. Right. So whiskey is an old Gaelic term that means water of life. It was ushka beta, and then it got shortened to ushki, and then whiskey. So that's what it means. It's an old term that means water of life. Yep. And so
water. Let's drink it.
Yeah.
Cheers to some water of life here.
That's gonna have some bite, Carlos. That Buffalo Trace. It's a high proof bourbon, but it'll grow on you. Grow on you. These, like I said, all of the stuff. A lot of the ones you guys are gonna try. Now, Crown is gonna be a smooth velvet blanket for you because it's very vanilla-y and easy and things like that. Whereas that Buffalo Trace, if I'm not mistaken, you're looking somewhere in the 46% on that bottle, if not 50.
So hold on. Which of the two should I have drank first?
Oh, easily Buffalo Trace.
Because see, I drank the Corona or the Crown Royal afterwards, and it had I don't know. It made my tongue almost burn.
Watered down quality. Oh,
it almost made I was just like, it felt a weird tingle in my tongue.
Well, so the idea is that alcohol is still going to. I mean, alcohol is effectively poison. So the longer you keep it in your mouth, the more it's going to interact with the pain receptors on your tongue and basically be like, spit it out. Right? Like when you have mouthwash in your mouth, a couple of seconds is okay. The longer you leave it in, then it starts to burn. Yeah. So the idea is that, like, briefly you can sort of taste it. The longer you leave it in there, the more likely it is to activate the pain receptors, and then basically just it's burn.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's guys, feel free to jump in with any questions or start. I will just give you whiskey knowledge. Like, I'm having so much fun learning about whiskey.
I'm in tune with you right now. I'm listening. I'm learning.
Nice,
so
nice.
Are you supposed to let it breathe?
While Professor goes on and on about something. Sorry.
Are you supposed to let it breathe?
No, it's not a wine. It's not a wine.
Right.
Wine ages. So the idea with spirits is that they don't age once you bottle them, but wine does.
Oh, okay.
So wine will still age in a bottle, whereas whiskey, whiskey's ethanol, right? A lot of spirits are ethanol. That's the alcohol in it that gets you drunk. And the idea is that ethanol and alcohol evaporates. So the idea is that when the bottle's sealed, you're not really losing anything. Right. But once you open it, the more that's out of the bottle, the faster you're going to lose it. So when you say that like whiskey's going to evaporate, like so for example, I opened this bottle. I'm going to drink. I'm going to be very careful. I had my wisdom teeth out 2 weeks ago, and I'm not supposed to drink alcohol, so I'm going to hit these blood clots in my throat with fucking.
Yes.
This.
Yeah. Which you like I was telling backstage.
On my Lagavulin. Sorry.
You felt like sharing your tooth with me.
Yeah, that was brutal. Okay, so this one here, I don't know if you guys can see. I'm not missing a whole hell of a lot from the bottle, and I'm.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, Glencairn glass, proper whiskey glass. Okay, so anything tulip shaped. I'm not pouring a little bit in because I'm a bitch. It's that alcohol evaporates. So if you pour yourself a nice big glass of it full in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, that's going to taste drastically different. It's going to taste watered down because the alcohol is evaporated. So when you swirl like this, you're evaporating alcohol. That's what people do. You're creating a nosing for it, but you're also evaporating the alcohol by moving it around, letting it breathe. Right? I don't know if you've ever noticed that the burn of mouthwash at the bottom of the bottle. So when you've got some in the bottom of the bottle, it's never as harsh. It's because it's been sitting there evaporating in the empty bottle the whole while. So
and here I thought I got used to it,
Yeah, exactly.
So Alex was asking, are those whiskey rocks that you put in the fridge bullshit?
No, they're not bullshit.
What's whiskey rock?
Just stones that get cold.
Yes.
They make your whiskey cold without watering it down. But here's the thing. So this goes back to me saying the no shaming stuff about whiskey earlier. Oh, fuck, that's good. That is so good. I'm drinking, just so for points of the podcast, I am drinking a Lagavulin. Oh, look at that, washed up from the light. Blinded by
other
the
side.
light.
Put it on the other side.
There it is.
Lagavulin 8. There we go.
Anything that comes in a box is expensive. I know that.
A lot of scotches do, just for display purposes. But anyways, the Lagavulin 8-year-old.
I'm done. I'm drunk.
So, that's the thing too. A lot of whiskeys have higher proof, as they call them, or alcohol.
That's right.
And proof is just what Americans call it. It's you basically divide the proof in half, and that's the percentage. Someone's like, I was drinking 100 proof.
Yeah, because as a kid growing up, I was like, God damn, why didn't you die? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And it's 100 proof is 50%, which is still a lot, but the 48% here too.
48.
Yeah, so
this
it's
one's 47.
Yeah, there you go. Which one is it again?
The Elijah Craig.
Yeah, it's 47%.
Yeah.
So the thing with whiskey, in terms of the whiskey stones, let's start with that, is the whiskey stones are going to make the whiskey colder without diluting it.
That's right.
Here's the science behind extreme temperatures, is that, and a lot of this stuff I'm regurgitating and parroting from other people that I've heard say it's from the information I've gotten.
Okay.
But your mouth is not equipped to taste extreme temperatures. So if something's really cold or really hot, you're burying about 60 to 80% of the flavor. So for example, one of the worst beers on the planet is advertised as don't drink it until the mountain turns cold.
Yes.
Maybe that's so that you don't taste it.
Yeah, because it's ass. Tastes like pennies.
Exactly. But if it's cold, you're not tasting it. It's refreshing.
It's true.
But it's not as cold. The whole gimmick is, hey, don't taste it. It's like the same as break room coffee or diner coffee. When it's really hot, it's not so bad. You let that cool down and get to room temperature when you start to taste it again, and it tastes awful.
Gritty, just nasty, yeah.
Exactly.
I don't get that with Coca-Cola.
Now you can taste it again.
No, you're gonna get diabetes with Coca-Cola. Yeah. Fuck, that's what
Well, Coke is gonna taste like cold, crisp sugar, but when you let it get to room temperature, you can actually taste more of the other things in it.
That's true.
Right? I'm not saying it tastes better. Just because you can taste more of it doesn't mean it's going to taste better.
See, I had an experience with the rocks because I went over to a friend's house and he breaks out the Johnny Walker Green Label.
And, yeah, that's a good one.
And you know, like I don't really like to drink it, but you can't be rude. You're at a party, hey, the dad comes out with this bottle, and you're like, sure. Yeah. He's like, you want some ice? And the diluting part of it is what I was like, yeah. I'll dilute this fucker and I'll drink it. And he comes with these stones, like, I'm like, fuck my life.
Yeah.
I was like,
it still helps though, because again,
it did help, but it was just wasn't what I was like. Yeah, give me some ice, of course. Dump these things. He put some stones in there. I'm like, fuck, man, I'll start drinking.
some people want ice in the drink, and there's nothing wrong with that. You just got to know that when you add ice, you are diluting it. Right? You're changing the temperature and you're diluting it. Now, some people will actually add a couple drops of water to whiskey. Now we're getting a little bit of the science part of it, but some people will add a few drops of water to whiskey. So, for example, the Lagavulin that I'm drinking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if I should just go right into that part because there's some other things that I would end up having to backtrack into.
Okay.
I'm going to explain anyway. So maybe what I'll do, if you guys are cool with it, is I'll explain some stuff about whiskey.
Absolutely, man.
And then we can talk about the water and the temperature and stuff like that.
You just try and get us drunk.
Yes, and I'm cool with that. It's Friday, baby. It's Friday.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, every day is the same to me right now. So, why don't we start with some of the categories of whiskey?
Please
just for fun. Just for fun. So, we have Canadian Club. You're drinking a rye, my friend. You got your Elijah Craig. That's a bourbon.
Yep. Okay.
Carlos, you got your Buffalo Trace, also a bourbon. So, the idea with whiskey is it's called grain alcohol aged. That's really all it means.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the grain in basically the categories are the main ones are Scotch, bourbon, and rye. And for something to be called a rye, all it has to have in its mash bill, which is basically the recipe, is that be made out of 51% or more rye wheat. So that's the grain is rye.
Okay.
So if it's rye, it's made out of 51% or more rye. It could be 80 and then have some 1% corn or whatever it is, but 51% or more, and it's a rye. Bourbon has to be 51% or more corn.
Oh, wow.
It also there's a few more rules, like it has to be made in America, it has to be aged in barrels, but the idea is that the recipe is 51% or more corn. And then Scotch is in Scotland, it has to be made in Scotland, and it has to be aged at least 3 years in Scotland.
Wow.
So otherwise, it's not a Scotch. Now, there's other little rules too. Like, for example, Scotch has to be aged in a barrel that has held something else before, whereas bourbon has to be aged in brand new American oak barrels.
Jesus Christ, eh?
It's just interesting because corn has there's a lot of oak taste in bourbon as well as the corn. So bourbons will tend to be sweeter because they're made with corn. Right, that's where the alcohol and the yeast and everything feeds off of is the sugar and starches in the corn. Right. But in Scotland, they're made predominantly out of barley. Okay, so barley. So when you're talking about malt, that's malted barley, and I'll tell you guys what single malt means in a second. It doesn't mean what a lot of people think.
Please do.
I just thought it was cheap beer. That's what
malt liquor. Yes, the malting process.
Okay, that's all. That's what I
get. Yes. So the idea with Scotch is that because it's made out of barley, like you'll hear people refer to tannins in wine, and that's kind of the things that give you a headache in wine. A lot of red wines have a lot of tannins. Tannins is something that comes out of the wood in the barrels. So when you age alcohol in a barrel, basically it soaks into the wood, and then it pulls characteristics out of the wood back into the wine or whatever it is. And so the idea with bourbon is that bourbon has such strong taste, and it pulls so much out of the wood for its flavor, but the corn is strong enough to stand up to those tannins.
Okay.
In Scotch, because it's barley, it's not strong enough, and those tannins completely overpower everything in it. So the reason Scotch has to use a barrel that's held something else before is because whatever that thing was before pulled all the tannins out.
Yeah.
So not only getting the oaky characteristics or the wood characteristics of the barrel, but you're actually also taking the characteristics of what was in there before. So, for example, when you see a Scotch that says it was aged in sherry barrels, right, like Jimenez or Oloroso sherry casks, it's going to pull those sweet sort of sherry tastes out of the barrel as well as the oak. So you're going to get the taste of the whiskey, you're going to get the taste of the sherry, and you're going to taste the oak, the oakiness from the barrel.
So cherry barrels.
Yeah, sherry barrels.
Sherry.
I can't speak right now.
That's okay.
That's
so
hitting
the idea is that, like, and of course, like I said, the bourbon, it has to be in a brand new American oak, so it's going to be able to, it's a very oaky taste, but because of the corn, it's usually a lot sweeter tasting, vanillas and things like that that'll come up and whatnot. So anyways, you got your bourbons, your ryes, your scotches.
Yeah.
Which is kind of fun. There's also the reason you age them, right? So people are like, why is there like all these, they call them age statements. So when you look at a whiskey and it's got, 8 years or 12 years or whatever it is, it's like, well, there's an age statement. A lot of people, there's actually a lot of whiskeys that don't have age statements. And sometimes you get snobs that'll say, oh, I only drink something with an age statement.
I've heard that, yeah.
It's not necessary. It doesn't really, You can have something that's super old because at some points the alcohol almost destroys the barrel and just pulls just.
Oh, true enough. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
At a certain point, you stop getting like just because it's older doesn't mean it's better. It just starts breaking down shit, and then
Get a little
let's
more.
put it this way: you have a nice steak, it's aged for a certain amount of time after death, and then after a while, you're like, I'm just eating rotten meat at this point. I don't know.
At the end of the day, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like at a certain point, it stops going to from immaculate to like now it's just rotting.
Right.
But anyways,
So it doesn't make it
let's-
stronger.
What's that, Carlos? No.
Oh, it doesn't make it stronger.
In fact, it could arguably make it. We could maybe make the taste stronger of oak, but it's like destroyed wood inside.
So now when they age it for 8 years, for instance, like, do they have this fucking? They must have a gigantic facility that they're just
They all have giant warehouses.
just to sit there, right? Just to age them, right? Wow.
So now the reason that they age them is because the whole process of it coming into the barrel and then coming back out is from the seasons, right? It gets hot, it sucks it expands, sucks the whiskey into the barrel, and then it gets cold and it pushes the whiskey back out. So
Yeah.
the reason that Scotch has to be aged at least 3 years in Scotland is because of the fact that they need to ensure that it's had at least 3 years of absorbing the Scottish stuff. Now, a lot of Scottish distilleries are by the ocean, so there's like salt water in the air and things like that get breathed into it as well, so you get briny taste. So Lagavulin that I'm drinking, I've been to their distillery on the island of Islay, right off the southwestern coast of Scotland, and they're right on the ocean.
That's
And so
crazy.
air and everything like that. Like you can smell the salt in the air, and knowing that it's spending 8 years breathing that in and out, as well as any kind of the regular air, humidity, salt, whatever it is.
The type of wood
Also,
that
the water
barrels
that
in.
it's made with. Like a lot of these things make a difference in terms of the final product, and you can taste a lot of that in there.
Right.
Now, an age statement.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that a lot of people don't know, or at least I didn't until I was educated on it. I thought that it meant that this right here is turn a little more there. It all came out of an 8-year-old barrel. That's not the case.
Okay.
What an age statement means is that the youngest barrel in this is 8 years old.
Oh, what? Really?
That's right, because different parts of the warehouse are going to have different temperatures. They're going to have different humidity levels and things like that. So the idea is that a barrel that's on the topmost rick in the hottest part of the warehouse is going to taste way different than one that's buried in the basement on the bottom row where it's cool, right? Because it'll have been absorbed. So the job of a master distiller at any distillery, whether it's bourbon, rye, scotch, or whatever, his job is to make sure that when the barrels are ready, they blend them together. They blend all the barrels until they get the profile of 8.
Yeah.
So
it
what
keeps the
you're saying,
consistency, right? So to be consistent,
exactly.
right?
So every bottle is the same season after season, and his job is basically to blend them together until they have the profile. When you taste it, you go, this tastes like what we look for in 8.
Wow.
So when it says that the youngest barrel is 8, there could be, 80% 8-year-old, and then there could be some 10-year-old, there could be some 15-year-old in it. But you're never getting less. You're never getting less than 8 years old. So that's what a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 37-year-old, whatever it is. That's what you're getting out of it. The age statement doesn't mean that it's all from one barrel. It means that all the whiskey in here is at least 8 years old. Okay?
Yeah, I would have just assumed they were all 8 years old.
Very interesting.
8 years old.
There. Well, and that's the thing too, right? You think, they all came out of one barrel. Then you're like, well, how does every barrel taste the same? Like, how do
It's true, yeah.
And these warehouses have like old bar windows like Shawshank on them where it's just air. They're not trying to keep the elements out. In fact, the elements coming in are a very important part.
That's fucking crazy.
See?
Yeah.
So
You'll
when we go
have
across the pond, we got to go see something like that, Joe.
Okay.
But even if you go south, right, to Kentucky or Tennessee, where there's a lot of stuff going on.
This is Kentucky. Is this Kentucky?
That's right. Bourbon isn't made in America.
Yeah.
Bourbon's made in America.
That's right.
Now, the thing is, as these whiskeys are aging over the years, in Scotland, there's about a 2% loss to evaporation. So as it's aging, sometimes it evaporates. There's times where they crack open a barrel and there's nothing left inside. It's just evaporated. But they refer to that evaporation as the angel share.
Oh,
That's
right?
nice.
The angels have taken their share. So
I would have started blaming who the fuck was working in the warehouse. You know?
But it's evaporation. So believe it or not, one of the reasons that you don't see a lot of high age statements on bourbons is because bourbons are in Tennessee and Kentucky where it's way fucking hotter.
Yeah.
So the evaporation level is way more.
Wow.
So you couldn't leave it for 10 years or you'd have nothing left.
That's fucking crazy. True enough, right? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So a lot of bourbons you'll see, like you might see some 10-year-olds, but you're not going to see. It would be ridiculous to have them, 20, 30 years old because it's like the angel share is way higher on a bourbon than it is on a scotch.
That's crazy.
So if you're ever watching a scotch thing and they're talking about the angel share is this and that, that's the level of evaporation.
See, I have never technically, but I bet you from this point forward now, because there's things that you catch on later on. You're like,
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck, I've never heard them say that before.
Well,
you know what
when I went to Lefroy's distillery, the guy who was giving the tour is like this and that. And every year we lose about 2% of the angel share and blah, blah, blah. And nobody asked what he was talking about, but I was like, I know what this motherfucker's talking about.
Nice.
I know what he's talking about.
That's sweet.
Listen to the angel share. Is that a gang?
For real. They stole 10% of that motherfucker.
Yeah, so we lose 2% of the angel share. And I was like, yeah, the evaporation, just over time, some of it gets out, But what's left ends up really, really nice. And so that's what an age statement is. It's basically just the youngest barrel in there. But you will see barrels. You will see bottles, that say single barrel, single cask.
Oh, really?
When they say that, what's in that bottle came out of a single barrel.
Oh.
So you can get that. The only thing is if you try it and you love it, odds are you find another bottle from that same. Like I have a Jack Daniel's single barrel.
Yeah.
And it's, it was good. I don't know anything about their warehouses. They have a lot of warehouses. So I was never like, oh my God, I want that exact thing. Like you'd have to start to learn about the warehouses and everything like that. And what's the cold spot, which warehouse, what section, which rick. The ricks are the racks.
Crazy.
Yeah. So then, because it'll say it, I've got a Buffalo Trace here, or not Buffalo Trace, sorry, Blanton's. And Blanton's is one of the companies that's, run by Buffalo Trace. And they have, I think it's Baron Blanton or whatever his name is. He was one of the master distillers, and he found a sweet spot in Warehouse H where all of the bourbon that came out of there was just so good. It became like his private reserve that he would give friends and everything like that with Blanton's. And then eventually they released it to the public. But every time you look on a bottle of Blanton's, it'll say, poured on this, they're dumped on this date with this and that from this barrel at this warehouse, and it's always Warehouse H.
So now, is it becoming exclusive? Like, is it now the price will be a little bit more expensive?
You get a bottle of Blanton's for, I think, $60, $70.
Okay.
There's not a lot of them. They don't overcharge you for them. There's not a lot of them.
That's right.
When you see them at the LCBO, you grab it.
Wow.
I basically do it this way. I don't open a bottle of Blanton's until I've already bought my one.
Smart.
Just to make sure I always have one in my stock.
Smart.
But there's a lot of things like that. So a lot of these exclusive ones, you'll find that there's like, okay, so there's a story behind why is this there. Like, for example, Jack Daniel's, they have 3 ricks in their warehouse. So it's like the bottom rick, middle rick, and top rick. The racks, not floors.
Okay.
When you see those barrel like stacks, they're called ricks.
Okay.
So you'll see the barrels on the bottom, middle, and top. Jack is just a blend of all of them. The single barrels tend to be on the top, where there's more heat and things like that. They had more exposure wood, usually stronger. And then the gentleman Jack, which is a lot. I hate using the term smooth because it really doesn't describe anything in liquor. People drink any liquor and go, "Oh, it's real smooth." What the fuck does that mean?
No, I say it's the total opposite.
Yeah. Oh, hard.
What the fuck is this supposed to be smooth? What the fuck?
Yeah. So the idea is that, but it's a lot easier to drink. It's not as harsh. It doesn't have as much of that oak and barrel burn.
Yeah.
So the idea is because it's on the bottom rick. So you start to learn really from. So Gentleman Jack comes from the barrels in the bottom rick where it's colder, not as intense. Single barrels on the top. Regular Jack is kind of a blend of all 3 until again they get that Jack Daniel's taste profile.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Yeah. So like I said, bourbon. It's got to be aged. It's got to be made in the U.S. It's got to be aged in American oaks. It has to be 51% or more corn. Then you got yourself bourbon. So that's what you guys are drinking. Your Elijah Craig, bourbon, Buffalo Trace, bourbon. I see Carlos is frozen chasing Coke after the whiskey.
What's going on with your internet, Carlos?
Why am I freezing?
Yeah,
you're freezing.
Are you close enough to your neighbor's Wi-Fi?
Like you're so blurry that if everyone else was blurry, I would have thought I was fucked up. But you look better blurry. Don't worry about
it.
So yeah, and there's also, like I said, if you want to drink it with Coke or whatever, there's no wrong way to drink whiskey. The one I'm drinking is from Isla. It is a particular PT Scotch. It's interesting because I didn't even really know how alcohol was made. If I'm being totally honest, I know that they distill it. You hear double distilled and triple distilled. it's an interesting again, you guys let me know when I lose you. If you guys are still interested
No.
I am totally happy to.
You keep going. I still have questions. So I'm just waiting for you to see if you're. Because I don't want to jump ahead of the gun either.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
So basically, just the process of making whiskey is interesting. It's kind of different, but the malted barley in Scotland, right? I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys a fun little fun fact for whiskey. Have you guys ever noticed that it's spelled two different ways?
No. Nope.
So they spell it WHISKY.
Yeah.
And WHISKEY. And
yes.
Why is there an E sometimes and there's not an E other times? So it actually in Scotland they spell it without an E. And when Ireland started to make whiskey as well, they wanted to have something that would differentiate them from the Scottish whiskey on the market. So they added an E as a marketing thing just to have the E in there. Some people say it comes from the translation from Gaelic, but for the most part it was in there so that if you saw the E you'd know it was from Ireland. But now that the origins of whiskey have kind of moved around the world, right? Because Canada, our whiskey origins are predominantly from Scotland, and in the States it comes from Ireland.
Wow.
The whiskey market. And Japan is also doing a lot of whiskey as well, and they're doing kind of Scottish style. So the fun little way to remember whether or not, like, you could use that. Like, okay, so whiskey, Scotland, Canada, Japan, they use it, so they don't spell it with an E because they're from Scotland. Scotland doesn't spell it E. America, Ireland. The really cool way to remember whether they spell it with an E or not is if the name of the country has an E in it, they'll spell it with an E, and if they don't, they won't.
Get the fuck out.
Now, Scotland, Canada, Japan, no E. Ireland, America, E.
Here, we got a question from Alex again, man. Have you ever tried the Proper 12, the Conor McGregor whiskey?
Conor McGregor is such a pain in the ass. That guy has been all talk in every situation and then loses every fucking time. I would assume his whiskey would be all talk and then not deliver.
Good call. That
would be. Now, here's the thing too with a lot of whiskeys is you don't always end up. And dude, thank you for the question. That's not at you. That is just everything I've seen of Conor McGregor. That guy gets you excited and does not deliver.
Damn.
He talks so much shit.
Our surprise guest is Conor McGregor.
Yeah. But please keep the questions coming. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. This is fun for me to talk about.
Yeah. I had a question when we was talking about Jack for a second there, because I went on a cruise and they gave us a Jack tutorial, and the guy blew a little smoke into the glass of the Jack and he covered it up and let it get in there and then gave us a taste of it. And I found the Jack changed, like the flavors, everything changed to this Jack. Why is that? Since you break it down the science for it.
So, well, it's interesting enough. Okay, so we can talk about nosing and stuff like that. I think that's something that I could talk about. So there's a lot of science in your senses. So, for example, there's a lot of science in why I use this glass versus an open rocks glass. The reason being is that there's a lot of smells and things like that, and a Glencairn glass will allow all the smells to funnel up towards your nose.
Right.
So I can smell everything coming out of here as opposed to just kind of coming past me where it
Gotcha.
So the thing too is, I don't know if you guys noticed too, I have friends who have never drank with me before whiskey, and they see me moving it around from nostrils. Sometimes you breathe better through one nostril than another. But the idea is that you don't have to stick your nose in the glass to smell it. You can basically just get to the point where you smell it close enough. So whatever's comfortable for you, how close you want to get, because if you just stick your nose right in,
base in there.
Yeah, you're just going to waft alcohol vapors. You know what I mean? Because you're funneling them all right to your nose with the small tulip shape, right? So you're just.
That's why I always hated taking shots out of a fucking glass.
Yeah.
Because it's like smell first, gag after, and whatever.
And you smell a shot of vodka. Like a lot of people tease vodka that it's like it exists only to make other drinks alcoholic. You're not like, I just want to drink straight vodka. If you're drinking straight vodka, you're putting a shitload of ice in it. You're just trying to make it cold to get it down because you want to get drunk.
Yes.
I like the taste of that orange juice. Let's throw some vodka in it. I like the taste of this drink. Let's throw some vodka in it.
That's right.
This Slurpee is amazing. Throw some vodka in it. It's just it makes other drinks alcoholic is what it does.
Yeah.
Well, I've had a vodka that I've never tasted before when we was in the Dominican. It was great. I mean, it went down perfect. Didn't burn. Didn't give you that gas.
Hold on a sec. Is this the same fucking trip I was on?
Yeah.
Yes, the night before we left with Andre.
That didn't burn you?
No.
Do you remember what it was
that
called?
Vodka went down. No, that's the problem. I was trying to get them to give me the name of that vodka.
It was straight from Russia. They brought it straight from Russia. Russian friends of ours. And then they gave us the tradition of eating something beforehand and then taking a shot. Dude, that shit burned in my head. I was on fire. I had to take. I almost got naked.
The body, the euphoria on the body was perfect. It was like, now I understand why they drink this in wintertime. You get what I'm saying? Like, boom, and it's like, woof. I was like,
and there's nothing wrong with it. The only the only thing I've noticed with vodka is just that there isn't a whole lot of taste to it.
No, there isn't.
So
this is true.
So I'm just like, as much as it's going to get you where you're going alcohol-wise, and it can be a nice, comfortable trip there with not a lot of burn or whatever, I just find that for me, as I'm getting older, I'm not trying to be doing shots of shit. I'm happy to sit, smell, sips, and just taste something. Go like the history of that, where it can like again. I haven't even described all the different things that'll go into the whiskey making process.
Right.
Which is, but you're absolutely right that there are definitely alcohols that have been done in such a way with care and still craftsmanship where you're not hating your life. Like we've all drank 40s because you're like, it's cheap, it's still going to get me where I'm going, but it's the most disgusting shit.
Especially when it gets warm.
Disgusting. Yes. Oh, it's horrible. So the idea with the alcohol, the whiskey, is that in Scotland, okay, they have malted barley. So this is where the term single malt comes from.
Perfect.
Single and malt are not descriptive of each other. They have nothing to do with each other. Okay? The term single malt, this is the way it was described to me, is that there's 5 categories of Scotch. Keep in mind, Scotch only comes from Scotland. Mm-hmm. You have single malt and single grain. Okay? Those are the 2 main kinds of Scotch. Single malt means from a single distillery, and malt means malted barley. So you're basically one distillery and one ingredient. It's malted barley. Single grain means single distillery, grain whiskey. Okay.
Yep.
Now you'll have what they call a cheaper category of Scotch, where you can have blended malt and blended grain. So now the only word that's changed is single to blended, and blended means it's sourced from different distilleries. So you could get some from Lagavulin, you can get some from Macallan, you can get some from Colilla. You blend them together. Now it's all still malted barley. They're all still made out of malted barley, but they come from different distilleries, so they're blended. Blended malt, still malt liquor, blended grain. It's still all grain, but it's blended. And then you have what they call the cheapest category of Scotch, which just says blended Scotch, which means it's grain, it's malted barley, it's from all different distilleries, which is fine because there's still Johnny Walker. Every single Johnny Walker is a blended Scotch.
Really?
Oh, they source their whiskeys from other places, they blend it together and deliver the final product. Johnny Walker Red makes me want to puke. It's so gross. But Johnny Walker Black, a little nicer. Okay, what do we got? Fun fact: Mountain Dew was originally supposed to be a whiskey chaser. Carlos, go get some Mountain Dew.
I heard Mountain Dew does a couple of things to your sperm, so let's not.
You of all fucking people need to get rid of sperm.
A rat carcass. I've seen a YouTube video of someone puts a rat in a thing of Mountain Dew and it dissolves the entire body. I think it's over the course of like 28 days or whatever, but it dissolves it where he stirs and it's just nothing, pulp. Anyways, so that's what when you see single malt, right? So I've got this 8-year-old here, Lagavulin. It's an Isla. Come on, light.
There you go.
Isla single malt Scotch whiskey.
Yeah.
And whiskey spelled with no E because it's from Scotland. No E in Scotland.
I never caught on to that.
Yep. So Isla, and it says Islay. So people are like, oh, is it an Islay? Isla is the name of the island off of the coast of Scotland. So going back to how the whiskey is made, now you guys know what the single malt means.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Single malt, single barrel. There's a lot of things on a bottle of whiskey that we'd never pay attention to, but they let you know what it is. So for example, your Elijah Craig, does it say straight Kentucky straight bourbon or straight bourbon?
Made in true small batches for balance and smoothness.
Yeah. It should be right on the front, like somewhere right near Elijah Craig, Kentucky straight bourbon or something.
Yeah. Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And then same thing. And whiskey spelled with an E, right?
With an E, yeah.
That's right, because it's in America. Same thing with your Buffalo Trace, and it's straight. So straight means that it's aged 4 years.
Okay.
Cannot. America has the most stringent laws for what you can put on the bottle in terms of describing what it is. So, Buffalo Trace, Elijah Craig, straight bourbon means it's aged for at least 4 years. And again, it has to be 51% or more corn. It has to be aged in new American oak barrels. Jack Daniel's is not a Kentucky straight bourbon. In fact, it doesn't even say bourbon on the bottle because in order to be called bourbon,
Kentucky.
Well, yeah, there's certain rules, and what they do is they actually do a charcoal mellowing. There's an extra step that they do, which doesn't. I don't think it qualifies them as bourbon at that point. So what you'll see on that is Tennessee whiskey is what.
That's
Jack
right.
Daniels is
That's
called.
right.
And so they basically there's only 2 places that are Tennessee whiskey, Jack Daniels, and I still haven't tried to figure out what the second one is, but there's only 2.
Really?
And Jack Daniels is made in Lynchburg, Tennessee, which is a dry county, so they can't even serve Jack Daniels where it's made.
What?
In the town that it's made, yeah, you have to go somewhere else to buy
Fucking
it.
crazy.
Yeah.
Hey,
You can taste it at the distillery.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can taste it at the distillery, but you couldn't go down the street to a liquor store and buy it. It's a dry county.
So there you go. They ain't worried about nobody stealing.
What do you mean? They're more worried about people stealing.
The only place you can get it.
It's like, I need to guess where I'm working this tomorrow night. You know what I mean?
So it's a Tennessee whiskey. It's not considered a straight bourbon. It's a Tennessee whiskey.
For
it is
me,
still corn
Jack-
and all that stuff, but it's just not.
Jack is the
added.
absolute fucking worst for me. It is for me.
Oh, yeah?
The smelling, the taste,
Everyone's had a bad experience
the
on
saliva
Jack.
glands kick in. Ugh. No, I'm not. I can't.
It was Frank Sinatra's favorite, and his daughter made sure that he was buried with a bottle of it.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you
But
tell the
that's the thing
difference? Sorry, can you tell the difference between like the whiskey Scotch if you get a blind test? Are you able to tell?
Here's the thing. It would really depend because when it comes to tastes of whiskey, you have rye, which is like, this is the range because rye is such a strong grain, such a strong spice taste to it that like, even if you put it in different barrels, that rye taste is so strong. It burns. It's my least favorite of the whiskeys, but I still drink it. I still have some rye here. Then you have bourbon, which kind of opens up a little bit more with the corn tastes and the different spots and the heats and stuff like that. So bourbon, in fact, there's even some like Angel's Envy and stuff that'll say like, Kentucky straight bourbon finished in port casks or finished in sherry casks. And they have to do that. Again, as a law, when you do anything to bourbon, to still be able to be called bourbon, if you finish it in something else, which means that they'll age it straight 4 years, right?
Yeah.
They'll take it afterwards and they will put it in a sherry barrel briefly or a port barrel or something else to let it take on a little bit of those characteristics.
Flavors,
Exactly. Scotch is the widest category of whiskeys.
Really?
I tell people it's like wine because like if you said, do you like red wine? No. Well, fuck, there's Cab Sauves, there's Baco Noir.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous, yes.
There's so many different kinds from so many different areas that, you could have just tried a shitty table Merlot at someone's
big
wedding
time,
and go, I hate red wine.
That's
You're
right.
like, well, you didn't really try all of them. And it's the same with this. I'm drinking one here that has a little bit of a taste of iodine, a lot of salty and brininess because this one's right on the edge of the ocean. Do you know what I mean? It's also the malt, the different kind of malted barley that they use. There's a lot of different stuff that goes in versus if I try one that comes from Speyside, where everything is kind of fruitier, that's aged in a sherry barrel and it's taking the tastes of the sherry out. Aged in a sherry barrel for 15 years. And you're like, that's a lot of sherry influence that's going to be there.
Fuck yeah.
Not to mention that the woods are different, right? So a Pedro Jimenez sherry barrel could be a different wood. I don't know if you've ever seen sherry barrels. They're fucking huge. They look like these giant pirate ship barrels that are like, almost as tall as a human being. And
I'm really happy you brought that up because when you said there was one barrel, I kept thinking they were gonna make 60 bottles. I'm so happy.
Oh yeah,
you mentioned the size of that. Okay,
but that's what's really cool about the Scotch is that like depending on what they age in, because a lot of Scotch companies will age it in ex-bourbon barrels, so they're getting a little bit of the bourbon influence and the oakiness and the taste of their own shit, plus the air in Scotland and the salt water wherever it is. So, and it's funny too because Islay, another characteristic in the whiskey is that in Scotland, the process of making whiskey is you have to malt it or germinate it. So basically what you're doing is you're taking barley and you're soaking it. All right. You soak it with water. And what you're doing is you're tricking the barley into thinking it's growing. So what it does is it basically just germinates enough to crack the shell, start to grow. And then what you got to do is stop that process because what will happen is those starches will get eaten by the plant and it basically uses that as fuel to grow. Okay. So what you need to do is once it cracks and creates those starches, you need to stop that process. And what you got to do is dry it out. And in order to dry it out, now you don't have to do that with mash from corn or whatever. They kind of have different processes and stuff like that. But in Scotland, they have to stop that process. They have to dry it out. And a lot of the ways that they would dry it out in Scotland is they would smoke it. So what they would do is they would use different kinds of fires. And on Islay, one of the biggest fuel sources they have is peat moss. So it's like this thick, muddy bog vegetation stuff that when you cut it up, it just looks like a big slab of mud. Mm-hmm. But the idea is they cut it out with these tools that are like L-shaped, cut out a big piece of peat moss and then leave it out to dry. And then what they would do is they would put the wet barley out and then they would smoke dry it. So they light the peat on fire, and it's got this real vegetal sort of stuff. Like it basically smells like a campfire.
Okay.
But the idea is they would smoke dry the barley until they've they've dried it out. Now it's not going to continue to grow. Right. Now they've got all this nice malted barley. They grind it into what's called grist, and it's got all this nice starches and everything. And what they do is they put that in a vat with water and yeast. And what happens in that process is the yeast eats all the starches and everything like the sugars and converts it into alcohol. So now you have this big wash tub full of grist and yeast and everything like that. And it's funny when you see it in the distilleries, it looks like it's bubbling and it smells almost kind of like apple cider vinegar. Mm-hmm. And the alcohol percentage of this is very low. It's like 8 or 9%, like a beer. They actually call it a beer at that point because it's very low, 8 or 9%. Yeah. So what they do then is they take it and they distill it, right? So they boil it. But what's cool is that alcohol boils and evaporates at a lower temperature than water. Oh, so the idea is what's coming off of that product is the alcohol. So it goes up the still into the condenser where it cools it back into a liquid and then drops it down again. So there is some water vapor in there too. And what you get, one Wayne Gretzky's collection, I've had it. In fact, my two Infinity bottles, and I can tell you guys about that too if you want, are the Wayne Gretzky ones. Yeah. Again, we're still cool guys. You guys are still family.
Yeah, man. This is so dope, man.
With you.
Groovy. Okay, so the idea is they'll distill it, and then what comes down the condenser is a higher percentage of alcohol. They distill it again, boom, until they basically get to the percentage that they're looking for, which is kind of just the alcohol in the end.
Wow.
Scotland's got some weird taxation rules where you can look at the spirit safe and it shows the flowing through, and you can actually see the liquid getting clearer the more times they distill it until it gets to the point where it's ready. And keep in mind, whiskey is clear. Whiskey is a clear alcohol, just like vodka and the rest of them. Whiskey gets its color from the barrels.
The barrels, okay, yeah.
That's where it comes from. Now, some places do allow a little bit of a chemical coloring, like a food dye or whatever.
Just enhance it.
But a lot of places feel like that's adultering it. Just like it's cheating. It's cheating.
Is there? Do you know the history at all of the like the first dude that tried to create whiskey? Because dude, that's a lot of science.
It dates back to some people say in the Middle East they tried stuff like that. But it's like basically any kind of fermentation, any kind of alcohol.
So I guess at the end of the day, it also evolved, right? With let's do this and add this. Okay.
Scotland is the biggest, in my humble and not completely educated opinion, is kind of the newest birth of whiskey. So there's all this other stuff predating, but in terms of the origins, Scotland seems to be. They call it Scotland's gift to the world is whiskey. So the idea with that is once they get it to the level of alcohol they want, they put it in the barrels, and that's when you roll it into the warehouse to age. So it's clear, and now its job is to go to sleep until it's ready to be opened, and the master distiller decides it's time to put it into a blend. But that's how they make the whiskey, and picking the barrels and everything like that is fascinating. In fact, there's Scottish companies that own trees, like forests and wooded area in the U.S., and what they do is they own the forest, they chop them down, they make barrels, and then they lease those barrels to bourbon companies in the States to use first, right? Because Scotch can't go into a barrel that's brand new; it has to have been first.
Used, yeah.
So they'll lease their barrels to other companies to use for their bourbon, and then when they're done, they get them back and they use them for their whiskeys.
That's a great business.
It's fascinating shit.
That's a great business.
Yeah. When they're just like, hey, no, we need.
So when we look at a bottle of whiskey, and it's like we were saying, the one you're drinking is over $100, we should appreciate why it's over $100, right? The amount of the years and time.
Yeah, somewhat. And again, there's loss, and it takes some time. So the whole idea too is that some people always say well, if all your whiskey is aged, right? Because there's some whiskeys that aren't aged particularly long, and they're going to taste like it. They don't have a chance to take. Again, you got to wait seasons for this stuff to breathe itself in and out of the barrels over time, right? So, it's like, it's 2 years old. It's like, well, it's just basically moonshine. If it hasn't really, come into contact with the barrel and hasn't taken any of those properties, it's just an alcohol. doesn't taste shitty. I got to try it in Scotland at Lafroig. They let us taste some of the stuff that came out of the spirits, and it still tasted like alcohol. It was still cool, but it certainly didn't have all those things. So when I was telling you guys about the peat smoking, the peat bog, it's got a very earthy, not medicinal, but it's like a smoky, earthy, herbal kind of taste to it. Well, that smoke that dries the barley, it stays in it when they grind it, when they mash it, when they distill it. And so that product that you get at the end, that smoky taste, that's the fuel source that they use to dry the barley right from the get-go. And that persists all the way through the process to what ends up in your glass. And the idea is that even though they have more efficient ways to do it now, that's the taste that people like.
Right.
So you can turn around and do it differently, but then you don't get the taste of what was in it.
True.
So that heritage, that tradition of what's in it isn't there anymore.
That is fucking crazy.
That is not.
And this shit is absolutely phenomenal.
I gotta say, Crown Royal, gotta go.
You're not digging it?
No.
What the fuck do you like, anyways?
You know, I like
Carlos
the rum.
You like Carlos has some Nicaraguan fucking rum that he tries to feed us every time we go to his house.
Rum is aged in barrels, and that's why
you know what I'm talking about, Carlos.
Oh yeah. You'll see the white rum, and that's the stuff that's not aged.
No, that's brown. It's brown rum.
Right, and the brown stuff. Well, the brown stuff is aged because again, they'll barrel age rum. I think that's the one after whiskey that tends to get a little bit of aging sometimes. I've seen a few aged tequilas and stuff, but Japan has some great whiskeys. Suntory, believe it or not, Suntory Beam. That's a big company that owns Jim Beam and Suntory whiskey from Japan. They bought Lafroig, my favorite.
Oh, for real?
Suntory Beam owns Lafroig, and they let us know that when we were taking the distillery tour. So they're doing great things. Hibiki Harmony, if you can get your hands on a bottle of it, they do carry the LCBO from time to time, but it's so fucking popular you can't get it. I think it's about $120 a bottle. Hibiki Harmony is very good. And then I think there's just a Suntory whiskey as well, but they tend to get their origins from Scotland, so you're getting more of a kind of a Scotchy type whiskey if you like that. Whereas people who like Irish whiskey, so Jameson, right? Jameson is an Irish whiskey.
Yeah.
They tried to do something. So like the British was taxing malted barley for a period of time. And so the Irish, as a way to be like, fuck you to the tax man, started doing a mix of malted barley and unmalted barley in their mash. So basically cracking it open and letting the stuff go. You can still get some feeding off of the unmalted barley, but you're not paying tax on it. So Irish whiskey has a slightly different kind of, they call it green malt because it's not been malted, green barley or whatever.
Right.
And they haven't malted it. It's just right off the stalk and then ground up and put in with some of the malted stuff. They pay less tax on it, but it ends up having a different taste. So it ends up being a little bit sweeter or what have you. Yeah, sorry, I'm all over the map with this.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One thing makes me think of another thing, and I'm like,
Jameson's probably one of the only ones that shot wise, I always go, and then I can have a couple. I can't do anything.
And that's the thing. Everybody's got drunk off Jameson.
I can do rum.
Yes.
Crown. We've all been drunk off a Crown. Oh, yeah. Everyone's had a Smirnoff night when you were young with screwdrivers or whatever the fuck it is. But it's interesting because some of these whiskeys are like heavier tastes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, if you ask somebody, this was the example that I got, and I love it as an example. So if you say to somebody, I had a lot of people like, oh, Josh, you got the whiskeys, bring us down something. I'm like, well, do you like whiskey?
True.
Like, oh, I love whiskey. And that's funny because an example could be to somebody like, I could bring you a real dark coffee, right? And like, if you're like, do you like coffee? Yeah, I love coffee. Well, what do you get? Oh, I usually get like a large caramel frappuccino.
That's right.
With caramel and the whipped cream. It's like, well, that's not really coffee. It's like a coffee flavored dessert beverage.
I was just gonna say that, yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's you like coffee flavored things. So it's the same as if you drank Crown Royal in Coke.
Yeah.
Right? You're drinking a whiskey flavored Coke or whiskey flavored orange juice or whiskey flavored, whatever it is. Same with a shitload of ice. You're liking like a whiskey flavored water almost. Not a negative. It's not a shame. It's just that if you put a shitload of ice and it melts in there, you've diluted a lot. So you got a glass of water that's got a whiskey taste to it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's about knowing what you like. So again, if someone says, "Do you like coffee?" Go, "Yes," but they're that Frappuccino person. You bring them like a dark roast.
Yeah, they're gonna say this
Cuban coffee. Yeah. They're gonna go, "What the fuck is that?"
That's right.
You can do the same thing to somebody with whiskey too.
Yeah.
You give them something nice and inviting. Like for the first timer, a Jack is not bad. Jack has got a sweet taste to it. Crown Royal has got a sweetness to it. There's a lot of entry level whiskeys that are good for someone to try for the first time. But if you give somebody something like what I'm drinking their first time, you're going to ruin their life. They're never going to want to try whiskey ever again. It's just like drinking a really shitty red wine your first time.
It's too smoky, too much barrel taste to it. That's what they're going to say.
Exactly.
You know?
No, they're not. They don't even know what the fuck. Unless they watch this podcast, they won't say it's too barrel tasting.
Yeah. No, but even so, like some people can taste it. That's the interesting thing about smell. So a lot of people, when they smell wine, and some person will say, "Oh, I smell this and plum and apricot," and I smell it, and I go, well, it's not a snobbery thing. So this is what's fascinating about the science part, because it's got to do with brain and pattern recognition.
Okay.
And so anyone is capable of developing that. It's not like, oh, I have a good palate. It's like you might have a better connection with your palate. You have a better understanding of your palate. So for example, one of the things with smelling whiskey or anything that you're smelling is, like I said, you stick your nose and you take a big hoot, you're going to fill your sinuses with alcohol, give yourself a burn, you're not going to smell anything because you just roasted your sinuses.
That's right.
So, and sometimes too, one of your nostrils is a little clearer than the other, you might get more of it, but if you keep smelling up, you're going to just fill your sinuses with fumes, and then it's going to be overwhelming. So a little trick is not to breathe through your mouth, but when you're smelling whiskey, just open your mouth and still smell through your nose, because the idea is you're opening up your sinuses. The example that was given to me was, it's like when you're in a car and someone cracks one window and you get that buffeting in the car, right?
That's right. Oh, yeah.
You have to crack a second window to get that flow through.
Yeah.
It's the same idea of just having your mouth open, and you breathe through your nose. And that's the hard part. The first time you do it is everyone goes with their mouth because their mouth's open. They're used to it because their mouth's open. But just having your mouth open and breathing through your nose, and you'll actually find you'll smell more because you're creating that cross through where you can actually, you're not building up alcohol vapors. You're just allowing the smell of the whiskey to cross your palate, and you get a chance. Now, the interesting thing about smells, right? Your sense of smell is the only sense that's right brain. Everything else is left brain through objectivity. So, if I said, "Hey, Carlos has a red microphone there," right? Yeah. You guys can all look. You guys can all see red. If I told you to go into the next room and grab me my green shirt, well, you know what green is, so you can go over there and find green. But smell is the only one that when you smell something, it goes into your right brain first, which deals with memory and emotions and things like that before it gets redirected to the left brain.
Okay.
So the idea is, a lot of time when it comes to smell, you'll smell something and you'll have a thought first. Mm-hmm. You might think of someone, right? Like you smell a perfume and you immediately think of a person. You're not like, "Oh, I smell Calvin Klein." You're like, "Oh my God, Cheryl." That person might live on the other side of the world or whatever, but you smell something and you have a memory response first.
That's right. Someone or someplace.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. One of the examples was when this guy was like, he smelled a whiskey and went, "Grandma." And that was it. And they were like, "What?" Wow. And they started to smell it, and they were going through and they're trying to come up with some of the flavors. And what smells they landed on were cinnamon and apple. Okay. And to him, cinnamon and apple was like apple pies, and it reminded him of his grandmother's house and her baking. But he didn't go cinnamon and apple. He went grandma. That's what his brain thought. Grandma. Right? Like when you're a kid and you go to someone's house who smokes a lot, and then you smell that cigarettes, that old stale tobacco on the walls. You go, "Oh, it smells like my aunt's house,"
bamboo.
Or whatever it is.
Bam.
Exactly.
I think he's on his fifth cigarette.
Your brain doesn't go, "Oh, I smell tobacco with faint aroma of milk." You're not pinpointing the actual aromas.
That's right.
Your brain is remembering things. So when you smell something, go, "Oh, gasoline," right? Some people smell alcohol. It's gasoline.
Yeah.
The thing is, their brain hasn't learned the patterns yet. So it doesn't know what that smell is. It only knows the closest thing it knows. And the only other smell like that it's ever experienced is like filling up a gas or whatever. So it knows what gas is, and its closest way to connect that to something else is gasoline. Right?
Not supreme gas. Just
exactly. 91%. But that's the thing is your brain will go to what it knows. So the idea is you can't start pinpointing all the things in something if you don't know what they are. It's like a good example I got was curry, right? If you've never had curry before and you just ask someone, "Hey, does this smell like curry?"
It smells like some building hallway.
To them, it might go, "It just smells spicy." Like it just smells spicy because they know spicy, but they don't know what that is. They don't know coriander and whatever.
Very
else
true.
It is.
Very true.
But if you know curries and you've had them before, well, then it's like, "Oh, does this smell like a coconut curry or is this like a cumin?" Like they can
An Indian curry, you could tell which curry where it came from in the world. You know?
Oh, that smells like rosemary. Oh, is there cilantro in that? It tastes like soap. Once you've built those patterns, I'm one of those people that can't eat cilantro. Cilantro tastes like soap to me.
A lot of people, some are savory. A lot of people have these odd tastes with, experiences with these tastes. Like, I can't stand that. I can't this. This reminds me of this and that. But honestly, if you change your thought process, you can tell where it came from in which part of the world.
Absolutely.
It's like me and onions.
Well, and there's things too, like if I asked you guys to smell, like if I asked you to smell your Elijah Craig, I don't know if you still have any. I don't know if you put ice in it.
Yeah,
you still have any?
I got some right here.
So give yourself a little. You can either smell out of the bottle or pour some in your glass.
Yeah. And
then just, there's no wrong answer because when it comes, first off,
smell it, Joe.
There you go, buddy.
My bad. That's how I smoke things.
No, it's fine. The nice thing with whiskey is that, like, if you go, vanilla and apricots, well, none of that shit's in there. So there's no wrong answer to what you smell. It's what does it remind you of when you smell it? And it's not like one smell and it's gonna be super strong, but like different things lying underneath.
All I know still from all the whiskeys that I've had, this is a smoother smelling whiskey. Like it's one of those, because the first time I poured it when we first got on the air, I was like, oh fuck. I always tell people, don't smell it, just take it, right? And so I smelled it because
that's what a lot of people say. A lot of people say, it's just the first time you smell it.
And I smelled it and I was like, damn, it's not hitting me in the face like some other ones has.
Right, so Carlos, you have a bourbon as well. Do you want to pour yourself some of the Buffalo Trace?
I don't think I can handle it more.
Come on, man.
Fair.
I'm not a drinker. I'm not a drinker, and I've already had.
Drink champs.
Is your Buffalo Trace bottle opened?
Yeah.
Okay, so then just smell it out of the bottle.
Just sniff it.
Okay.
Carlos, I'll give you $10 for the rest.
Get that perico up your nose.
So if you guys smell that, one of the things in bourbon, there's a few different things. So you start to learn what smells are usually common there. So if I said, smell that, do you smell orange peel? Not super strong, but just when you're smelling it, does orange peel come to mind?
No, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of my Nicaraguan rum. That's why I could take it.
It's just...
Yeah. And if I said caramel or vanilla.
Yes, definitely.
I can smell caramel.
Yeah.
And then there's sometimes an oakiness to it. So
the sweetness is where the sweetness came. That's probably what it was. Yeah.
Right. And if you go like dusted corn, where it tastes like it smells like corn, like you're going to smell the corn from it because it's a bourbon. Mm-hmm. But the idea is that when it comes to pattern recognition for alcohols and things like that, is when you smell them, it's not so much just like, hey brain, what do we smell? It's more like, well, I wonder, does this smell like orange? Yes or no? No, not really. Does it smell like oak? It's like, yeah, I can definitely smell a woodiness. Well, what about, vanilla?
Mm-hmm.
No, so it's almost like a checklist where instead of it just like you smell it and then all these words just float in your head.
Yeah.
You're almost like, do I smell this? Yes or no? Do I smell this? Yes or no? Oh, there's a weird sort of almost like a pepperiness, and you're kind of like, instead of just getting it all at once and it smells like this one thing, it's the idea is that you're getting kind of other scents and you're sort of going, okay, I paid attention to you, and then what's that? There's something afterwards that I'm smelling. Like it's like this, and then I smell like the corn and the orange, but then there's like a, is it like a cereal note to? No, like is it coffee? Like a kind of, it's almost like bitter. But the idea is that anyone can build the pattern, right? Like if you've never tasted apricot, you're not going to smell something and go,
big time.
Apricot.
That's very true.
Your brain's going to go to something else it knows, right. Next closest thing. Right. So what's really cool is there's a place in Scotland called the Aroma Academy, and they sell these sensory boxes where it's basically like these extracts, and the idea is that it's designed to train your palate. So it'll have like 24 different smells, and they've got like, earthiness, peat, decay, moss, orange, vanilla, oak, and you can smell them, and it's actually a way to build your palate. And they actually have these boxes for wines, they have them for bourbons, they have them for whiskeys like scotch, they have them for gins and rums and all sorts of other alcohols. And the whole idea is it's just different ways for you to basically train those patterns in your brain so that when you pick something else up, like I smell the peat right away in this, and then it's almost like there's like a medicinal kind of iodine, you know what I mean? Like the rubbing, the sanitizing or whatever, sterilizing an area. There's a little bit of that, but there's also like a little bit of like honeysuckle. You know what I mean? Like there's not a whole lot of sweet. There is, it's tough. And I don't get it every time, right? It's not like there's a right answer. You'll read what it says in the box. Sometimes it helps. You can almost read the notes if they have them.
Yeah.
And that's a starter way of kind of going, do I smell this? Do I smell that? What's in, you know what I mean? Like you can almost use what they say as a checklist because sometimes it says it on the box and I go, yeah, I don't smell that. I don't smell that at all. And
Josh,
the fun thing is there's no right or wrong answer because it's all what does it smell like to you?
To you, right. So you were mentioning stuff like from Scotland and Ireland and Tennessee and stuff. Well, in Bam's situation, he got Canadian Club.
That's right.
Is that made differently?
That is a rye. So
That's
it's
right.
at least 51% of rye. It's going to have a lot of rye spice to it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you working on that already?
Oh yeah. I throw a little Coke in there, just.
Yeah, no worries. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. If you like the flavor,
we're not
of whiskey
judging
in something.
I ain't worried about you judging. I'm not a big whiskey dude. Like I said, I'm a cognac man. So I like
absolutely.
my cognac. So.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. You know what you like. If you like something sweeter, I would say that what you would look for if you were going to do a whiskey is I would say do a bourbon or like. First choice would be a Scotch, but they're more expensive because they're coming from across the ocean. Bourbon's our neighbors to the south, right? Comes from a lot closer. You should see how much Jack and Crown Royal and shit like that cost in Scotland. I was like, this shit's so expensive. It's so cheap at home. Well, they got to fucking ship it across the ocean to get there, right? So naturally, it's more expensive. The Scotch there is cheaper than the fucking bourbon and Canadian whiskey.
Nice.
So
it's good.
Anyways,
pick it up and bring it back.
Exactly. So I would say you want to do fuck duty free. You want to do like you would look for basically a whiskey, a Scotch that was aged in like a sherry barrel or a port barrel, something that was aged in a sweet, barrel, because then you're gonna get those sweet notes from it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's what I suggest anyone who likes sweeter stuff is you go with a Scotch that's gonna be sweet, or you can go with Crown Royal. Some of the Canadian ones are very, very sweet, vanilla kind of tastes. Like sweet is relative. Like again, when you're drinking a red wine, some people go, "Oh, I taste a lot of sweetness to it." It's like there's almost no sugar. It's very tart. But when you're looking for, like, but this reminds me of fruits. Like I'm getting those fruity tastes of this, even though it's very bitter, right? Some people drink coffee and say that they have fruity aromas in the coffee, whereas like there's no sweetness until you add sugar.
They fucking lost their mind. That's why.
But all those things in there is stuff that, like, it's that all that is. And when someone goes, "Oh, I smell plums," or dried dark fruits, it's that pattern recognition is in there, and there's something in that reminds it. Those fruits are not in there, right? You're not smelling a soup trying to guess what actual ingredients went into it.
Not at all.
You're just going, what does this remind me of? Another guy was drinking a whiskey, and he was like, I felt like I was 10 years old at South Padre Beach again. And it took him some time smelling it, but what he was smelling was salt and like coconut. And for him, the smell of the coconut was from like the old sun lotions, the sunscreen and stuff like that, and the salt was from the ocean. But his brain didn't go coconut, salt. It went 12 years old, South Padre Beach, when I was a kid with the lotion. That memory, because the smell goes right brain and then over into left brain.
That's fucking dope.
Yeah.
So when you first said that, when you told us when you went to the casino and it was the first time you actually, tried a bourbon, how long ago was that?
3-4 years, maybe.
So
Max 4 years.
You got all this knowledge within 3-4 years?
He likes his whiskey.
That's dope, man. That's awesome.
I'm a lunatic. If I get interested in something, I dive in with both feet. But there's YouTube channels like that. Like I said, the Whiskey Tribe and the Whiskey Vault. Amazing. Whiskey Vault, every day of the week they put out a new whiskey, and they'll crack it, they'll smell it, give you what they think of it and just their ideas on it. So if you're kind of like, well, I wouldn't mind, I saw this thing at the LCBO, and I wouldn't mind taking a look and seeing what Rex and Daniel say about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
the Whiskey Tribe. The Whiskey Tribe, they do goofy shit with whiskeys. I've watched them try to carbonate whiskeys. They've got videos. They did a video where it was like, we didn't do this one for a very long time because it felt like clickbait, but they did a top 10 starter whiskeys for beginners.
Okay.
So the ones that I sent you guys, Monkey Shoulder was a big one on there.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. The Elijah Craig.
Elijah Craig is on that list. I believe the Buffalo Trace as well. Jack Daniels is, of course, on there. Jameson is there too. But the idea is that it's like sometimes like you want to make sure that you don't give somebody something intense like this their first time, because they try that and they go, wow, I don't like whiskey. It's like, well, again, it's this huge category. He didn't like one of them. I tried one red wine. I don't like red wine. Well, there's so many different ones with different tastes. Like
that was crazy. When I first owned the bar, that was the first thing. We needed to get white, and a few bottles of white and a few bottles of red wine. And you walk into the liquor store, and as not being a wine drinker, I was like, there's so many, right? Like, just like today when I walked in the LCBO, there's a fucking wall of whiskeys and ryes and Scott. And I'm just like, you know, if it would have been about a year ago, I would have taken my time and, looked through it, maybe, Google some stuff. But I mean, today I felt a little bit pressured with the whole
Well, it's also based on the question, right? So if you're like, well, should I get a single malt? Because I've heard that terminology. I heard it for years. No idea what it means.
No idea.
No idea.
No,
right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing too. Like there's a lot of different ways to make whiskey. Like, so funny enough, like you can have a whiskey and it's like, do you want to put ice cubes in it? And you're like, no, because I'll dilute it. But at the same time, 1 or 2 drops of water in a whiskey is a great thing. I have just like a filter that I use for that. So you could put a couple of drops of water in it. And again, going back to the science part, you're creating a chemical reaction in the whiskey that can actually make it taste better. So what's happening with that? So again, they say the 4 different ways to drink it. So straight, on the rocks, easy enough, right? In a cocktail, right? So what you guys do and mix it with some Coke or whatever. It's a whiskey flavored drink. And then with a little bit of water. And the thing that the water does is science. So you've got stuff that has been sitting in a barrel for a long time, a lot of dark, sometimes carbon and stuff like that in the whiskey. The idea is that there's a lot of things in it that are water soluble and a lot of things that are not water soluble. And so what that means is that when you do, so I'm just pouring some distilled water here so that I can do this little thing here. And what happens is you could take a sip of this and it's stuff that's just kind of mixed around, right? Mm-hmm. Smell it, whatever. So outstanding. And what you do, I love this shit. So what I do is I take my little straw here, right? A little bit of water in there.
Yeah.
Camera. And then I just add a couple little drops, just a little teeny bit of water. And what happens when I do that is I've now created a chemical reaction in the whiskey so that everything in this that was water soluble went down with the water, and everything that was not, like the oils and things like that, tried to escape the chemical reaction and they go to the surface of the glass.
Wow.
So now my next sip is going to have oil. It's going to be a lot more sort of heavy taste in there, right? So
see, Carlos, we learned this in science class. I would have probably got an A.
So that next sip tastes so much different than the first one because now I just had oils. And the thing is too, even the sip, that oil is all coating my tongue, so that taste is going to persist in my mouth longer.
Interesting.
Not every whiskey has a ton of carbon and stuff like that in it. The only way to find out if a whiskey is going to taste better with a couple of drops of water is by trying it. Yep. So if you get a whiskey, I'll sit here when I get a new whiskey and I'll try it a little bit on its own, and then I'll take my thing and add a couple of drops of water to it.
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can do that before you've kind of pulled all the oil out of it. You go over the bell curve and then you just start diluting it again. So when you pour a shitload of ice in it, you're well over that curve. Like it's gone well over the other. I think the example they give is like if your car drips oil in the driveway and then it rains a little bit, you get that sort of oil slick, but then it rains again and overwhelms and just washes it away. Kind of the same idea. So getting those oils to rise to the surface, and some of them just don't. Some of them you put a little bit of water in and it just tastes a little more watered down.
Wow.
There's no change or some change, or some of them you put it in there and it's just. But that's another way. So if you see some guy who's sitting with a whiskey and he's got a little straw, like I'm not saying he's going to show up with his own like I have at home.
Yeah.
But if he's got a little straw and he's just kind of putting a couple drops in water, he's not being a prick. He's playing with it. He's tasting the whiskey. You know what I mean? He's trying to explore that whiskey that's in there and see what's in there.
He's appreciating his whiskey. That's all.
Exactly.
That is fucking crazy.
So the people that I see on TV, obviously, right? And you see the soap operas, and then you see these guys with the little glass jars.
I don't watch soap operas. So
I don't know Carlos.
Yeah, no, nobody does.
We all work.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? When you see it in movies and they're pouring themselves a glass of whiskey or something like that. Yeah. That does nothing. Like taking it out of the bottle and putting it into like a glass jar does nothing for the taste.
You mean their own specific
the decanters?
Yes.
Decanters. It's not hurting it as long as it's full. So I'll actually show you guys something very cool that I learned about through the Whiskey Tribe. This was something they were doing. They're talking about infinity bottles. And that's fascinating to me because I was like, what's an infinity bottle? And then I got to learn about it. So give me 2 quick seconds.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go grab my infinity bottle to show you.
Bam's going to grab another smoke.
Nah, Bam is already.
Bam, how do you have the balls to blow into a $400 microphone?
What are you talking about?
Are you fucking crazy?
I don't know why everybody keep thinking I'm blowing over.
Yeah, it didn't take long.
Dude, because I'm watching you. We're all watching you.
So this here, let me get a little bit of the dust off it. I haven't been drinking a lot during COVID and whatnot. You don't be stuck at home, isolated, drinking by yourself. So this is an infinity bottle. It's just a plain bottle. It's got a synthetic cork. Okay. So it's not actual cork, it's synthetic. You want to know something interesting? You store whiskey and spirits upright. You store wine on the side. Wine has a much lower alcohol content. Whiskey, the higher alcohol content, will eat the cork. So over time, it will dissolve and eat the cork.
Okay,
Sometimes you'll hear about things tasting corky and shit like that. It's because it's been stored. So wine can store on its side in the cellar and turn it and all that bullshit. It's not going to eat the cork. Spirits will. So if you have an infinity bottle, it's best to get a bottle that is a synthetic cork. My friend, I believe his name was Alex, who was messaging us, asked me if I had tried the Gretzky stuff. I have indeed. I have 2 infinity bottles.
That was D that I asked,
D, I apologize.
Yeah, no worries.
So he's this is the Wayne Gretzky bottle. Okay?
Yeah.
So was that you pulling up the question, or he just asked?
No, I pulled it up.
Okay, fair. No, I don't know how it works. So this right here is an infinity bottle. It was a Wayne Gretzky whiskey. It had a synthetic cork. Wasn't a lot to take off the bottle, so I'm like, this will be a perfect infinity bottle. So I have 2 of these, and with those guys there, what an infinity bottle was. So those first few bottles that I told you, is even the ones that I brought home. The thing was, I didn't find this out till afterwards, is I just opened all these bottles and thought it's good until I drink it all, right? Alcohol doesn't expire. It doesn't expire, but it does evaporate. And as the alcohol leaves it, it starts to taste different. Yes. So even though you could still have this much fluid in it, the alcohol has evaporated. So when the bottle's pretty full, you got a long time with it.
Okay.
But I had opened everything I got from that show. I had opened all the bottles and just tried them. And I'm like, my alcohol's good. And then I found out that once you open a bottle of whiskey, you got about 2, maybe 3 years to drink it when it's still full. As soon as that bottle is half empty, you got 2, maybe 3 months before it starts to go. So, and I mean, go isn't just, it's going to taste different. And if you're buying a $200, $300, $400 bottle of whiskey, when it's half empty and you don't want to be powering through it just because. So now I've got a collection. I only open a few bottles at a time and I enjoy them and then I move on to something else. But what's cool about an infinity bottle, the reason they call it an infinity bottle, is that you can take, when I get down to the last little bit in a bottle, I'll add it to my infinity bottle. And I'll create a blend of different whiskeys and things that I know I like. If I drink a whiskey and I didn't like, it doesn't end up in the infinity bottles. I have 3 infinity bottles currently. I have a sweet scotch, and I have a peated smoky scotch, and then I have a bourbon infinity bottle. So any bourbon that I like. So my bourbon bottle has Single Barrel Jack, it has Buffalo Trace, it has Elijah Craig, it has Blanton's, it has Knob Creek. It's actually an old Knob Creek bottle. So so like I was telling you guys before, because some people go, oh my God, you just mix together like swill. It's like, I had already, you tell them, well, that's how whiskey's made. It's blended from different barrels. Yeah. Right? So I'm just making a private blend. And what's wicked about this is it ends up being something that's unlike anything else on the planet.
Yeah,
right?
and unique
blends of whiskeys I know I like. Mm-hmm. And so what you end up getting is a real interesting sort of tasting whiskey. Right now, the reason you separate them into different kinds, you don't have to. You can blend them all together. In fact, the Whiskey Tribe, they do what's called blend-ageddons every now and again, where they'll just take a barrel and they will put whatever from wherever in it. They get suggestions from their viewers, and they just start adding all these different whiskeys, and what you get is what you get, right? But depending on what you're doing, so in a regular infinity bottle, the idea is that you want to put whiskeys that you like, but if you have a really smoky whiskey, you don't want to add that to a bunch of sweet ones because that smoky flavor can overwhelm.
True enough.
Same thing, I wouldn't put Fireball. Like in flavored whiskeys, you don't do that because you're going to end up with that cinnamon flavor just overwhelming everything, fucking up all these ones. Yeah. But it's a cool way for a real nice whiskey that I have to effectively live forever, because I can have a drink out of this and then pour, what's left of another bottle in here. And the idea is that original whiskey is still kind of always a part of it, like when you're making sourdough or whatever.
Because you'd rather have the bottle to be full, obviously, right?
That's right. So when I get down to that thing where it's a use it or lose it, I'll add it to my infinity bottle. I'll pour myself enough room. I'll enjoy a really nice blend that I know I like, and then refill the infinity bottle, and I just keep that living sort of
that
personal
totally makes
blend
sense.
going. Yeah. So an infinity bottle is a way that you can keep your whiskey collection, the expensive stuff. It stays alive forever that way because it just ends up as a permanent.
Because in my case, I wouldn't have known that. I would have had to call in sick and then finish the fucking bottle. You know what I mean? So
all right.
I'd be like, sorry, boss, I got this much left. I can't let it go to waste.
Absolutely. So
what's that?
You're fine. You're fine.
I put October
Carlos,
2020.
$10. I sent you an EMT already. I want $10. I'll buy the rest of that off.
You want to mix them together?
That's a cool thing with whiskey, was learning that like it never goes old until it's opened. So I could have a bottle here that's forever. Once I open it, that's when the alcohol will start to go.
That is crazy.
So once you open it, try to drink it within 2-3 years.
That makes sense.
And it'll still have alcohol. It's just going to taste different. So if you are a connoisseur, you buy a $200 bottle, know that by drinking half of it and then just sitting on this much for 5 years thinking, oh, I'll wait till I get married or something to drink the rest. It's like when you drink that, it's going to taste so different. It's had a whole big empty bottle. So one option, infinity bottle it. 2, finish it. 3, you can pull it in a smaller container.
Okay.
So you can buy like 375, half a size bottle, and maybe now it'll keep it more full.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Less air, but even once it's open, it's still going. If it's half a bottle, you can bring it back to that 1 or 2 year thing by immediately putting it in a smaller container versus letting it sit with all that air.
No, that's cool, man. That's a genius. That's a good idea. Just don't let the bottles go to waste, man. So that makes sense.
It's an expensive hobby.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. Josh, so I was talking to Carlos about a few weeks ago, and he was telling me that someone hacked into your Instagram.
Oh yeah, my Facebook.
Your social media? Oh, was your
Facebook? Whole thing's gone. I have a brand new Facebook account now. It was a gigantic pain in the ass, like huge pain in the ass, and pissed me off big. Somebody, I guess I went to bed on a Wednesday night, woke up to people messaging me going like, hey, are you mad at me or something? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? People are like, I went to send you a message or whatever, and it said that we weren't friends and I was blocked or whatever. Your account was shut down. So I was like not aware of this. So this is me find out like 8 o'clock in the morning. I go to log into Facebook. It says, basically I got an email in the middle of the night that says, here is the password reset you requested. And then 10 minutes later, we believe some suspicious activity has happened on your account and we've frozen your account to protect you. Great. Cool. So when I log in and I verify myself and then it starts asking me, this is what happened in the last 48 hours. Was this you? And I'm like, this is like, yes. And then it added a bunch of friends. And I was like, no. Basically all my pending requests had all been added. So I was like, well, no. All that shit wasn't me. And then everything else was me. And then it says, great, welcome back to your account. We need to send you a 2-factor authentication. So we're sending you this thing to your cell phone number. Is this your number? Yes, it was. Okay, send code. And I just sat there like an idiot and no code. So I clicked the resend code button. Nothing. Didn't come on my computer, didn't come on my phone. I was like, okay. And I hit resend code a second time. And when I hit it the second time, it said, you've requested too many codes. Your account is blocked for 24 hours before you can send another code. And I tried it again later that afternoon. Nothing. I tried again the next day. Nothing. And I was like, fine, I'm going to wait a full 24 hours before hitting that button again. And I think I tried it like Friday afternoon. I didn't try it again until Sunday morning. Okay, so I let all 24 calendar hour Saturday go. Yeah. And it gave me the code. I was like, great. I logged in and it said, excuse me, your account violated our standards or whatever and was blocked for that reason. Would you like to appeal this thing? And I was like, yeah, I got hacked. So I clicked on appeal and it said, thank you. We will re-review your like, that was it. I was like, that was it. What? That's it. I don't have to tell you what it is. So I started like,
appropriate.
Yeah. So I tried again, like the next day and it was like, I was like, no, your account has been blocked. You've already appealed your decision and we have determined that your account did in fact violate it. This decision is irreversible, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what the fuck? So I went online, tried to find any way I could contact Facebook at all to be like, it wasn't me. Whatever it was, I got hacked. I even was going to be like, listen, if it happened before midnight on Wednesday, it was me, whatever it was. Yeah. But if it happened after that, that wasn't me. That was the hacker. Like, how do you send me a thing saying there's suspicious activity? I clicked on, I was hacked. You give me my account back, yet you don't look at any of the activity. My thoughts are that they something was reported, and when I appealed it, they looked at what the thing was and goes, no, that goes against our thing, so you're still blocked. It's like, no, but look at my account. Hell, yes. What happened? There's no email address. There's no phone number. There's no button I can click because it wouldn't even let me into the account to go to the help center. So you can't even go to help center to ask for help.
Yeah.
And so there is literally no way to get in. I found a link that I clicked on that allowed me to where's thing where it's like, request, what was it? Should we look into appeal? Request appeal.
Okay, you had appeal, yeah.
And it had a text box to type something in. I'm like, oh, that would have been great. I found this box. I got so excited. I typed in the big, long story what happened, and I clicked on it. You've already appealed once, and our decision, and we determined it not to be about, this decision is irreversible. So they wouldn't take in, but that first time I clicked appeal, there was no text box. There was nothing. It was like literally one button.
Oh, get the fuck out.
And that was it. So, and because my Instagram is connected to my Facebook, it was shut the fuck down too.
Yeah.
And we'll look into it, but it's like it's never let me back in. So, in fact, I even made a new Facebook account with One Man Podcast as my email address.
Okay.
The podcast one. And because One Man Podcast was one of my recovery emails from the other account, I made the account. It existed for about an hour, and then it too got shut down and said we went against its standards or whatever.
Oh my God.
So I'm using an address that they never had. And when they asked me if I wanted to put my phone number on the account, I went, hell no. So I put my phone number in, and guess what? Oh, link to the old account, boom, shut down.
It's very true,
yeah. And I'm talking
pain.
I think at least 15 years I've had that Facebook account. I have pictures. I uploaded pictures to Facebook so I could get rid of the physical copies.
You know what? It's funny you say that because that's what I'm thinking about because that's what I do. Get it off my phone or...
Yep. I uploaded a shitload of pictures to my Instagram because I was getting them off my phone, and I'll keep them in my online database. Gone.
Oh, what the fuck?
There's nothing I can email. There's nothing I can do. They are gone. I had over 4,000 friends on there. People in the industry. Bill Burr was on there. It was one of my friends. I've had people who have now changed their name and they're undiscoverable if you're not their friend.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember comics I've worked with in other cities and bookers' names and things.
That's fucking sad.
Gone. And and through no fault of my own. I didn't give away my password. I didn't invite someone to hack me. My account got hacked while I was sleeping. I woke up to it, and I've never been back in my account. It's gone.
That's fucked up.
I'm not heartbroken about it, but it's such an injustice. The hacking shit happens. I'm more pissed off that fucking Facebook. How do you make it so there's zero way to contact you with text? Literally buttons that are appeal, but I can click a button, but I can't explain anything. There's no way for me to, dude, I spent days and I found all these email addresses from 2012 articles about here's how to contact Facebook. And I find that, here's all these different email addresses, security@facebook.com, accounts.
Yeah.
And I put them all into my email and I typed these big long letters, send, mailer demon, invalid account.
Get the fuck out.
All these things.
No way.
Yeah. There's no way to get a hold of Facebook if you're not logged into their service. So I had to create a new account, and part of me is I don't want to reach out to Facebook and say,
because they'll shut down this one, right?
Yeah. In fact, I actually, believe it or not, you know what I had to do? I had to completely, and I haven't even finished doing it because it's a giant pain in the ass. Oh, isn't that an interesting little visual?
What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
I think that's the facial recognition showing up. How about that?
That's pretty dope.
The old account information was stuck in the app. So when I tried to put my new username and password in the Facebook app, it wouldn't let me in. So I had to erase my phone because all of that data is stored in my backups. So I had to erase everything off my phone and slowly start reinstalling every app and manually.
Wow, that's crazy.
So the level of headache that this has caused, again, through no fault of my own, but whoever this person is that hacked me, I got a couple buddies who are pretty good hackers. Believe it or not, they actually used to enter hacking competitions in the 90s.
Yeah.
They use software, and all of them were able to determine that the person who hacked me is actually in Ottawa.
If we find them,
they can't narrow it down. They can't narrow it down any more than that. One of them found New Edinburgh, one of them found South Bank, but they're but this person is using a Rogers service in Ottawa.
We got to beat him down on the podcast.
Not me. I use Bell.
We know it's not you. You can't even run the fucking podcast properly. We know it's not you. Fuck.
I don't know who it is, but a lot of people are saying that it's probably someone who knew you and was able to guess. Because the idea was they didn't get my Facebook info. They got my email info.
Oh, okay.
So what they did was they had my email password, because when I looked later on, I saw that the email requesting a password change had already been opened. So what this person did was they went onto Facebook, typed in my email address.
It's an ex-girlfriend, Josh.
And hit say, recover password. Then they just went into my email. Nobody has it. Even the exes don't have my password.
Are you sure? Right.
Yeah. One of my buddies, like, the first thing out of his mouth was like, well, who did you give your password to? I go, why the fuck would I give anybody my email password?
Yeah.
What situation? Well, yeah, here's my email password. Go ahead and fuck with my life. What situation would you ever give someone maybe your wife? But even then, it's like, honey, I'll fucking.
Bam, do you give your wife your passwords?
No.
If she needs to see something, I will forward it to her.
Yeah.
You know what? And bringing that up, there's a level of privacy that everybody should have. You get what I'm saying? And your spouse or whoever you with always be like, well, I ain't got nothing to hide. You
cheating on my girlfriend.
Calm down.
Your mic, bro.
They usually say, I ain't got nothing to hide, so you can go through my stuff whenever you want. I don't want to go through your stuff because I don't want you going through my stuff.
I don't want to watch you.
You understand?
Poop. There's some levels of privacy.
I don't want to watch you poop. Yeah.
It's not that I don't trust you.
It's just a matter of this is me over here, that's you over there, and do what you need to do, whatever the case may be.
Everybody does, right? I mean, you can't ever see inside my head for my thoughts, anyways. That's trust.
That's right.
You're never going to know what every one of my thoughts.
That's facts.
Yes, I think your sister's hot.
True. That's true. What's in my head, you'll never know. You'll never know what's in my head. So why do you need to know what I'm doing over here? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And you know what? If you don't trust your partner, then that's a conversation. And if you can't trust them without monitoring them, first off, that's going to build resentment. Everyone has to have that trust in the relationship. If you don't have the trust, leave me then. If you don't trust me, if I can't have my own emails, I can't go for a walk without you wanting to know where I'm going and following me. And, I'm hanging out with the boys. You're going to call me every 5 minutes. Like, if you don't trust me, let's just not do this.
There you go.
That's where I'm at.
That's right.
It's not that, you can trust me through my shit. It's like, I trust you. That's why I don't need to.
That's right. You can't prevent something that's going to happen. You get what I'm saying? Like, if I wanted to do something, or if somebody wanted to do something, no matter what you say, what you do is not going to stop them from doing what they're going to do. You know what I mean? So, you know what? Here's the trust. You know my line. You know where it is. You cross it, we got problems, right? So
exactly. I don't need your Facebook passwords and your Twitter.
Carlos, do you agree with this, guys?
But all you have to do is create different email accounts.
Right. That's just as see that right there creates that mistrust right there. That right there.
You weren't supposed to say that.
I love you.
But if she wants to see,
you're my flower.
Turn your mic down, Carlos.
If she wants to see the junk email, go ahead. We'll see them.
Why's your sound like shit, Carlos?
Turn your mic down, Carlos.
I don't know. I'm having technical difficulties.
I was gonna say you got.
How about now? Better?
Mic.
It's because Carlos finally talked and no one knows what the fuck he sounded like before. But yeah, no. So that's the sucks because like you were saying, like now there's contacts that you don't have anymore. And you're right because I put all my pictures on Facebook like a fucking photo album. And you're right because I put all my pictures on Facebook like. Carlos, what are you doing?
Point. It's a double point. It's good to get.
Is that you again, Carlos?
The point's so nice. We heard it twice.
Yeah.
But I tell people that I go, listen, like. I'm not like, oops, I lost my Facebook account.
That's right.
I changed my password and I can't remember it. I went to bed. Everything made sense in the world. I woke up and I never, ever set foot in my Facebook account ever again. I have no idea what this person posted to get me banned because Facebook didn't tell me. I have no idea who it was or what happened. All I know is that I went to bed, my account worked, I woke up, and I'll never see it again.
That is fucking crazy.
It's not sad to me. It's just frustrating because I feel like if Facebook, like you'd think, okay, we banned the account, there was some activity. Like they should be able to click on my account and see like a list of shit that's occurred. Oh, this person has had two password resets in the last 5 hours. So obviously we sent him a notification saying there might be suspicious activity.
That's right.
So obviously this person reset, the suspicious person, and then he's trying to get his account back, and it was verified by him. Okay, it was a hacker. Contact me. Did you post this article? Yes, I did. Okay, well, that's in violation of our lines. That's you. You got to go. Or, you were hacked. Like, it's all the information's right fucking there. But they don't care. They don't care. Like, they don't.
No, they don't.
They can destroy an account I've had for almost 20 years, and it doesn't matter to them.
No.
But I'm like, it bums me out that there's shit that you won't get back.
And like you said, you had to wipe your phone and take the app off because all your data was stored in the background. And the funny thing is, they will still use all that data. You can't use your Facebook, but they'll still use that data to sell it, to make money on it, so on and so on. And that's why I think too much data being shared, too much bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
Rogers will sell your phone number to someone and they calling you for no fucking reason.
Exactly.
You know?
No, man, they're calling you because you
got a
owe
second
money.
phone.
Because you actually owe money. That's a difference.
You got a second phone.
I'm getting phone calls from Mexico
Carlos,
about being at a resort.
what's with you with 2 fucking emails and 2 phones here? Well, what's are you? Who are you?
What's the business account?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What kind of business you got going,
Yeah,
Carlos?
Carlos. Fucking Pablo Escobar.
My business, my painting company. So I got 2 different lines.
Okay, so you want everyone else? They're still going to sell that information though, if they really wanted to. No.
You can have a fake number that automatically routes to your phone, and then it'll tell you instead of paying for 2 different cell phone plans.
Like, are you guys all not going to? Did you not all get those messages that you're all going to jail because of your taxes or some shit like that?
Oh yeah, get no phone calls.
Yeah.
No, you need to report, call them back
on your social
in
insurance.
24 hours.
Carlos, you sound like shit, man. Just stop talking. So
What is the matter with this thing?
I don't know, bro. So so
Definitely,
Josh,
Dakota, definitely they if they looked, I don't know if they're looking. I think they literally just go, you know, whatever the thing that they clicked on that was you know, someone was like, oh my god, that whatever it is, horrible report.
yeah,
Like, or he tried to send 700 like spam messages. Like I remember I was doing a show and I was copy and pasting like the link for people, like, hey, I got this show coming up.
Okay.
Check it out if you want to. And I was like in my messages, like copy and pasting it. And after like 40 of them, Facebook's like, you're spamming people. We're disabling your messages for an hour. And I was like, okay, that makes sense.
yeah.
Everyone like once a week I would have somebody who's sending me a link to shoes or sunglasses or a post for Ray-Bans. I'm like, yeah, their account got hacked.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
they're
that's
not gone. They fix it and move on. So I was like, what did this person do? So that when they clicked report, someone saw it, went report, and then Facebook is like, oh, you got blocked for this one thing. What is this one thing? Yeah, that's you're blocked forever. Click the block forever. They even said this decision is not reversible. So
That's
it's
retarded.
like in stone forever. You're never coming back on Facebook and Instagram.
That's ridiculous.
Instagram's also getting shut down, and anything you ever connect to Facebook ever again with any email from here or any phone number associated is dead in the water instantly. I haven't even like wrote stuff on Facebook or added any pictures or anything. Like I've got my picture there because when I started adding people again, they're like, "Is it really you?
Is
And
it
I'm
you?
like,
Yeah,
it is
exactly.
definitely
Yeah.
me." Like,
Yeah.
and so the idea was like, but I didn't start like putting a bunch of posts and writing shit up because I was like, well, let's give it 24 hours because if they, you know, there's got to be algorithms that go, okay, so the job, the city, the friends list they're related to, it's all the same as this account again, shut it down and fucking destroy it. So I'm still here. I'm still here like weeks later, but it was just like that. There's a lot of the plus side. I'm trying not to be like the old Josh could have been an angry motherfucker forever, but new Josh or current Josh 2.0, 3.0, whatever. Now,
Josh 2020.
I'm trying to get the positive from it, and I've been out of my long-term relationship for over a year now, and it's still tough. I didn't go through Facebook and Instagram and get rid of all the pictures. So that's the positive. That's one thing that as a result of this I don't have.
Okay. I see that.
So
Josh, what's going on? So here we are, COVID 2020. We're what? October.
Coming to you live, COVID 2020.
Yeah, fucking COVID 2020. We are not being able to see each other. We're cut up on the screen over here. So, have you talked to any of your comedian friends and noticed, like, you know, like there's a bit of a struggle going on here with the wait and how long you guys haven't been on stage for? Or like,
well, it's just waiting for shit to come back. You know, it's clubs are different. Like what is it? Zoom comedy didn't work. Everyone's like, yeah, let's do some Zoom shows. And I was like, no, there's no audience. And even if there is, you can't hear everybody at once.
That's right.
Same environment. You know what I mean? Like it's doing a
feel,
Facebook Live video with audience members there. It's not the same energy. Like even when we film a special, there's a live audience when they film it. There's a reason for that. You need that audience there when you're filming, or it affects the quality of the show. So lots of comics are doing like Zoom interviews. You get people on telling funny stories, whatever, but it's not the same thing.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not.
That's why you don't see Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle trying to do Zoom comedy stand-up.
That's right.
So it's the thing is that the comedy clubs came back for a while, and it was like social distance audience, so it was weird. You had people in the comedy clubs, but the tables were spaced out, so the energy is spaced out. Like, look at it this way: you're watching sports on TV now, and they're putting audience sound on it.
I know.
Even and they're putting little cardboard cutouts. In fact, Jason from Absolute, no word of a lie, right away early on when they were talking about maybe opening up someday, I think this was in May. He was saying, what we should do is we should get cardboard cutouts, and that way we can still put all the tables, and we'll put cutouts, so with the comics in the dark, you can see all these faces. It doesn't fuck with you as much as just all these gaps. Would have cost a lot of money, didn't end up doing, but you see that in the baseball games when you're looking behind, they've got all these cutouts. Well, just because empty seats, you feel everyone's you've been at a live sports game where it's half empty, and the energy is just less.
Mm-hmm. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's got to be weird for a performer. And even weird for us to watch on TV. I'm just like, this is fucking weird. Like, I don't know. I'm not even engaged. I wasn't really engaged in the NBA finals. The Stanley Cup playoff finals, I found out on the news who won. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
They didn't even put the last game on TV.
They didn't, Carlos?
Nope. Wow. It wasn't live.
I didn't know that.
That's the thing, right? You feel like you're watching an exhibition game or like you're sitting in on their practice. Because there's no crowd, there's no energy. And even an athlete, even though their performance isn't based on the crowd, because it's not like, as a comic, your response is what tells me I'm being funny.
100%. 100%.
As an athlete, it's not the same, but they're still going to feel that energy difference when the place is packed versus when it's just them and the other team.
Well, I'm going to say, like, I'm going to blame it on the Raptors' loss on not having a home field advantage because they played in a bubble. That's what I'm going to blame it on, So. Because you know what I mean? They were second seed. They should have got the 7 games. 4 of them should have been at home. Whatever. So I'm going to blame that on that. But yeah, as a comic, you are literally relying on your audience for that job to be done, to feel success, to get those laughs. I don't understand when they kept saying they're going to do Zoom stuff. I'm like, how the fuck are they going to get that feel?
No real comics did Zoom shows.
You can't. You just couldn't do it. I don't know.
They're doing rooftop shows and everything outside to do backyard shows and street shows. They were doing all that where the audience was there and real. Trying to do it social distance and stuff. But a lot of that shit got, like, again, when they opened up, it was like, great, there's these opportunities to do stuff. Shit got shut down again. So in Ontario, where we are, it's another month. My roommate is the owner of Absolute Comedy. Both Toronto and Absolute Comedy Ottawa shut down for 30 days. However, Absolute Comedy Kingston's still open. Kingston's not one of the shut down. And in 2 weeks' time, I will be in Kingston headlining and hosting. So I've got some dates on the calendar coming up.
Hold on a second. Give me a ticket. I'm coming.
Into Kingston?
Yeah, man.
Joe loves Kingston.
I love Kingston.
It's a short drive,
Yeah, man,
I love Kingston.
The dates for that are, looks like...
Get a belly buster.
The 28th of
that's a Friday.
Of October. 28th of October is Wednesday.
Oh, it's a Wednesday, yes, because you got paid on the 29th.
Yep, till November 8th is the last day that I'm in Kingston. So it's 2 weeks.
Yep, I'm down, man. I love Kingston. Any reason to get out there, man? I love Kingston.
Well, for the next month, it's the only place that has.
That is fucking crazy, man.
So how come they have a different rule?
Well, it's because the government shut down Ottawa, Toronto, and some surrounding boroughs and those areas were peaking for Corona, whereas Kingston wasn't.
613 still. Either way, what works?
Whatever. But so now it's always a conspiracy talk. What's your real feel about this COVID scenario with you? 7 months in,
like it's cause or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Do you see an end game? Is it a government bullshit? Is it real?
I think it's real. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know enough about it to say it's not.
Yeah.
And here's why. I know people that know people who've died of it.
Okay, fair enough.
Or at least that's what the doctors told them. They
of course.
I believe it was Corona, but who knows? I'm not so stupid as to say that no, nothing ever happened. I try to figure out if it's a fake thing. Like if it was, let's say, one country got it and everyone was dying, it was a pandemic in a country, I would go, okay, well, what would their government stand to gain? Is it a population control, whatever it is? For the entire world to get it, I try to think, like when it comes to conspiracies, you go, well, who would gain what from this happening? And then sometimes you can come up with it. Like
that's right. That's right.
Like pharmaceutical companies are evil because they don't want to cure disease because You cure disease, you get paid once, but you treat a disease
It's over. It's
forever.
around.
You're paid for life, right? Chris Rock said the cure is the money's not in the cure, the money's in the treatment.
That's right.
Right. So I'm not gonna fix your diabetes when I can sell you diabetes medication
for the rest of your life.
Right.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. I have people who are like, but why would the pharmaceutical companies not want to help you? It's like, fucking kidding me? Like my dentist, I fucking hate dentists. My dentist was gonna drill and fill my wisdom tooth, and I go, it's the same price to get the fuck out of there. How about you get them the fuck? There's 2 of them that had cavities. I go, why don't you get them the fuck out of here?
Yeah.
So these things can stop making money. My wisdom teeth came in when I was younger, so I could have got them out for free when I was young. My dentist goes, oh, there's plenty of room in there. They come in, they push all my teeth forward. My front 2 teeth go.
That's right. That's right.
I end up paying for Invisalign out of my own pocket because I'm a comic. There's no benefits.
Hold on a sec.
So my wisdom teeth cost me Invisalign, and then they get cavities, and it's like, okay, well, why don't we fill them? Get them the fuck out of there. They've already cost me more money. They could have come out for free when I was a kid. Room. Now then we pay for fucking orthodontics to fix their mistakes. Now they got cavities. We're going to drill them and just leave them in there so they can keep giving you free work over the next. Get them the fuck out.
There is not one human being that I know that went for a cleaning and didn't have to go back for other shit, man. I'm telling you, they're like mechanics, bro.
Yeah.
They fix your hose, but they fucking put a hole through your muffler on the way out. I'm telling you.
I told him, I go, get them out. He goes, well, you want to take them out? It's like the same price. Yeah. Why would I fill them? You can work on them again. They're cash for you. Get them.
That's right.
They've lived in there rent-free long enough. Get them the fuck out.
I fucking agree. I totally agree.
So
I'm going to the dentist tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to go back on the 22nd. One of the things, so in terms of like what could Corona be to somebody, right? Like what's the what end game? I'm like, what are they? Amazon wanted to lock everyone down and then everyone had to buy everything from them. Is that is that a global thing? Do they have that much influence that they can control governments and stuff? I don't know. All I know is that people are dying. A lot of people too. Like, here's the thing about statistics and information and arguments.
Of course,
is everybody can structure an argument to meet what they want. So when people go, "Oh, more people die every year of the flu,"
that's right.
Okay, but we also like if you just make that argument. Okay, sure, based on those pieces of information, sure, more people die every year of the flu. However, we don't shut the world down for the flu.
That's right.
So these numbers are coming from a world that is shut down. If you shut down the world every year, the flu deaths would also
go lower. It would be also lower.
As well.
Yes.
So COVID has a mortality rate. So when you just compare apples and oranges, like, oh, the flu kills more. Sure, but we don't be careful because of the flu. It just happens, right? But if you shut the world down, like, well, COVID's killing still less. Yeah, but their mortality rate is 10 times the amount that the flu is. So.
See, the only reason why I thought it was weird, because, you know, like with especially me and Bam, we travel a lot. We meet a whole lot of people, the States, you know, Russia, etc., Germany. Yeah. And obviously with social media, you keep in contact with them. And every time you're like, hey, they're like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, oh, we're going back to stage 2. A lot of people from states, even different countries, it feels like they're doing the exact same step as us on the exact same day, which always made me feel like, are the leaders aligning? Like they're not even living in a country or a city like ours, but there's certain things, there's certain patterns that always made me go, you guys too? Like, what the fuck? So it makes you think.
Finland that have had like almost no cases. Like you look at Halifax and they're still under 1,000 cases.
No, we got none. We got none right now.
Yeah.
It's because none of you guys want to live there. That's why.
Well, the thing is,
we're happy because you're not here.
There's different values too. Like the thing is, the young people went on spring break.
True.
Right away. They did. That's not a thing. It doesn't affect us. Who cares? A comic. I don't remember which comic it was. It might have been my buddy Derek Langvanus. But somebody posted, I understand not wearing a helmet and I understand not wearing a seatbelt. I don't understand drinking and driving.
Okay, yeah,
and
okay.
The point is that helmet and seatbelt affects you.
Yes.
Drinking and driving, you can hurt
affects
someone
everybody else. Yes.
Not wearing a mask is drinking and driving. Just because
someone
you
else.
feel like, I don't care if I get it, but you could get it and you could be passing it on and you don't even know it. You're drinking and driving when you do that.
You know what's funny, Josh? You know Joey Diaz, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he's the best.
I met Joey Diaz.
Oh, dude, that guy's a fucking blast. So he's on the Joe Rogan thing, and he's talking about the 6 feet being 6 feet apart, right?
Yeah.
He's like, "Fuck that! Have you seen the way I spit? You got to be 30 feet away from me."
Oh yeah, he gets mad. He gets himself going, and he starts.
Oh fuck, playing. Man, I died. He's like, I get right into it. Fucking food's coming out of my mouth.
Well,
I loved it.
Is that, like, if you're wearing a mask, like they fucked themselves over by saying, "Oh, the mask doesn't do anything," because they were trying to save the supplies for the medical people at first.
Oh, that's right.
So they wanted everyone to think, "Oh, there's nothing." So they made everyone believe that the masks didn't do anything, and then when there was enough, it was like, "Wear a mask." And everyone's like, "But you said it doesn't do anything." We all should have been wearing masks right from the get-go.
Yep.
And we should have been staying home.
From the get-go.
People didn't do that. People would go out and go, yes, people should stay home. I mean, not me. I can go do what I want to do, but other people should definitely stay home. My roommates were going wherever they wanted to go. My one roommate, his girlfriend works at the hospital. He would go to her house two nights a week, spend the night, just come back. No protective measures. Just, okay, so you were with somebody in a hospital that has had COVID outbreaks.
My
you
wife
could get something from her and bring it back here to us. You don't care. I can't see my friends or family because I have no idea what you're bringing back. Because you don't just bring it back and I got 24 hours and I know I'm good. It could be 5 to 15 days before I start showing symptoms.
That's right.
So I can't go see anybody I care about to be safe.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here. I'm doing the right thing. When I go out, he's like, well, you're going shopping. I go shopping once every 10 days with a mask and gloves. I don't wear gloves.
I've been shopping twice since coronavirus. Thank you to my parents. Thank you to Nikki that goes shopping for me. I appreciate that. Alex also helps me out. If you guys die of coronavirus, I apologize.
My wife works at the hospital. They take the measures to keep themselves safe. So
if he's the thing.
If he's going to visit his girlfriend, they're taking the right precautions and keep it safe.
Yeah, right? But here's what I didn't like is I'm like, they took precautions, but there were still outbreaks in that hospital. And I was like, they're good, but when they leave the hospital, they're still opening doors. They're still, touching handles that they may have touched on. Like they're better, they're safer, but it's not foolproof. And here's what really bothered me is they were both like, oh, it's no big deal. You can't get it. We're taking all the precautions. Great.
Yeah, but then
when she was going to go visit her parents who were older, so she went and got tested first. She wouldn't go see them without getting tested. If you're so fucking certain that you were safe and there was no way you could get it, then why'd you get tested before that?
Hold on. But in that defense,
about us to get tested, but
her parents might have made her go get tested though. In her defense,
no, this was her to do it. And even if her parents made her.
I'm just saying, I could be 100% of one thing. If Ben's like, "Fuck you, motherfucker, you come to visit me, you got to do X," and
that's true. The parents
but I'm saying that this is the same person who didn't care. Like we have 3 roommates here, so every time he left and came back, there was 3 other people that didn't ask to be a part of your little entourage.
Oh yeah.
You don't care. You're walking around the house breathing on everything. Like whatever you bring back, we're all gonna get.
So, at the end of the day, it's
understandable.
So Alex has a question here.
Yeah, hey buddy, you don't think the most vulnerable to be put back on lockdown instead of everyone in crippled economy? It's not about putting the most vulnerable on lockdown because how do they get their shit? All it takes is one 15-year-old delivery, grocery delivery driver who didn't care, who touches their handle, and when they open the door to let their, go out for a walk with their dog, like the idea is that people aren't really. I'm not like a sky is falling guy.
No.
I wash my hands and I wear a mask. But the idea is that like if I take my mom shopping, I watch her like touch everything on the shelf, and then she'll grab her phone, and I go, "Mom, you're touching everything. Like if you're touching something with Corona on it, if the person before you has Corona and they're doing everything that you're doing, I go, even if you go home and wash your hands and then you go pull your phone out of your purse, well, guess what? Your phone has
because there's something an item that you
touched.
Yeah.
Stop fucking touching everything."
We can't.
And the biggest thing that was the issue and why I believe a lot of why it spread is that the thing is. There's so many people going, it's not a threat. And I go, I'm not scared. I'm not like the sky's falling. But anyone who thought, it's not a threat, it's not a big deal, that was the biggest problem. The reason being is that when you think there's no threat, when you think nothing's going on, you're not paying attention to what you're doing. You're not being careful. So at least if you respected the fact that you could get sick, then that just means you're paying attention. You're wearing gloves. You're watching. Like even some people would touch things when they're out. You get in, you touch the handle of your car, you touch the wheel in your car, you're touching your seatbelt.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's all sorts of YouTube videos of people doing things with like infrared paint where they'll touch something and they'll interact in a room. And then afterwards they flick the lights on. There's one person who had the paint on their hand with a room of 20 people. And then they flick the lights off afterwards and you see everyone's got paint. Some people have paint on their face because they touched something that someone else touched and it transferred and all this stuff. And it was to show you how much things transfer from
without
one
even
person
you
to another,
knowing, right? Without even knowing.
Well,
do you ever see the idiot at the
that.
store? You ever see the idiot at the store that wore one set of gloves thinking he's totally safe?
Oh yeah,
one set.
The people who have no mask on their kids going, well, they're under 4. Well, what do you think? Do you think Corona fucking IDs you before it goes out? Maybe your kids are immune to it. Maybe you can't develop the virus, but you can still carry it.
True.
You can still carry it to someone else in your household. Then you get it, you give it to someone else. So, like, I don't know. It's one of those things where I think people think that it's a scam, and I do agree that you can't cripple the economy. There's only so long this can go on.
Right.
I agree.
The thing is that this thing has already mutated several times. There's 6 confirmed different strains of it. So even if you get one, you could get another. Like, a lot of people are saying that this is going to be the new flu. It changes every year, and it's just coronavirus is just going to be a part of our lives. And we might get enough of a hold on it where we can make vaccines where, like, this year's coronavirus is estimated to be, best suited with this vaccine.
Yeah.
Isn't the flu like that?
Corona shot. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's going
to No, but isn't the flu considered coronavirus?
Maybe. I don't know.
Right.
I couldn't tell you. Maybe it is. But all I know is that every year you're supposed to get your flu shot because this year's flu shot is supposed to prevent you from this year's version.
That's
or the
right.
Best case, this year's version of the flu.
That's right.
So Corona's not going to be like you get your vaccine once and you're good for life like the chicken pox. It's going to be like you get your Corona shot and you're probably good for this year. And then as we watch its mutations, we'll build another vaccine.
Now, your opinion, do you think the COVID-19 vaccine is going to be mandatory?
I have no idea.
I think it will be. I think it's going to be one of those.
Because I can't
lifetime,
think of a single mandatory vaccine.
Well, in my lifetime, we also never seen anything fucking shut down the way it did, right?
There have been cases like this in the past. I mean, the Black Plague was one.
Yeah, that's true.
In fact, apparently the Black Plague is what's credited with why we have universities and schools.
That's
because
hilarious.
when it first came out, it was like he was hitting all these different villages, and you would have so many people die in these villages that, like, your local, like all these blacksmiths and bakers and all that, we're all dead. So you had to have the blacksmith from this town go to this area to teach other people how to be blacksmiths in their towns and things like that. And same thing, bakers, whatever. And that's where the genesis of schools came from.
Yeah.
So you'd go and you'd learn so you can go back and do it where you're from.
That is crazy. That's crazy. All right, Josh, we're going to play a game of verses with you, brother.
Do it.
You down? All right, let's get the intro going.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
He was. Where do you come up with that verses?
Dude, I get bored, man. I come up with some shit, bro. We have verses. We do
anyone
food.
Pick Trudeau over Pennywise would have fucked his shit up.
Fuck that. We don't even want to get that deep into it, you know what I mean? But, so with verses, what we did with you, because you're a stand-up comic, is actually we lined up comedians against each other, and you pick in your favorite.
Do you want me to say the name, or do you want me to tell you why?
Either or, man. But either or. So even this, a talk show, stand-up comedian, there's Jerry Seinfeld versus Ray Romano here. Who would you pick, brother?
Ray knee-jerk, because Ray's funny.
Ray's last stand-up. I don't know if it was his last stand-up.
Garbage.
The one that he went from one comedy club to the other?
Yeah,
I didn't mind it,
around the corner or whatever. So he went to he was at the cellar, and then he went to the cellar's side room or whatever it was. And the place where they're eating pizza at the end. That pizza spot. Verzi took me there for pizza after we were having a cigar in New York.
That's crazy.
Great. It's a fucking great pizza spot. I don't know if anyone's I'm echoing back over my car.
It's me.
Joe.
Because we're coming through your headphones.
I'm coming through my computer. I can't do anything about it.
Are you good now?
Oh, I'm good now?
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm good now?
Are you? I'm still hearing everybody echo.
Oh, really? You hearing everybody echo? Shit.
I've got this. So somebody's got a feedback thing.
What it is my computer, my stupid Focusrite, my Scarlett is garbage, and it cuts out every once in a while. So my laptop speakers are going through my microphone from my laptop. That's where
But it's not happening for you.
No, so when you're talking, you're bouncing back and forth, right?
Right. But what happens if your headphones back on?
Absolutely fucking nothing.
Really?
Absolutely not. Because it's all coming from here. So it's going to be like this for about another
Another 2 minutes.
Yeah, give or take.
Okay. All right, I try to ignore my voice. Must be
Yeah, that's your problem.
So Ray Romano, funny. He's made me laugh. Didn't love his last special, but Ray's good. Seinfeld has said a lot of very intelligent things, especially about the business of comics and comedy. I don't really care for him. I find him to be very elitist. If you ever watch comedians in cars getting coffee, he says some things I really don't like. Some things I do, but somebody asked him one time, could you ever be friends with someone who you didn't think was funny? And he just went, no. So there you go. Seinfeld would never be able to be your friend if you can't make him laugh. So,
True enough. All right, let's go to the next one. Chris Rock versus Eddie Murphy.
I like Rock better. I never found Eddie Murphy funny stand-up.
Okay. No. He has a point there. When I watched Eddie Murphy's stand-up back in the day, you know, the red leather suit and everything, I thought it was funny then.
Yeah.
I rewatched it and didn't laugh.
I saw it later in life, didn't find it funny.
Okay, so that must be the same scenarios, because later I was just like, you know what? Maybe it's not timeless. It was for that moment, right?
I never grew up with the Beatles. So right. I don't have this love for the Beatles that everyone else has. I get why they were popular, but I didn't grow up with it, so it's not a nostalgia thing for me to be like, oh my God.
Yeah, you know. I get what you're saying. Me, Eddie Murphy, funny, or then Chris Rock for me. You know what I mean? Like, I grew up with Chris Rock, so I can relate to what he's doing as he go on.
Yeah.
But for me, Eddie stands out because that was before my time. I was younger, and I was like, oh my, whoa,
Richard Pryor, hilarious.
Same.
Richard Pryor, hilarious. But I found what I didn't like about Eddie Murphy, and I don't know if it's because I didn't see those until I knew him afterwards. So I never saw Beverly Hills Cop. But I saw The Nutty Professor. I mean, obviously Donkey,
the goofy
and the Shrek
shit.
movies. So much good shit. I liked him better as an actor than I did as a comedian.
Okay.
When I watched his stand-up, it was like the whole, let me tell you something, Eddie, you motherfucker. I kicked the dog, Eddie. I kicked the motherfucker. I don't find a long joke at that about beating an animal funny. And then he was doing I got some ice cream. You ain't got no ice cream. You got no ice cream. I'm like, I grew up poor, so I was the kid he would be making fun of. So I'm not like, why is that funny?
And I relate to that because that was me being, I ain't got no fucking ice cream. You know what I mean? So it made me laugh because that person got punched in the face. You know what I mean? So, but that's a different story because, you know, we handle things differently, right? So,
and that's what comedy is. If the comedy is relatable to you, then you're gonna like it more. But I didn't hate his stand-up. But when people talk about Eddie Murphy, like he inspired them and everything like that, I just watch it and I go, I didn't even like. I mean, look, I get why Seinfeld's funny. I don't find him particularly funny. The
no, I get it.
What's the deal?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Fuck yourself, Jerry.
It took me a while to get into Seinfeld.
The Stevie Wonder bit was funny though. I don't even remember what that was.
I don't remember that one either.
I checked it. It was raw, delirious. Another thing I didn't like about Eddie, and I'm not calling him a sellout, but I can't think of a better word.
There you go.
So I'll share this story with you guys.
Yeah.
I got in arguments like 3:00 in the morning with Bill Burr over this. So he was sitting there and he was bitching about. He was having a fight with Sal Vulcano, and I didn't know who Sal Vulcano was.
Okay.
Sal Vulcano is a member of the Impractical Jokers.
Yeah.
So Sal and him were fighting
guy,
about sports. Sal was on behalf of the Giants. Bill was repping the Patriots because he's from Boston. Blah, 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 standing up and arguing with each other. And after that argument was over, he was talking about how, like, oh, he's fucking top 100 comedy. He goes, you know what, dude? If they did a top 100 comedians list right now, Amy Schumer would be in the top 10 just because she's popular right now. And then, you know, Sal was like, yeah, I guess. And he goes, dude, I beat Eddie Murphy by 7 spots on one of those lists one time. They're bullshit. And I go, well, hold on. That's where I went, well, hold on a second. You have no idea. He goes, dude, I am not fucking funnier than Eddie Murphy. And I was like, yeah, but the list is not the funniest people. The list is top 100 comedians. I go, let me give you an example. I go, Robin Williams. He goes, one of the most notorious joke thieves of all time. And I go, you're not listening to my point. So he wasn't listening to me.
Sounds like me.
He was drunk. This is 3:00 in the morning. We'd all been drinking. He was drunk.
Yeah.
To the point where, like, afterwards I go, no, dude, what I'm trying to say, this is what he goes. He just goes, dude, can you please stop talking? And I just went, yeah, I can. Trying not to piss off like one of my comedy heroes.
Yeah.
But I've never in my life stopped talking when someone told me to stop talking. If he'd been like, dude, shut the fuck up, I would continue to argue. because he just asked me to stop talking.
He was just like, just stop it.
So I did. But here's the thing. He wasn't listening to what my point was going to be. And my point was the list is not the top 100 funniest comedians. Yeah. It wasn't the top 100 funniest comedians. It was the top 100 comedians. And I was
but it has to be in order, though, no?
An order of what? That's what I was trying to tell him. It's like you don't know what their criteria is for ranking. So, for example, you have, like I would have told Bill, you have more specials than Eddie Murphy.
Yes.
You've been doing it way longer than he did.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, years active, different subject matter. Like, you don't know what their context is.
Yeah.
So it's not 100 funniest. I didn't call you funnier than Eddie Murphy. I just said you don't know why you outranked him. If they went, okay, well, let's write all these comics down. How many specials do they each one have? How many albums do each one have?
It's because we're so used of a breakdown.
That's it.
Yeah, we're so used to a breakdown when it comes to, like, look at video games. You can pick your best player and then your second best player and break down all his, agility,
Right.
So that's probably an assumption
But you're going to have
of
stats that are going to tell you why he's your second best. And all I'm saying is before, like, Bill, if you're going to get mad about the list placement, figure out what it is they ranked you on.
So
that's
hold on a
second.
second.
So before you get mad,
so
I
he
can
was
tell you a
mad that
bunch
he
of
was
reasons.
that he was ranked higher.
He outranked. He thought the lists are bullshit. They make no sense. He goes, Amy Schumer would be top 10 right now just because she's popular. And
That
then
could be
said,
true.
And then he said, I outranked. He goes, these lists, I outranked Eddie Murphy by 7 spots. How is that possible? And all I was saying was, well, if their criteria is how many specials.
Yeah.
Like George Carlin's way up there. The guy has how many HBO specials? How many fucking years did he do stand-up comedy? He did it right till the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas Eddie Murphy did 2 specials.
That's it.
Got a movie deal and never looked
That was
back.
it. That was
never
it.
looked back.
He did 2 specials, did a movie deal. You got Bill Cosby, you got Richard Pryor, who had specials but also have record deals.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? And back then, that made you that much bigger. You know what I mean?
Listen, he deserved the popularity and the fame that he got. But all I'm saying is that Robin Williams was huge in movies, but he still did stand-up.
Of course.
Yeah, Jim Carrey was a great comic. He got movies, never looked back. And Jim Carrey doesn't make it way up on that list.
That's right.
Jim Carrey was a great fucking comic.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Rodney Dangerfield did movies, Caddyshack and shit, but still did stand-up. So my thing for the comic is, I'm not calling him a sellout because I don't know what to call him in my opinion. But you got your movie deals and you never went back to stand-up, Eddie.
Yeah.
You never went back. So to me, you're not a comic. You use this comedy as a jumping off point to get you into the movies. And there's a lot, believe it or not, it's like an epidemic in Hollywood before Corona, of course. There's like an epidemic in Hollywood of people trying to revitalize their careers by doing stand-up, not because they want to be a comedian. They're wasting stage time because they want people to pay attention to them again. John Lovitz, not a stand-up comic, was an actor, and started doing stand-up. Stand-up was garbage. Stormy Daniels. Doing comedy. Why? You're not funny. You're not funny, but you come see my comedy show.
Okay.
Why? Ron Jeremy, like, you're not a comic. Kevin
James is what I feel like when it comes to that.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I love his King of Queens show. I hate every other movie he's ever made. I swear to God.
He was their replacement Chris Farley.
And it's very true. Dude, this is a true story. I watched a stand-up of his in like 98, 99. I watched one about 9 years later, and he had 2 recycled jokes. And I was like, come on. In all these years, you couldn't have fucking come up with something else? And blame Netflix. Don't blame me, because I caught on to that shit because I was bored one night. You know what I mean?
But the whole idea is that like, if you want to be a comic, there's nothing wrong with doing it. Dane Cook did movies, still did stand-up. It's just, if you're a comic and you're like, oh, I love stand-up and this and that, like, to me, like, I've done some TV stuff, I've done some movie stuff, nothing fucking to that level, but I still like doing stand-up. I want to be a comedian. If I can do these other things and make some money and people like me from that, so they'll come see my stand-up, cool. But these people are using stand-up as a way to go and like, pay attention to me again, and then maybe I'll get some heat and then I'll get back into the movies.
Very true.
You know what I mean? They're using it as a means to an end, and they don't respect it. Because they're not funny. It's like, hey, just come see me here. Remember who I was?
Very true.
You know what I mean?
All right, the next one is.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries, man.
That fucking not even a question. Dave Chappelle, hands down.
Oh, see, me too.
Dave Chappelle, hands down. Kevin Hart is a lovely human being. No one has anything negative to say about him, but I can't stand his fucking stand-up. He has writers. He doesn't write his own shit. He has writers.
Bam, bam.
And it's all self-congratulatory. It's rap music in stand-up form. Yo, I'm hanging out with my friend Makai Pfeiffer. I'm hanging out with LeBron James. I got check-ins and a savings. Dude, that special where he comes out of the stage with a gold mic in his hand, and then he tells 25 minutes of stories, and every
Can't happen.
one of them ended with, "See, I got a checkings and a savings," and it's like, dude, you're just telling self-congratulatory stories that have the same punchline.
But I can say the same thing about Dave Chappelle. Everything is pretty much this was
Are
happening
you
in the ghetto.
fucking kidding me?
No.
You can
If
tell
you think about,
stories. There's nothing wrong with the story.
his stories are this is what's happening in the ghetto. You got Ashy fucking Larry. You got this. You got crackhead. Blah blah blah. Cocaine motherfucker. So and so on. To me,
But they don't all end
like,
with "I have a checking and a savings." Is what I'm saying. They don't end with the same punchline.
But his whole story is a punchline. For me, you get what I'm saying?
Okay,
Dave
hold on a
Chappelle-
second.
Bam.
You see what I'm saying?
Bam.
Like
Bam.
what?
If Kevin Hart was 6 feet tall, would he be funny?
Yeah, he'd still be fucking funny.
Really?
You understand? He'd still
Because
be funny.
90% of his
I think so.
jokes is how fucking short he is.
I
still be
would still say he's probably funny. To me, he's an entertainer. So
Now, I understand the writer part. I understand that, being that he got a bunch of writers, so it don't feel like he himself is being a comedian true form. I get that. You get what I'm saying? And I understand where you're coming from. Like I said, I can look at Dave Chappelle and go, well, yeah, everything he's saying is just about this, that.
Here's the
this,
thing. If I told you a Dave Chappelle joke right now, you would laugh. And what I don't mean you specifically. I just mean if I told you Dave Chappelle's jokes word for word, Chris Rock, whatever, Richard Pryor. If I told you their joke, the way they wrote it, but in my cadence, you would still laugh because the subject matter is funny.
It's fantastic.
Right. The reason why the subject matter is funny is because it's not your life. It's my life.
Right.
It wouldn't be funny to me. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because I heard it the first time, it's funny, but after a while, it's like, yeah, I can call my
Have you
own
watched the Chappelle show?
I can call my own Uncle Larry to get the same fucking
haven't.
thing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
But if I told a
Whoa.
Kevin Hart joke, if I was like, my friend Mackay Pfeiffer and I, we were at this thing, right? We went to Disney
See,
World.
I'm laughing already.
No, but fair.
Mackay's a funny looking
What
motherfucker.
I'm saying is that it's not what I'm saying. It's
how you say it.
I'm saying it.
I hear you, brother.
That's why I find guys like Dane Cook. I was walking. When I walk, I like to walk a certain way. Like, if you ever watch Ike Barinholtz from Mad TV do a Dane Cook impression, it's spot
That's funnier actually
on.
than him doing
But
it.
it's all energy. So to me, Dane Cook is an entertainer. He's not a comic.
Okay.
Kevin Hart is an entertainer. He's not a comic.
Okay.
Sebastian Maniscalco is an entertainer, not a comic, because those guys are
It's all facial
around
yes.
energy, squeegee.
Yes, it's
Squeegee.
true.
I hate people. Look at the little bitch.
And he does the whole treadmill walk. Yeah.
It's so much energy in it because there's no substance to the jokes. Whereas I could take a Stephen Wright joke, Mitch Hedberg, Rodney Dangerfield, George Carlin, Bill Burr, Louis C.K. I could tell you a joke. Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, right? I could tell you their joke in my voice, in my words, and you're still going to laugh because the joke's actually funny. What I'm saying is funny, not how I'm saying it. So
I'm telling you, Richard Pryor said a
that's
joke.
what that's what I'm against Kevin Hart. I feel like it's his energy.
Steve Martin.
Not the substance.
Steve Martin's a comic.
He was a fucking goofball.
He was a comic, though. He was a
But
good
the thing-
one. He was a good one.
To give him an example, there's always
His material was different.
See,
you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Richard Pryor had this one joke about him being in a boxing ring and he's getting beat up and he's blocking. I'm just wrapping this up, and he finally gets knocked the fuck out, right? And someone in the front row yells, "Get up!" and he yells, "Fuck you!" Because you know what I mean? Because you know what? He's the one that got punched in the face. It's easy for us to say "Get up." Yeah, I fucking laughed for 30 minutes, man, because it's like it's so easy for us to be like, "Get up," and he's like, "Fuck you, man." I died. I thought that was fucking phenomenal because it's a different perspective, because I've never been a fighter in a ring, but I've been a fan. So he gave me the different perspective. Like, are you fucking insane, dummy? Like, this guy's been beating the shit out of me.
I'm not getting up because you told me to.
Exactly. You're not taking why? Because I'm gonna be the guy just beat me up. Like, I loved it to death. I thought that bit was fantastic, man.
Yeah.
So the next one,
funny.
it's I'm not. When I picked this, it wasn't more about the stand-up part of it, but it was more
Before we
on
move
the.
Can I add one last thing?
Absolutely.
One of the things that I love about Chris Rock, that guy's made so much great fucking social commentary, just like Chappelle. If it was Chris Rock versus Chappelle, that would have been a harder one. And by putting Eddie Murphy against Chappelle and
Okay,
Chris
I like
Rock
that.
against, or was it Chris Rock against Kevin
Eddie
Hart?
Murphy and Kevin Hart versus Dave Chappelle. Yeah.
Chappelle and Rock easy, because to me Murphy was like, again, it was that energy. Like, you know what's funny? I used to watch the PJs. That was like a claymation show that had Eddie Murphy.
Oh,
doing his voice.
yeah.
I have always found Eddie Murphy to be funnier when he's playing a character versus himself. So in The Nutty Professor, when he was Sherman Klump, hilarious. When he was Buddy Love screaming, "Wah, wah," I found Eddie Murphy as Eddie Murphy always obnoxious.
And he kills it in American.
Obnoxious.
Coming to America with all these characters.
I never saw that. Never saw Trading Spaces. Never saw Beverly Hills Cop. But But whenever he was being like, again, the movie Life, where the first half of the movie he's young and obnoxious.
I love
Life. And then when he's old, his old man characters, like that guy, as soon as he steps out of Eddie Murphy,
it's true.
And he's Fat Sherman Klump, Donkey, the old man, the PJs, what was it? Sherman, Sherman Helm, not Helmsley, that's the character from
Sherman Klump.
Sherman Klump, yeah. What's the name of his fucking character? Thurgood or whatever from the PJs. The claymation.
Thurgood,
He played the superintendent. Mm-hmm. Every time he's doing a character, untouchable. Fucking funny. But as soon as he becomes just Eddie Murphy, loud and screamy, I find it so obnoxious. I can't take it.
Josh, the movie Life, I recommend you to watch it. There's not much action. It's him and Martin Lawrence just bickering and swearing.
Oh, dude, Life was amazing. It was amazing.
But I fucked up one time because it came on TBS and I told my friends to watch it. I'm like, yo, this movie's dope. Watch it. Yeah. I got a phone call like 3 hours later after commercial. Like, this is the shittiest movie I've ever seen. But I forgot that they just deleted every swear word, which was the comedy aspect of the fucking movie, right? I'm like, oh my! I couldn't even imagine watching that without the them swearing at each other over the years of being in jail together.
Get my cornbread.
I mean, that was the best. So the next one, like I said, the next Versus, it wasn't more of a stand-up thing. It was more of a comedic movie, two icons in the business, and it was Jim Carrey versus Mike Myers.
Hands down.
Who?
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey. I hate fucking Jim Carrey.
I agree with Joe.
Yeah, I fucking hate him.
Do you dislike him as an actor or a person?
I don't know him as a person.
You have to watch his commencement speech at the Maharishi.
Okay.
He's gone through a lot, and his documentary on Netflix. I think it's like Andy and I, or Jim and Andy. I think it's called.
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
So when he played Andy Kaufman, he did a phenomenal job.
He did, absolutely.
And there's people, because I find Jim Carrey, at times it feels like he tries way too hard. So I'm like, get me out of this.
I fucking hated his Face Ventura. I fucking hated it.
But if you watch Jim and Andy, he kind of lost himself in that role.
He did. I remember.
He went so deep into Andy Kaufman, and in that movie they had Christopher Lloyd and Danny DeVito and Tony Danza, all the guys from Taxi. They brought them all back to film scenes with them, and all of them said in this documentary they were like, it was like fucking Andy was here. They were like, because Jim is method, so he goes right into the character and he stays in character. He was like making everyone call him Andy on set, and it was like he was Andy. In fact, Andy Kaufman's daughter, they brought her to come and meet Jim because they were like, this is probably the closest you'll ever be to meeting your dad.
Wow.
And but it's a great documentary because he was kind of like, I got so into that character for so long that when it was over, I didn't know who I was anymore.
That's crazy.
And he's gone on some really big, I don't want to say spiritual stuff, but very enlightening things. If you listen to him speak now, that's a fair observation. I would say it's not so much that he doesn't think highly of himself. If you listen to him talk, I think he's passionate about the things he's learning.
True enough.
He doesn't say, I did this, I did that. He just talks about what he's learning, because a lot of the stuff that he's learning, I've kind of gone through too. And I'm like, oh, it's interesting to look at shit, like to take yourself less serious and stuff like that. But if you watch his commencement speech at the Maharishi, he talks about how his dad he goes, my dad was one of the funniest guys I ever knew. My dad could have been one of the best stand-up comedians of all time, but he had a family to take care of. And so instead of following his dream of being a comic or whatever, he took a safe job as a security guard in the company that he worked for. And I think it was like in 2 years later or whatever, he got let go from that job. And he's like, the most important lesson I learned is that you can fail at what you don't want. So you may as well take a chance on what you
want. Yeah.
That's pretty dope, man.
I mean?
That's pretty
and
deep.
He was like, and that made him kind of. Anyways, it's like a 20-minute thing you can find on YouTube.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
But it's just Mike Myers is one of the hardest people to work with. A lot of guys are like, he's full of himself and he's such a bridezilla diva on set. So what I know of the two guys, Mike Myers is getting less and less work. I found him obnoxious too. I like the first. Wayne's World was amazing. Wayne's World 2 was amazing.
Yeah.
Austin Powers, the first one was great.
The first
and
one
then
was
the
great.
second Austin Powers was
Yeah.
just like, let's just do what worked in the first one again. Then the third one, let's just keep doing the same jokes to the end of it.
That's
that
right.
love Guru. Oh my
No,
God!
I didn't
was that ever a hot
watch
piece
that.
of
I didn't
shit.
watch that.
Wayne's World sucked.
Wayne's World was fantastic, bro.
No.
This podcast is based on that.
Don't care. Sucked.
You're terrible, bro. Next one. Russell Peters versus Richard Pryor. And I know it's two different eras.
Richard Pryor.
You're like, I love Russell Peters, man. I love Richard Pryor too. I can't even pick here. I love him all.
Russell Peters sold out.
You think he sold out?
No, he sold out.
He doesn't do movies or anything, man. He's just
So Russ, this is the story of how Russ blew up. He did that amazing, no question. He did that amazing comedy now. Blue jeans, white shirt,
yeah.
Somebody going to get a hooded about.
That's right.
Well, Russ has been doing those jokes for 20 years.
That's right.
And building. So that hour that he had was 20 years in the making to get that good. So Russ films his comedy now. It comes out on TV. He just thinks that's another piece of Canadian thing. He's toured around Canada, the U.S., just doing clubs and stuff. And somebody apparently, I guess when they put it on YouTube, some guy had a giant list, like 15,000 people in his email address book.
Yeah.
And he sent this link to Russ's special to all these people. Thought it was hilarious. Sent the link out. So Russ gets this call to come perform in China. He doesn't know anything, but this is the story. This is apparently the story. I haven't heard it from Russell himself, but I have met Russ several times, and I'm very close with two of his insanely close friends.
Yeah.
So this is the story that I got. Russ gets a call from a booker in China, wanting to come to China. How much to do a couple shows here? And Russ is like, I didn't even want to do the show, so he says 5,000 a show, and they go, done. So he's like, okay, that's weird. Well, it's great money, so he's going to fly to China and do it. His brother is his manager.
Okay.
So I saw Russ. This Comedy Now special was what come out. I saw him at Yuck Yucks in Ottawa doing a whole brand new hour. He wasn't doing any accents or anything like that in that hour. He was talking about having sex with like deaf girls because they can't hear that you're on your phone while you're fucking them from behind. And
stole that bit from Bam.
Yeah, and picking up women in department stores and things like that. Like, it's a great play. And the act was but he was also working on it. It was a new hour.
Yeah.
But there was no accents in it whatsoever. And I asked him, I go, how come you didn't do anything to somebody? He's like, I already told those jokes. I put them on the special. Like, it's done. So anyways, while this is happening, while I'm seeing him do this new hour that's got nothing to do with accents, and don't Chinese people sound funny when they talk? All this shit. He gets this call from China. All right, come over to China, do these shows. So he gets off the plane in China, and they've got a fucking car waiting for him. And he's like, holy shit, like, gets in this car. This is amazing. They drive him to this fucking really nice hotel where they have a suite for him. And he's like, wow, like, I don't know who I'm opening for, but this is pretty fucking, whoever he is a big deal because they're taking really good care of me. And then he gets in the car to be drove to the place to do the show, he's like, there's a lineup around the fucking block to get in, and it's his name that's up there because all these people have seen, like, his shit has gone viral or whatever.
That's right.
And he sees his name in lights. He's like, oh, so he got way more money to play these
$5,000 a show. Yeah, you fucked up. Yeah.
He's like, I didn't want to do it, so I priced it so they just say no. They said yes, so he's like getting $5,000 a show. And in the meantime, his brother's phone is blowing up. We want Russ. Russ is calling him while he's in China, going like, hey, by the way, the next year is full. Like, your next year of stuff is booked. And that was it. But people wanted what they saw in the special. They wanted accents, and Indians are cheap, and Jews are cheap, and don't Jamaicans sound funny when they talk, and Indians sound funny. So the guy basically just became, I'm the accent guy. I'm the Larry the Cable guy of accents. One of the things, so what he wanted to do was something different. Now, don't get me wrong. He's like, well, you can do accents and get paid $1 million, or you can just do the department store deaf girl jokes, and that'll be that.
That's right.
So obviously he picked it, but he didn't go with what he wanted to do. He did with what was going to pay him money, and that's the definition of selling out.
I get it.
But the issue that I have with Russ as well is that racist is racist. If you are going to get on the stage and make fun of an accent, don't get me wrong, it is funny.
It is funny.
If I did it, I would get called a racist. I'd get canceled. But because Russ is brown,
That's right.
if he does it, it's not racist. I have nothing against Russ or any of the minorities he makes fun of. I take issue with anything that's not fair, anything that's not just. So it's not the white guy complaining. I don't give a fuck about
No,
that.
no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying,
no,
I'm
racist-
listening. I hear
You have
what
something
you're
to
saying.
say, Bam? You have something to say?
Oh, I do.
No.
I
But I'm just
I do.
saying, if a white guy, if I'm saying, hey, this Chinese guy said, oh, hey, my God, how are you doing today?
Don't worry, this will be edited.
If me saying that is racist, why isn't Russ saying it racist? He's not Chinese.
No,
He's
it's
not
true.
Japanese.
Okay, no, I hear you and I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, when you're doing stand up, you know,
You get a pass?
honestly, it's
No.
not even about getting a pass. It's funny. You're making fun of something. You got what I mean? You're a different person, and you're making fun of a different culture. Everybody makes fun of every culture,
Right.
one way or another. No matter how you look
So
at it.
if Russ and
My
Josh
issue
make
is
the
not with
same joke.
My issue is not with the joke. My issue is with that one person can tell it and another person can't.
Yes.
and in that sense, it's not fair. But see, the problem with that situation is the reason why you in that box is because it's not just comedians saying it; it's everybody else fucking saying it. You understand what I'm saying? That's where
Well,
the
Kramer
problem
said
lies.
Kramer did not fucking make fun of an accent. Kramer
You're-
said the
you're-
only word you can't fucking say.
Yeah, but
And
you get-
for the record,
but-
I say it every time the fucking cameras aren't on to
Yeah.
myself.
But
I say when the cameras are on, but not recording.
But you get what I'm saying, right? You get what I'm saying? That's the reason why you got put in that box, is because everybody else made it fucked up for you to be
Right,
able
but if
to
an
do that.
Indian guy
You get
goes,
what
"Oh,
I'm
you
saying?
fucking Jews are cheap," is it like, well, because you're Indian, you're allowed to say that? You're still being racist.
No, because he
See-
said the Indians
see-
are cheaper.
But no, stop.
It's exactly what
I
you're saying.
understand what you're saying, but not all the Indians are saying what as I put it, your people saying. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I totally agree.
This is why he gets that pass, because if his people were saying it as much as he'd be in that box too. You get what I'm saying? It's the fact of
I think everybody thinks an accent is funny. Like it's like if
no,
you
no,
laugh
no.
at-
I agree. Honestly, I agree. All comedians should get up there and talk about everything. Y'all shouldn't be in the box at all because this is entertaining. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've been there and I had white comedians get at me. Look at this motherfucker over here. Blah 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 blah. Funniest motherfucker.
Keep me out
I'm
of
not-
this, bro.
I'm not taking offense to it. You get what I'm saying?
Of course.
I'm just saying you're a white guy and it's not like you're being rude, but then again, you got
I'm the
majority.
oppressed minority, I get it.
You got majority of your people being rude over decades of time. You get
Of
what I'm
course,
saying?
the
That's what
history's
put
there.
you, and that's what put you in that box.
Come
You get what I'm
on,
saying?
man.
See
The issue
him?
that I
You see
think-
his response right there?
Yeah.
Is the reason why. You see what I'm
Because
saying?
in my hood,
That
your
reason-
people were ruder than us.
You see?
No,
That's the
Carlos?
reason, and
Tell
that's
me.
the reason why. You see what I'm saying?
So this is what I think in general, and I know that I come from a
Josh, I'm gonna be your manager. You can say what the fuck you want, bro. Don't worry about it. I got
No,
you.
well, you guys know that I love you, and it's one of those things where
And we
it's
love
tough
you too,
because
brother.
like, I think the biggest thing that sucks is that a lot of us are carrying dead people's baggage. A lot
True.
of us,
Very
Yes.
true.
right?
Yes.
Like I'll give you an example. I really take issue with the N-word. I really take issue with it, in the sense that because it's still venomous for a white person to say it, it still has power. And the only way for the power to be taken away from it is either nobody uses it or everyone does. Because as long as we still draw lines, it's given, like when women say calling me a Karen, it's so offensive. It's like that word wasn't a weapon 2 years ago.
Was it
No,
Karen?
They've literally weaponized
What do you,
it.
okay, hold on a sec. Josh, did Carlos just ask what the fuck a Karen is?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's just something. It's like calling. It's like a female Chad, or like, which is also not a weapon, but
Nope.
it is now. It's basically a woman who complains and let me see the manager. Let me
Carlos, are you
complain about
fucking lost, bro? Turn the news
biscuit's
on.
cold.
No.
Please bring it back to the chef. Basically, someone who complains.
It's a
or wants
fucking
to talk to
bitch,
HR.
technically. It's
My
a
wife?
bitch.
And women decided that Karen is now an offensive term. I know people who are actually getting.
At
suspended
restaurants.
My
for-
buddy has an Aunt
Oh,
Karen. I feel bad for her because that's her fucking name, bro.
But all I'm saying is,
But she is a bitch, though.
The name Karen doesn't mean a bitch, but in a short period of time, that word has been allowed to be turned into a weapon.
That's right. That's right.
And what I'm saying is that words don't get any value other than what you give them.
Okay, so
There's a saying that I like that there's offense cannot be given, it can only be taken. So if if I bust your guys' balls, you guys already know I mean no harm by it. So
Of
you're not gonna
course.
take offense from
No.
it. But if I say something, you get upset. I didn't send that upset. It was just something that on the receiving end you received.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Like, I got upset by that. Well, I didn't send it. That's your choice to be upset.
But the question is, why did Karen get so offensive? You get what I'm saying? Not because one or two people are saying it. The fucking globe is saying it. You understand what I'm saying?
The name Karen's not fair.
The truth is, not the whole globe is saying it.
Well, but I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? It's not like 10 people saying it. It's a big majority that give it that power. You get what I'm saying?
100%.
So think about that on a scale of you making a joke about other races when you get what I'm saying over decades. And that's
I never
the problem.
would because I don't think making fun of another race is funny.
And
I
the
would never
funny
tell that
thing,
joke anyway.
we should be able to. I think we should because the only way we're going to learn about each other is by talking about each other.
But Josh, you make
get what I'm
Canadian
saying?
jokes.
You get what I'm saying?
Do I?
Yeah, like all we like is the maples and hockey.
Oh, I don't make shit like that. No,
Okay.
I find that hacky. I find that it's not true in my experience. Like when Canadians talk about how stupid Americans are and how rude they are, and they just shit on them. I go, you know what you sound like when you say that, right?
That's right.
You sound like a loudmouth, opinionated American. So you're being what you claim to not like.
Bam.
You know what I mean?
In that sense, but France say the same shit about America. Germany say the same shit about America. Russia say the same thing about America.
The smallest dog always bark the loudest.
But Bam, can I ask you a question, brother?
So if you feel shitty about yourself and if you got to bring somebody else down, then you got something missing inside of you.
Do you find that now that the N word is harder to get rid of?
Sorry, what word is this word?
The N. Hold on. It's anyways. It was harder to get rid of.
I got a subscription. I got like the maximum Netflix pass on that.
Because what happens is, did not hip hop music as a culture try to make that word cooler?
I think what Tribe Called Quest talked about in the Suck That N-Word song, I think what they were saying about how turning it into a term of endearment and everything like that, I thought that was brilliant.
Exactly.
But the only problem with the grassroots things like that is in order for something to change, everybody has to get on board. My friend Lamont Ferguson, who's a black guy from California, he had a joke about how a big group of black people got together and had a funeral for the N-word. And he said, that doesn't mean shit to me. Because they're not the ones who are using it in a negative way. If the Klan had a funeral for the N-word, then that would mean something.
Okay.
So to me, I had a conversation with another comic, and I talk about dead people. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no. If the Klan did it, it still wouldn't mean shit. You get what I'm saying? Because,
I think it would be the people who are using it, trying to put it to bed, would at least mean more than people who don't want to hear it.
A lot of people who uses the word don't really truly understand the consequences behind the word.
They don't even know what slavery was. Like to them, it was wasn't it like a 10-year thing?
You get what I'm saying? It was, a black man hanging from a tree, and you got 1,000 fucking people sitting there saying the N-word. You understand what I'm saying? These go hand in hand.
Families born and died into slavery. Like people think slavery was like this,
and don't get me wrong, this is not about a slavery thing. And like I said, the world have changed. The world have changed. People gotten better and so on. And during this 2020 thing, don't get me wrong, my people on my side and people on the other side, everybody is just using this shit a little too much, I think. My personal opinion. That's just my opinion, people.
This was a conversation I had with a comic one night because he said it like every third word in his act. And I didn't like it. Right. And when I asked him, I go, why do you say it so much? And he goes, I just say it a lot because I know you guys can't say it. And I go, okay. But he started talking about it. He goes, sorry?
Is it he's trying to get an edge on you? Is that what it is?
No, he's like to him, it's it's something I can do that you can't. And I'm like, that sounds like a very white male kind of thing. I can do it and you can't. I'm like, that's disgusting.
You know what? The way you see how the way you just put that, you should put that in your show. You understand what I'm saying? No, I'm dead fucking serious.
No,
I'm
but
dead
it's
serious.
dope,
You know why?
though.
Because you're dealing with the problem, but you're giving a solution to the answer. You get what I'm saying?
The thing too is like the term woke was actually a black term. Black people would use the term woke to describe a white person who understood their struggle. Now white people just took it, culturally appropriated it, and use it like as this term would they just get everything. And it's like, no, we took that too. The same people who are giving other people shit for cultural appropriation, calling themselves woke, are literally using a term that was culturally appropriated. The thing was, the conversation I had with this guy, I asked him, why do you use it? He goes, because you can't. And I said to him, I find that really interesting because I'm Scottish and I'm Canadian. And I go, and he was from a country, a black country that never had any slavery. And I said, here's the interesting thing. I go, I've never owned slaves. You have never been a slave. My ancestors have never owned slaves. In fact, the Scots were oppressed people by the British. We were treated like the fucking slaves and the farmhands in there. My ancestors came here and became part of the Underground Railroad, a solution to the problem, not. You were never a slave. Your ancestors were never slaves. Yet you and I are sitting here, and something I didn't contribute to, I'm not allowed to say because I contributed to it. And something that you never experienced and your ancestors never experienced, you get to say because you were oppressed by it. It's like neither one of us were a part of that.
With that analogy, you're wrong in one sense.
No,
you're right. He wasn't born a slave. He wasn't. He wasn't born a slave. He didn't have any slaves. But to this day, he still get looked at like a slave.
Right, but
you get what I'm saying? That's the only reason why he's allowed to say that shit.
Yeah, but
that's
I'm also looked at like a slave owner, and I never was a slave owner.
Thank you, Josh.
I was never a part of it. I was never a part of it.
But a lot of your people try to treat people like that. You see what I'm saying?
No, they're not my people.
That's the biggest.
Now you're being racist.
I know.
No, he's not. He's making fair points.
Josh, let me talk.
I know this, but this is where the demographical thing get all blurred up. You see what I'm saying?
And that's why I said dead people's baggage. If I look at you and I decide everyone who looks like you is exactly the same, and it's the funny thing because this went back to earlier when I said people like to create when we were talking about Corona and the flu. People create an argument in a certain way that proves whatever point they're after. So you and I could be at odds in this argument, and the next argument's you and I are both Canadians against this subject, and then the next argument you and I are both against this argument. So we could keep moving ourselves around to fit into whatever pegs and holes we need to, so someone can make an argument for this one thing, and then 2 seconds later we've been moved into something totally different that has nothing to do with the previous shit.
And I agree. The new people need to change the old ways. That's all.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying as long as we keep the old ways going, as long as we keep segregation, whether it's just even a word. This is what I asked him. I said, both of us have neither one of us were involved in that horrible shit.
Right.
Okay. And I even said to him, I guarantee you get treated differently because of the color of your skin, and I get treated differently because of the color of my skin. I'm not suggesting that just because we weren't a part of it, we don't have some residual shit that's coming from it. But I said, would you ever say that word in front of somebody who's never heard it? He couldn't answer my question.
Interesting.
So that's why I say people hold to their convictions so much more. And basically what I was asking him is, would you give somebody else that weapon? If you stand so strongly that you love to say it because you can, well, you're throwing a weapon out and you're going to be saying it in front of New Year's. As we get older and some of that shit gets buried, do you want to keep perpetuating something that is a weapon, or do we decommission it?
But I don't understand why we got to hold on. But I don't understand why we got to defend the word that we didn't create. You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying defend
it. By definition, you're sitting there trying to defend the word that you created to demean us.
It wasn't him. Did you hear fucking
No. He knows what you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So y'all got upset that we took. Y'all got upset to the point where we're using it to the point where it's like we don't give a fuck. You get what I'm saying? And now you're mad because we won't give you that.
No. I don't want to be given it. I don't want to be given it. I built the machine gun. I built it. You picked it up and started using it. I'm not saying that I'm not responsible, or my ancestor, whoever made the gun, isn't responsible for it. You can't blame the person who made it if you're still going to use it. You know what I'm saying? You can't pick up a gun and go, I can use it because you made it. I didn't make it. You used it. It's even a fight. You got the gun away from me and now I have it. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. It's just the gun's been turned around.
But the debate we having is you saying, well, if one person can use it, why can't the other person use it?
No. What I'm saying is that it's because there's a line of have and have nots, whatever it may be. I'm not saying we got here for the right reasons. What I'm saying is that now that we're here, how do we get rid of it? How do we de-weaponize it?
How we
we have nuclear weapons in so many countries that are dangerous.
That is a good question.
Some people have weapons, some people don't. So do we give everyone weapons, or do we get rid of the ones that are out there? And I'm saying that this one word on this planet that nobody can say except for one group. I'm saying it's let's put it this way: it's the psychology of scarcity and abundance. If you don't have something, you want it. And so what I'm saying is that people use words because they hurt. Like when you're in a strip club, if you see the tits for the first 2 minutes you're in a strip club, you're like, oh my God. But after 3 minutes, they're fucking everywhere and there's no interest. Right? It was so much more fun to drink when we were drinking illegally.
That is
but
true.
as soon as we could do it whenever we wanted because it was legal,
doesn't
well, that
matter.
allure was gone. So by having people who can't use it because it's a weapon, because it's forbidden, I'm saying the very nature of having something forbidden is what makes people want to use that weapon, or just to be using it at all. So what I'm saying is that the best way to de-weaponize it is you either nobody says it or everyone does, but that is true inclusion. The idea that we're all the same in its usage.
And that
I understand we're not there, but I'm saying that as long as the line is drawn, doesn't matter who's on what side. When people are separated, there will always be an argument.
That will be a great way to deal with the scenario and the solution. But people mentality.
I know it's not going to work that well. I'm saying, like on paper,
but let's agree with you and say, boom, the word has been banned. Nobody can ever use the fucking word ever again in life. Okay, but the way people treat other people, it's still there.
Oh, dude, I will. Yeah, I'll never disagree with you on that. And that's the thing.
That's still there. You know, people think because you're not saying it or they're saying it, this and that. It's a matter of how people treat each other.
I'm just saying we stop using the word. Like it's put it this way: you treat it like a disease.
Yeah, and get rid of it.
If the disease stops spreading, if the disease stops spreading, eventually that disease doesn't exist anymore. Right. But we keep saying a word. We give new generations this word. Some of them are given a word that's a term of endearment. Right. Some of them are given a weapon. And it's only based on the color of your skin. My kid does not. To say he doesn't see race would be ignorant. But my kids don't treat anybody differently based on the color of skin, and neither do I.
So,
but the idea that you can tell somebody.
I sometimes do with these two. Sometimes.
You know.
But what I'm saying is that
get rid of it, you know, and I agree with you. If we get rid of it, and now it's just a matter of if we can change the mental state of most people, you understand, then that word wouldn't even be, the word wouldn't even be used. You get what I'm saying? If we can use
like people that hate gay people, right? It's like we're in a generation now where like the idea that you would want to kill someone for being gay is insane. So that's slowly being getting out. All the people who go at gay people in a negative way, their society bands together, regardless of the color of your skin, and tries to teach those people. Okay. The old ways are gone. Unfortunately, this is one very old people's way that has continued on. And I'm just saying there's got to be a way to kill it so it dies off.
I say this to people who's got a problem with gay people. I said, listen, why are you mad at them? Oh, well, they flamboyant, they do this, they do that, and blah, blah, blah. I said, wait a minute. You're mad because they get one day out of the year or a month out of the year to get to do and be who they want to be and be how they're supposed to be. I said, listen, bro, put yourself in their position for a second. Every fucking day for 365 days of the fucking year, you're walking around holding your girlfriend's hand, smacking her on the ass, kissing her in the fucking cheeks. You get what I'm saying? You're being all lovey-dovey, doing it every fucking way in their face all year long, and you're mad at them because they get one fucking month?
You're the guy at the bar who's yelling at the TV in sports. You're punching the punch bag to get the high score.
You get what I'm saying? So
you don't think that's a display
against us?
Yeah, that's a flamboyant display of
you know what I mean? Flip the room and see what they go through.
Yeah.
You know?
But you think women don't look at guys acting like that and go, oh, this guy's fucking over the top. It's just the same thing. These are just guys who are acting like over the top women. They're not like doing anything different than what you do. You don't do the same thing. So to you, it's different. You got to hate on it. No, dude, I'm with you 100% on that one.
Yep.
And I think, like, I have a friend, a very good friend. She's in Texas, big Trump supporter. And
Bam's a Trump supporter, too.
But
he's originally from New York. You know that.
Fucking kidding me.
I swear to God.
No. I don't support what comes out of his mouth. You understand? But I do support some of the things that he's trying to do. You get what I'm saying?
Get him, Josh. Get him.
I do.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. No. Okay. So I'm going to ask you this one question, Josh. What has he done as a president that made him a bad president?
If you're a Trump supporter and you're asking me that question, there's no answer I could give you that you would believe anyway.
No. I want to know. What has he done as a president? You get what I'm saying?
What has he done?
Done as a president. As a president.
I mean,
that made him not a good president.
Telling his constituents to inject Lysol, calling other countries that are underprivileged and whatnot shitholes, making fun of anyone who doesn't look like him. I'm just, I mean, this is just little starting things.
And Josh is even, this isn't even his bit.
Who uses his opportunity as president to talk about how great he is. You don't, it's not about you arrogant motherfucker. It is about the people you represent. 100%. A quote that I love is the right person for the job is the guy that doesn't want it. and he wanted it so fucking bad.
He did
needs
want
his
it.
ego stroked every day. I have corona. I got over it in one day. I'm taking this drug Regeneron. By the way, I own stock in. You want to talk conspiracies? This guy gets corona, and then he's better based on this drug he took that everyone should definitely buy that he owns stock in.
I hear you.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's how he's going to win the election.
Stop, Carlos, please. Yeah. Okay, Josh.
Anyways,
I heard you.
I hate Biden too, and I fucking hate Hillary.
No, I heard you.
You guys got no hope down there.
I heard exactly what you said, and everything that you said. Every president before him have done the same shit. Relatively, they literally talked out the side of their fucking necks. Every one of them, one way or another, they lied about this, they did that, they mislead you, so on and so on, to get to be the president. You get what I'm saying? They all done it. You get what I'm saying? But my point is,
while he was president, he was already president. He didn't need to be an animal.
Even when he was president, they all done it. You understand? And my point being is, what has he done? Like as a presidential, he did.
It's a feather in his cap, for sure, Alex.
Like, pulling out of NATO, putting tariffs, blah, blah, blah. Do you think these were bad things?
Well, there's actually no proof that he pulled out of that stuff that had anything to do with him, that it was his advisors. But in terms of, I watch what the guy says, because I'm a big believer, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. If I didn't see it myself, and even what you see could be spun a certain way. So I'm not one of those people that thinks everything the left says is right and true and everything the right says is wrong and a lie. I'm like, I know everything is spun by whoever wants it. There's a great video by Ryan Long, a comedian. He put up this great video about how you can curate whatever news you want. He's like, just come to our website and we'll pick an algorithm for you, whether you thought Trump won the debate or lost the debate. And it's showing you real articles on there. He's like, whether you think the moderator was fair or not fair, whether you think Joe Biden's got tons of money or terrible money, whether you think Trump is broke or Trump, has no money at all, whether you think Trump paid less taxes or no taxes. And it's showing you all these articles. The idea is that you can find an article on the internet to support any opinion that you have already. So
And
there's
that's
no
why-
it's not like, well, I read this thing and
that's why I say the shit that come out of his mouth, I'm not into it, but the little actions,
I think he's a bad leader.
The little actions he done, I understand it and I see why he did it. You get what I'm saying? The little actions he's done.
At all. I don't understand why he would tell, as the leader of the free world, why he would tell.
I said actions he's done. Actions he's done.
I'm telling you, his action. His action was having a camera in his face and telling the people of America to inject themselves with Lysol because it would kill the coronavirus. Where he called, I think it was Haiti, called Haiti a shithole. I'm just saying, you're in a
you people.
You're in a business. You're in a position where your job is to. You should lead by example. Having humility,
How can he live by example when he don't run the country? You get what I'm saying? Everybody have this
He runs his mouth. He runs what comes out of his mouth.
And guess what? The First Amendment is the freedom of speech. He can say what the fuck he wants.
Yeah, but I can drop the N-word. It doesn't mean it's okay. Just because I can say it doesn't mean it's okay.
And he can say whatever he wants, but the fact of the matter is, once he put it down on paper and do something, because he can't do it by himself. He needs Congress to make it happen.
You don't understand. Saying something on TV, just because you didn't write it down, doesn't mean you didn't just influence a bunch of people to do a bunch of dumb shit. When you go on TV, as the president the World Health Organization says you have to wear a mask.
Shut up, man.
I'm not going to wear a mask. I don't think I'm going to wear a mask. But you guys, if you want, you can wear a mask. It's not mandatory. The guy basically said, I'm not going to wear a mask. Now, everybody goes, this is our leader. If our leader says, I'm not going to do it, you don't think that influences the other people to not do it?
Absolutely.
That's his action. I don't give a fuck if he wrote it down on paper. He told his populace he wasn't going to do it. He doesn't think it needs to be done. And you don't think people are going to follow him?
Canada did the same thing. You don't need to wear a mask in the beginning, but now you need to fucking wear a mask. They did the same shit.
Enough masks, dummy.
You see how you say they don't have enough masks, but they did the same shit.
Yeah.
They they didn't have Trump saying, "Hey, don't wear a fucking mask."
The leader
you
never
get what I'm
said,
saying?
"Hey, this country's a shithole." Our leader
And
never said,
that's the only
mask,
difference.
but I'm not going to. Like,
That's the only
why does your
difference.
personal stance as a leader matter? You're not you anymore. You just decided you're going to be the guy for every. Like, that's why I said the right person for the job is the guy who doesn't want it. I would never want to be the guy who's responsible for everybody.
I agree. They're all crooked in their own way.
I could barely take care of myself. I'm gonna make decisions that are gonna be good for everybody. The level of ego, any politician that thinks that they know what's best for everybody, is a cocksucker Hands and swear, cocksucker.
I swear, if I can get down to Kingston to come to your show, oh my God, bro, we gonna have a great night. we have a great night because to be honest with you, I love to debate with people just to debate. You know what I mean? It's fun.
I'm not telling you that.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Right?
No. And the fact of the matter is, you never learn nothing unless you listen to someone else.
Absolutely.
You get what I'm saying? So
got one mouth and two ears.
There you go.
Oh,
you get what I'm saying? There you go. So if both people are talking, like I said, he supposedly pulled out a NATO, he put tariffs and so on. And why did he do that? Because he's a businessman. Because he used the system to get ahead. So he knows exactly what's going on. I can't make American.
Country though isn't a business. Like you can't run a country like a business because people's lives are at stake.
Yes,
it's not a business.
But every politician does. You get what I'm saying? They run the country like a business. You get what I'm saying?
Bill Burr called the last election 3 a.m. at the bar. He goes, you got Hillary, you got Trump. He's like, one of them you have a racist dope, and the other one's the fucking devil. Like, Hillary's a made guy. She's having those Illuminati sex parties, and she'll sell everyone down the river. That cunt, the balls on that fucking cunt.
Oh, boy.
She went to a rally in Harlem and had the balls when they ask her, is there anything I don't leave the house without? She's like, I never leave the house without a bottle of hot sauce. The level of pandering, fucking bullshit, you miserable twat. You how relatable you are to the black culture. What did you Google what black people like and just put the first thing in your purse? You fucking cunt.
Do you
believe her that was real?
Do. I'm sorry. The hot sauce thing got me fucking hard.
That's what she said. I saw it on TV.
I would have voted for her.
I'm laughing so fucking hard. Oh my God. Okay.
All I'm saying is
for the record, for everybody to know, when Trump was elected, I was in communist fucking Cuba. Okay? I didn't give a fuck. You know why? Because the fucking country is going to shit anyways. You get what I'm saying? Period. First of all. Now, if I did decide to choose between the two, I would have chose her, and I would have chose her for one reason and one reason only.
She has a pussy.
No.
The fact that her man went and did some shit, and she stayed with him. You understand?
Really? That's the reason, you fucking dumbass?
Why? That was the first reason she lost me. She lost me.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm all ears. I am all ears. I'm very curious.
Right, but everything that you just said about her make it seem like that she would give up on the country if shit gets bad. You understand? 100%. But the fact that she stayed with her man showed me that she has stayed with the country when it gets bad. You get what I'm saying? She has stayed. That's the way I look at it.
She stayed with the man to get it to him.
You can betray me, and I'll let you do it again. That's how I look at it. I go, so she's going to leave the country. She's going to go out. She got betrayed. And she let it go because she wanted the money. She wanted to stay in politics. She wanted to be a made fucking guy.
Everybody has their reasons for doing what they do.
What if you make a deal with another country and they betray you? Yeah, you're just gonna let that shit slide because I know that's a character trait of you now. I understand that both perspectives, both what you have and I have. Because I like what you said. I do like what you said. You're like, shit got bad and she stayed. But it's not like they started fighting and things were bad and she stuck it out to make it better. He flat out betrayed her.
Of course.
And she didn't stay because she loved him. She stayed because she liked to be in politics. And for her to leave him would have been a bad political move. She liked the money. She liked the power.
But that's her reason for staying where she needs to stay.
She's fucking Kobe's.
You get what I'm saying? She stayed there because she's strong. She's a strong person.
She stayed there because she's fucking weak. How do you see strong?
You say she's weak, but she's strong. She stayed there because she knew what she wanted.
She was old and ugly. She had to stick around, bro.
And she went for what she wanted because the bottom line is this: I'm going to stay with this man. He mistreated me. He fucked up. He treated me. He treated me like shit. Blah blah blah. Boom. I left him. Went about my way. She would have never got to where she went. You get what I'm saying? She would have never made it there. She would have never made it.
Imagine she made it. If she left him and then made it,
she would have never got.
I think it would have been a big difference, Josh. I think you're right. It would have been a big difference.
It would have went worse for her. It would have
went worse. Me, I would have looked at it as like, you know what? You want to cheat on me? I don't fucking need you. I'm going to be president on my own.
I swear to God, it would have been in her favor if she didn't stay with him. I swear to God.
I don't think it would have been in her favor. I don't think it would have been in her favor. I think it would have been a huge thing against her. No, because she would have been nothing. Her political. You don't think Bill Clinton greased wheels and got her onto other.
You're probably
boards and
right,
helped
but her
out.
name and the fact that
She fucking
she was smart enough
stayed.
to-
She didn't stay because she loved him and she wanted to tuck
She
the marriage
stayed
out.
because she knew what she
stayed because
wanted.
she wanted to be in politics. But
I get
that's
that.
not
She wanted.
I get
strength to
that.
me.
That's not strength to you?
No, it's not
selling
strength to
out.
me.
Because you
That's
gotta
telling
stare in
everybody.
you gotta stare in these people's faces who know the bullshit.
No,
you get what I'm
no,
saying?
no.
You gotta deal with these people every fucking day to know the bullshit. You get what I'm saying? You gotta get past that bullshit.
I'm just saying.
Hold on a second. What kind of whiskey you drinking
You're
again?
a good argument. You're making a valid point. She didn't give up on him or the relationship, so she
No,
wouldn't give up on the country.
fuck him. I'm saying she's strong because she stayed because she's dedicated to something. You get what I'm saying?
But I'm saying she could have stayed in
that
politics
shows
and
good
left
character.
him. She could have stayed in politics and left him. And imagine the message she would have sent to women that's like, your man cheats on you, fuck him, I'm leaving.
See, I don't want to make
But
this a
that's not
sexist thing
the
because
message.
once we start going into women, men, then it gets sexist.
Well, hold on, no, but it's real. You want to lead the fucking country, you got to set a good example. Me Too is based on women being told by men they got to do something to get ahead. That bitch, that cunt demon, did exactly that. She stayed in the abusive relationship to fucking get ahead.
Right.
You pull a producer to get a movie spot. Guess what? You didn't have to. You didn't have to. He's still a
Cunt
piece
demon.
of shit for
I'm getting new shirts, bro.
We making
Harvey
podcast
Weinstein's a piece
cut
of shit.
demons.
Cunt Demon
Piece of
by
shit.
Josh
Harvey
Williams.
Weinstein's an animal for being like, suck my dick or I won't promote you.
Yeah.
But you can say no. If you take the deal and then you're mad that you took the deal,
Yes.
Me Too is still a very big important thing. Whenever here's the thing, when there was guys who were like, do this or I'm gonna fucking ruin your life or whatever,
Yeah.
that shit's different. But hey, you want to be in my movie, you gotta suck my cock.
Yeah.
That's a business proposition. You say yes to that. I get the fear. Sorry, I talked
He stopped.
2 weeks because my wisdom teeth coming out. So
Right, but
Oh,
she
and
was never.
I'm
She was
fired
never.
up, boy.
She was never.
I like it. I like it.
She was never propositioned for anything. You get what I'm saying?
no, but I'm saying she proved to society that if you'll accept less and you'll take shit relationships and you'll take a shitty deal to stay in the game.
Yes.
That's what Me Too is all about. Is don't
It's
don't
about
cheat on
the
me, you don't
game.
treat me like a
She
piece of meat.
stayed. She stayed in the game, bro. She could have took herself out of the game by saying "fuck you, I'm leaving you."
Man,
got
get
herself
out of your-
fucking
get-
out of the game, bro.
Politics
Get out of
is
that
the
New
game.
York
So I was just like,
mentality.
This girl's playing games with millions of people's lives. To her, setting an example is not a thing. I have hot sauce in my purse. Black people,
Well,
black people are used to
I hear what you're saying, but you got a whole bunch of people out there that's got a platform as big as hers and still playing fucked up.
Perfect.
Now, here's a
Every
perfect
person
example.
says everyone's president is a piece of shit
Here's
to
a
me
perfect.
instantly.
Here's a perfect example of someone that's got a big enough platform. That had a big enough platform
And they better not be
as the
gay
demon,
either.
as the demon cunt, right? Who won't do nothing about anything.
I didn't say she won't do anything.
Oprah.
I'm just saying I know
What?
she's
What?
like.
Oprah.
Yeah, what about Oprah?
Oprah never said
She
nothing.
has said
nothing.
chained up in a basement.
She has nothing to say about what's going on in the United States right now, and she's got a bigger platform than fucking Hillary.
She said one thing once, and it cost her that meat thing. The farmers eating meat. That makes me want to stop me from eating another burger cold. The farmers got together, sued her for so much fucking money on that. She got burned, and now she's being careful, like everyone else. Everyone's scared right now.
You understand? But guess what? As you said, the demon cunt wasn't scared enough to say, "I'll stay with this asshole, but I'm going to try to get what I want." You understand what I'm saying? To show women that, you know what?
made a
Even if he's an
transaction.
asshole, you can
I'm
still
here
do
for-
what you want to do. You get what I'm saying? I
The-
think she was being strong. Personally, I think she was being
Ralphie
very
Mayor
strong.
Bill Burr that said, "Why did Kobe Bryant's wife stick around after he cheated like a jaded
I'm not a basketball person.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
am,
a basketball
I am.
person. Go
No,
ahead,
but,
Joe.
but the idea is that she stayed with him after he cheated long enough to get the tenure, so when she divorced him, she could get more of his money.
Of course.
That's not a woman who's
What-
standing by her convictions. That's a woman who's
wait.
taking a guy to-
Wait. Explain this to me now. 10-year. What are you talking about? He had a 10-year.
Well, that
prenup
tenure,
type-
tenure, tenure.
Tenure.
It
Yeah,
means
no. He had a 10-year. What? He had a 10-year.
like
He had a 10-year prenup where she don't get shit for 10 years. Or
No, not
like,
10 years. Tenure.
Okay.
Tenure. It
Oh,
means
tenure,
like
okay.
a length of time. Like you've got seniority, you've got like a long-term equity. So tenure is like I've been here long enough. Like
Do
my
you think?
tenure.
I know this is a fucked up. We're getting off the subject. Do you
The
actually
actual
think
fucking definition? Hey Siri, what is
there's
tenure?
there's no fucking way Kobe Bryant raped some girl? He's making $20 million
I
a
think
year.
he
His wife's
raped her,
fucking
he
up.
cheated on his wife.
Yes.
But instead of her being
100%.
like,
It's not about the man actions. Hold on, it's not about
she can get more money.
It's not about the man actions. Y'all talking about the woman stayed long enough so she can get the seniority.
Sorry, it's not my fault, bro.
So she can get X
it is
amount
not
of
my
money.
fault.
Example you said. Okay, so 10 years this. The conditions
I get it.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Josh, say it again.
The holding of an office. So she held the office of wife longer.
Okay.
So that when she divorced him, she'd get more money.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is, if you're leaving him because of this, why did you stay longer? Oh, for the paycheck. That's unethical. That's unethical.
You got to look at that, because a marriage is not about ethics. It's not. A marriage is not about ethics. You get what I'm saying? Because if you break down a marriage, love, hold, cherish, and respect. You get what I'm saying? Now, once he fucked up,
she decided she was going to leave him, but only after she got to a point where she'd get more of his money.
She didn't leave him. He actually died. No.
No, didn't she? She divorced him.
I thought
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know too much about Kobe's life, like everybody else, because they watch basketball and all that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm not sure. I don't know how their marriage went. You get what I'm saying? She probably stayed as long as she could as a person to take what she can from this man. You get what I'm saying? Without saying, you know what, I need to be strong enough for myself.
I'm not defending his actions either. I'm just saying.
No, not at all.
I have more respect for somebody who goes, you know what? I respect myself enough that if you do me wrong, I'm gone.
Right, and
Hillary
everybody level
and
everybody level of do me wrong is different. You get what I'm saying? It's different.
Sure, but we're talking about who I support. So when I walk and I go, I know that about you, Hillary. I know that somebody can betray you and you'll still stick with them. So if you're my president, and you make a deal with another country, even that country knows that you'll let a certain level of betrayal slip by the wayside. You've proven that.
And that's your level. And my level with her is, I think she was strong, and to the point where she's ready to leave him. When she's ready to leave him, she's going to leave him. You get what I'm saying? So until that day, she might not never leave him. You never know.
I'm not dating a chick that I know has cheated on her boyfriends in the past. I don't go, you're strong because you've done that in the past and you're going to start better. No, sorry, I know that about you. I know you cheat on people. I don't want you related to me. Hillary, I know that you're okay with people betraying you.
You can't say that. You can't say that because that person has baggage that they bring with them.
Bam.
You can't hold that against.
Bam. Could you
I'm not talking
explain
about baggage. I'm not talking about baggage. I'm talking about a shit thing. If you steal, you're a thief. I'm not gonna bring you close.
Bam. Don't answer. Bam. Can you explain?
Excuse me.
Can you explain to Josh? Doesn't know that you have a song called something, right?
What, cheated on my girlfriend?
Yeah. Yeah, it's on Spotify. It's on Spotify. Bamboo Bam. Cheat on your girlfriend. This is why he's defending these comments right now. I'm agreeing with you, Josh.
I'm not talking about why everyone shouldn't want Hillary. I'm saying why I'm
explaining to you why Bam is defending it.
And I understand it.
And Bill is in his video.
But back to the fact of the matter is, if a girl cheated on her boyfriend, you got what I'm saying, you don't want her around you. Right. Correct? All right. Yeah. Understandable. Now,
I'm saying I wouldn't be her boyfriend.
Yes,
because I know she could do that to me. It's
okay. So now you just totally, because of an action, you judged a person. You get what I'm saying?
You would.
And that's not right, because you wasn't put on this earth to judge nobody but yourself. You understand what I'm saying? You understand?
Okay, but are you going to hand a criminal your life savings because he says he's going to go put it in the bank for you? Yes. Or are you going to, unfortunately, are you so holy and righteous that you're like, no judgment?
It's not holy and righteous, because the fact of the matter is you can put that money in the bank.
Like, you're going to go to a tent and you met a murderer, but you're going to give him your knife.
I could take 10 minutes. And
I'll take your money, Ben. I'll bring it to the bank.
What I'm saying is that you're not stupid. Unfortunately, we all want to pretend like we don't judge.
We don't need these two, Josh. I tell you,
it's going to exist in you.
Yeah, of course. Everybody have a sense of protecting themselves somehow, some way. Right. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to let a pedophile babysit my kids because
of course you're not.
Like Michael Jackson, I was like, yo, relax.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not.
Kelly, take it easy.
Of course you're not. You know what I mean? You're not going to put yourself. You're not going to put yourself in that position.
Your past is your past. Let's move on. All I'm saying is, to Hillary, she proved that she's okay with betrayal, and I don't want someone leading and making decisions that's in a position that they'll allow betrayal. That's
Josh
what
got you on this one, bro.
No, I did
Sorry.
not.
He does.
No, I did not.
Fuck him. It's not for you to judge off. It's for me and Carlos to judge.
Because
lost, Bam.
your position, you
for
saw
me,
it. I like what you said. It was very eloquent.
Bam moved to Canada. Who the fuck is he to judge, anyways?
He's got some valid points. I give him that. I just look at her as a strong woman. You got what I mean? That's my point.
I look at him as a bitch.
Hold on. This is all due because of the remix he's gonna make.
What?
Mitchell.
Don't even listen to these.
Cheated on my wife.
What I like that your point was that you said that I saw her. She's stuck out a bad situation, and I see her as if the country gets bad, she'll stick it out. It was very eloquent, and I understand seeing it that way. I'm just saying. I don't.
And a lot of people don't like her for this reason, that reason, and so on and so on. And I can't really debate those reasons because she's probably done them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't keep an erection around her, so that's why
she probably done this, she probably done that, and so on and so on.
Right.
But now that you see that the country's bad, you got somebody who's the country's bad and he refuses to accept the fact
why
that
didn't
it's
she
bad.
run again? She's gonna stick it out.
You understand what I'm saying?
I think I might have the atom bomb, the Hiroshima.
I like that one.
She was gonna stick it out. Why didn't she run again? Boom. There's your girl. There's your girl sticking it up for the country.
Bam, I'm gonna mute
I
you now.
think, dude, I think that might be the.
Was it a medical? Was it a medical reason?
Did she even run this year? I don't think she ran.
No, she didn't run again.
She probably didn't run.
Tried once, and guess what? Your girl gave up when she lost.
No, hey. The fight ain't over yet. The fight ain't over yet.
She's not gonna come in on the last day. Guess what? I'm on the ballot, guys.
No. She might not come back this time around, but you never know. She might come back. You can't count her out. You can't count her out.
Good comment right there, bro.
You know.
Bam sees a strong woman, but Josh sees her as a demon cunt. Josh,
just
bro.
call it.
With the hot sauce.
You know what? She didn't run again.
You can't count her out. But like I said, you got a president.
Hey, also, you know what? Some people are still holding their breath that Jesus.
You got.
People just want to wait forever for something.
You got a president that's sitting there with a bad country right now that refuses to say the country's bad. You understand what I'm saying?
I think there's a good country with a bad president right now.
And that's a problem. I find that's a problem.
All right, I don't know how the fuck we got here, but
I don't know either. But it's great.
I'm glad we
I think it was some reference about a Trump.
Oh, how dare you?
How dare I was like, oh gee.
Oh yeah. I forgot. Josh had a spark, and I had the fuel.
I'm glad we got there, baby.
Cheers to that one.
We stopped at Chappelle versus.
Anyways, we got one more. These are two friends.
Ew.
We got two friends here.
Neither.
You don't like neither of them?
I don't even know who the hell they are.
Bert Kreischer is very well liked, and I heard he's incredibly friendly. So
Bert yeah, you know what? That I've watched their latest.
I've never seen a bit from. Actually, you know what? I think I may have liked Bert Kreischer's bear story on This Is Not Happening. I might have enjoyed that story. I didn't laugh out loud or find it funny. I just enjoyed listening to it. So Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura's never made me laugh.
Sorry, Alex, I disagree with you, man. I think it's Bert too.
I met Tom Segura at the Comedy Store. He wasn't particularly nice or anything like that. Other people have said he's kind of an asshole. He was not an asshole to me. He was very unfriendly.
Yeah.
So yeah, meeting him, not liking him, and never laughing at any of his jokes. I never laughed at any of his jokes before I met him. I also never laughed at any of Sebastian Maniscalco's jokes before I met him.
Okay.
When I met him, he was a dick. So I felt great that I didn't like his shit because I'm like, well, fuck him, he's an asshole.
Fuck him, yeah, I get that.
So, and I loved watching him get murdered in The Irishman. Amazing.
Oh, I didn't even get that.
Kill him again.
Gotta watch that again. It's too fucking long. But what I like about the first, Bert seems
Bert's well liked. People like him. He's a nice guy.
You know what it is? Because he's the comic on stage that takes off his shirt. Obviously, you think he's a fat, arrogant prick, but really he's just saying he's showing his insecurity. He's showing his
he laughs too hard at himself,
and that's what it is.
He's laughing
right before he starts a joke. He fucking laughs. So there's two things I look at it. Either he thinks
this could be really funny. Oh, it's not funny at all.
But it's either really that or he's reliving a moment.
Sure,
which is cool.
Funny. I laugh at myself sometimes at the beginning on stage too.
I kind of like that. So he does it all the time.
My shit too, and I'm like, okay.
Okay.
There's lots of guys who they're not my cup of tea, but you just happen to give me two of them that I just really don't care for.
There's two guys. I saw their specials.
They did the weight loss challenge with each other for a while, and
that didn't work out very well.
Well, Segura lost a ton of weight.
Well, yeah, Segura's but
that's what he's going to do.
I like Burt better. I don't know. I think he seems a little more humble. If you guys haven't checked these guys out, if you don't know who the fuck we're talking about, check these guys. They're on Netflix.
Check out any other comedian first.
Will do.
Josh is being a little more harsh than he was on Hillary right now. You know what I mean? They're not that bad. They're not that bad. They're pretty funny. Hold on. Here's another comment. Fine, authentic, but his cabin. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Not. I haven't watched The Cabin, and I do find him authentic. He's not disingenuous.
True enough.
I just don't like what he's talking about. Bam wasn't disingenuous. I just don't agree with him.
There you go.
On that one subject.
But I don't like him either at the same time.
I don't think you were pandering. I don't think you were lying. I don't think that you didn't believe. I think that you believe in what you're saying, just like I believe in mine. So authentic doesn't mean that I'm going to buy into it.
So Josh, I got you back. I got you back on Facebook. So I'm gonna holler back on you about what your days are.
I'll edit this. I'll just get edited out to me talking about how we should fucking use the N-word and Hillary's a demon cunt. And this is gonna be a smear video. Are you guys gonna do the whole 3 hour and 14 minutes?
And every time we say it, it's only Bam's face that shows up.
Fucking N-word.
Look, the mic's covering his face anyways. No one knows what the fuck he's saying, you know?
You could do now, but like I said, back to that comment with you using, making fun of other races.
Yes,
I
Bam,
believe comics should be able to do that. I really do.
Bam, we do use it. It's just not on video.
I think if you're making fun of other races, but you're being like, I'm not the
I only want to make fun of another race if the guy is there. I don't want to make fun of him if he's not there. That's not.
I agree with that.
All my black friends tell me all the time I can use the N-word around them. I'm like, I don't want to because
all my black friends don't like me.
I feel I don't want to get comfortable doing it because there's obviously no hate when I say it at all.
Of course.
I also don't like using it around them in case it hurt them. Because I'm like, if I said it and it hurt you, it would devastate me. Because
understandable, and it puts you in the potential of putting you in a position where if you get so comfortable with saying it, it puts you in a bad position.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And that's understandable. And a lot of people don't realize that. But what I'm saying is, like I said, if you're making jokes about other races, because we're different, you know what I mean? Everybody's different, and you're making fun of the differences. You get what I'm saying? And you should be allowed to do that.
Show us your toenails. Show us your toenails.
I'm not even one of those people like, you should always punch up, not down. Fuck it. Everybody wants to be included. I know people with disabilities that, you can't treat them like they're cupcakes. Everybody wants to be included. My favorite people in a fucking comedy club are black people. They laugh at everything. They don't take themselves too seriously. They have a great fucking time. And all the white people are always like, oh, careful. You don't want to say a joke. I thought of this joke years ago. It's stupid. And do it. It's edgy. Yeah. All my black comic friends are like, you got to tell that joke. And my white comic friends, same night. I was like, guys,
I'm not a comic. Say the joke.
I will. So I'm in the green room and I'm like, guys, I thought of this joke. I tell the white comics and they're like, I didn't even plan. I didn't, hey, all the whiteys in here. It was like, it just happened to be that it was just white comics in the green room at the one time. And I told them the joke and they're like, you can never tell that joke. And then my 3 black comic friends were in the room and there's probably 1 or 2 other white guys. I go, guys, is this fucking bad? Because they know me. They wouldn't get mad at me. They just tell me if it was funny or not. I tell them the joke. They're like, that's fucking hilarious. You have to tell that joke.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to tell that joke. And so the joke was, I used to do this bit about, and I'll explain what I liked about it afterwards.
Okay.
I used to do this joke about how I'd say, oh, racism's making a comeback. We're going back 10 years. That's at least 10 years old. Yeah, racism's making a comeback, right, guys? I go, I'm just kidding. I hate racism. I find it ignorant. And there's so much about racism that makes no sense. Like when people say that all Asians look alike, it's like, guys, no, they don't. In fact, it's very easy to tell them apart. The ones with long hair are girls. Do you know what I mean? I tell that joke. And I go, and it's the same thing with Mexico, right? People are like, oh, Mexicans are all janitors. Really? Then why is Mexico so dirty? It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And then I go, but the one that really gets me that makes no sense is when black people say that white people can't use the N-word. Mm-hmm. Right? It's like, you can't use that word. That's our word. Really? I'm pretty sure we said it first.
That's funny. That's the joke. It's funny. It's the truth, and it's funny.
Good.
But what I like about that joke, is that I start off by saying, "Oh, I hate racism and I'm against it," right? And I'm acting like I'm one of those people that's like I'm on top of it. I'm progressive. But then when you hear what my point is, I'm so fucking ignorant
Mm-hmm.
about what I'm saying. It's like I don't get. They're not saying that all Asians like their hair. Oh, I can't tell the boys from the girls.
Mm-hmm.
So and then my fucking solution to the racism is a racist statement. Right? Oh, all Mexicans are janitors. Really? Then why is Mexico so dirty?
Yeah,
the ones that are here are janitors.
Yeah.
Mexico. It's not that they're born and then of
Or
course
painters,
like,
right,
people
Carlos?
don't say white people can't use the N-word because not because it's their word. It's we said
Yeah, I
it's
understand.
our word.
It is a funny
But
joke.
that's what I
I've said worse to Bam, man. Don't worry about it.
To me, the joke is about the ignorant blowhards who are always and they have no idea how stupid they sound when they're shooting their mouth off.
True.
That's why that joke is funny to me.
Good. Just as long as you make sure you read the room right.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Like
Bam.
maybe the punchline isn't about the racism. The punchline is about how stupid I am with my views on racism.
Show us your toenails, Bam.
But I get it. But sometimes the people
wanna
in
see
the
the
room
socks.
just a little more
Of
ignorant.
course.
You get what I'm saying, brother?
Oh,
you
dude,
know what
always,
I'm saying? So
always,
just always read the room just a little bit sometimes.
Well, Chris Rock's bit about the N-word. I don't hate black people. I hate Bam.
Okay.
And
Now,
afterwards, he hated that because what he did was he said, I gave white people a distinction as well. So there's white people going around going, no, I don't hate black people. I hate, and then it's like, and he's like, I wasn't trying to give them an outlet to be able to say it and reinforce things they didn't like. He's like, no, it was a bit, for black people.
Once he sat back and thought about it, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Generalizing, but you're giving a distinction, still giving that extra power to certain people when you shouldn't.
And I just use other words too. I go, what's up, my neighbor? And I go, yo, what up, ninja? I just say ninja. There's always a loophole anyway.
See, when people say things like that to me, those bother me. You understand what I'm saying? You get
what the intent is.
He can't listen.
And you know what the intent is. Yes.
And that's
Bam, are you really giving me that ammunition right now?
But what I'm trying to say,
whatever. Me and you, we're fighting anyway, so we'll get over there.
People act like a word means something, and they don't take the intention. But then, in a different scenario, right? It's going back to that argument thing. Then in a different scenario, I didn't say the word, but you know what the intention. So how come we apply intention over here?
True.
And we don't apply intention over here. We apply the word over here, but then it's not the word later.
See, I call him a broke ass, and he thinks that's racist. That's just him.
And it goes back to my quote of saying, like you said, let's eliminate the word, but the thought process is still there.
Right. And what I'm saying is,
the attention of the thought is still there.
Like I said, it's like nuclear weapons, right? If some countries have nuclear weapons and some don't, the argument is, well, those countries that have the nuclear weapons shouldn't have them. But those countries go, yeah, but we should have them because other people have them. And other people who don't have, like other people who have them could use them against us. And it's bad when they use them. And we're just using them to protect ourselves. It's kind of like, okay, well, look, does everyone have them or does no one have them? And we all know it's a lot more dangerous when everyone has them. So let's just get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. And sure, some people will be the last ones to break down their bombs. But while there's still that weapon out there, to say that it's safe for us to have it and not safe for you to have it. We should have it, but Korea shouldn't. And everyone gets rid of fucking bombs. That's it. Or everyone has them.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. I agree. Everybody should get rid of everything.
I have had arguments like this my entire life.
You might change your mind once you get your hand wrapped around one of those bombs. You know what I mean?
No, because here's the thing. Now we live in a society, and I'm not paying the poor white guy card. But now we're at a point where I can't be the guy who says that because it's not my word. Oh, you're just saying it because you're white and you want to use it. I don't want to use it. I want the black friends that I have to not live in a world where that's a weapon that gets used against them.
I get that.
I want to not have a word in my vocabulary that's a word just because of the color of my skin.
That's right.
You know what I mean? That's what I want. But
we'll get there. We'll get there.
That's why I say, like,
we will get there. It's going to take time, but we're going to get there. And if we won't get there unless we talk about it, but then you got the stubborn people who refuse it, and
like
you got
Trump
people,
supporters, right?
You got people who refuse to talk about it. You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing.
Brilliant. That's how you keep people fighting with each other. The people up top don't want us coming together.
He's pointing at you, by the way, man. He's pointing at you, by the way.
People,
I just noticed that. Okay.
No. The people running the show definitely don't want us all getting along and loving each other.
They don't. They want to keep it divide and conquer.
That's right.
That's right.
It's the classic magician. Watch what's going on over
absolutely
here.
is.
You're not
And
seeing what
it's
this
just
man's
going,
doing.
you know, if you go back to the Holocaust, you know, I got more respect for Jewish
Oh,
people.
I mean, thank God
for the
for that,
Germans.
right? We can all agree that was good,
I
right?
know, but I have more respect for the Germans than I do.
You tell me what Hitler did. On paper, he tore up the Treaty of Versailles.
It's not
This
about
is me
what
being a
it's not-
Hitler
it's-
Trump. Oh my
it's
God,
not-
that would be such a great fucking bit if I did a Hitler supporter as a Trump supporter. No. They said he did all that.
No.
There's no
I
pictures
have
of
more
him
respect.
pushing Jews into an oven.
I have more
follow
respect.
liberal bullshit media.
I have more respect.
I
for
have a
Germans.
man that I
Hold
work
on,
with that might back up those facts.
Hold on. See, you're going on and on about what they did.
United the people.
Oh my
He was the
God.
best. You tell me what he did on
Whiskey's
paper.
fantastic.
Hold on.
You tell him anything that any other
Hold on.
politician didn't do.
Let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement.
Joe, you're
You know
turning
what I'm
blue.
saying, though, right, man?
Let me finish my statement. I respect the Germans more than I respect Americans for the simple fact
boy.
that the Germans recognize what they
They
did
got the
and they
job
moved on.
done. They got the job done.
They moved on. They started a second
Really?
one.
Wow, dude, you fucked up. Yo, you better not edit that. Listen.
Edit me out and just hit it. I love what the Germans did. That's it.
You crazy. You crazy.
Put that in the middle of your Trump.
Oh my God.
They recognize what they did and they moved on. You understand what I'm saying? Americans won't recognize what they did and move on. That's the problem.
Well, but I agree with you. But I think that here's the thing: is that this is a psychology thing. So it applies to this, but it applies to a lot of things.
Okay.
When people feel attacked, they attack back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so when everyone is told you're white and you're the problem, like if you say anybody's like, you can't do this because you're white, you can't do this because you're black. Like I had to explain to my friend, this is where the Trump thing came from. My friend in Texas, who is a Trump supporter, and then down that rabbit hole we went.
True.
She
rabbit hole.
doesn't understand Black Lives Matter.
No.
And she's like, I don't get it. Like, why are you rioting? That doesn't make people want to get on your side. Well, she's Mexican, so she's a minority.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to her, you don't understand. Like, if you look at the last 10, and I didn't get it right away either. I had to ask questions. I had to talk to find out. Because I'm not a black guy. I never had that experience. So I don't know. I can't tell a black person what it's like to be a black person. Because I don't fucking know. I listen to what the experience is like, and I listen to more people who know more than I do. But I looked, there was one thing that really kind of got the message home to me about Black Lives Matter. I wasn't like, what do you mean we shouldn't kill black people? I was like, of course Black Lives Matter, right? One argument people made is when someone said, because a lot of people are like, no, all lives matter. When someone says save the rainforest, they're not saying fuck all the other forests. They're saying save the rainforest because the rainforest is the one that's in danger right now. So that's what they mean by save the rainforest. And that's what they mean by Black Lives Matter. Black lives are the ones in danger. And I had to say to her, if you look at the last 10 times they got a white guy, it was like white guy had weapons and got arrested. Black guy didn't have weapons and got murdered.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something wrong when you can have a weapon and live every time, and you can have no weapons and get murdered. And the only difference was the color of your skin in all of those.
Right, and
That's
but a lot,
a real thing.
but a lot of people go on a defensive and say, well, they they do this, they do that, and so on and so on. And I get it, but it goes a little deeper than that.
Well, all cops aren't bad guys, but when
they're not.
everyone,
'Cause
when every cop feels like people are going, you cops are the problem. Well, a cop who's a good guy who's never done anything wrong, if you attack him, and if his first response is going to be go on the defensive, so now he's not listening to your point. He's defending himself and arguing back. So
Right.
that's why I
And
say that this notion of people attacking and going, you white people are the problem, you black people are the
Right.
problem,
But-
you guys
but-
are this, you guys are that. It's like people aren't listening to each other.
But
it's
like
just fighting.
but people don't understand the true meaning of the Black Lives Matter. They only think about it just in a police form. You
Right.
understand? And it's
Absolutely.
much greater than a police form. You know what I mean? So, if you go back to the Constitution, if you think about it, every person that signature is on the Constitution is a white man.
Right.
There was no black man there to say, whoa. That's not going to be a good look for you. You get what I'm saying?
They were slaves, if anything.
But so
Yeah.
that document itself, from the beginning, that document itself already distinguished the problem. You understand what I'm saying? So they will
Well,
not
it
go
did say
back.
all
They will
men
not.
created equally under God, so they
Yeah,
should
but
have been
no.
reading their own shit.
No. The words say this.
Right.
But the mentality doesn't, because
That's right.
how can you sit there? How can you sit there and say all men is created equal when you enslaved another? You understand what I'm saying? So
don't get me wrong. Americans
it's
and humanity are very good at being hypocrites.
it's a total hypocrisy. So
Yeah.
until they can figure out, you know what, this has been going on so much, we need to go back and revisit this and change this just accordingly to change it. You get what I'm saying? Then things change.
Bam, can I ask you a
know?
question? What the fuck would they have changed it to, even though it's still old men that still run the country?
Okay.
Right. Well, they
See,
make
now,
amendments to it. It's
they
like,
need
yeah,
they
what do you-
need to amend. They need to amend a lot of things, because you need to have some women in the room. You need to have some men in
True
the room.
enough.
Some Chinese people, some native people. Like right now,
If you're representing everybody, everyone should be represented.
True enough.
in the room, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
right down here in Nova Scotia, you know, they having a big fucking fishing problem. You get what I'm saying? The fishermen here are fucking mad at the natives because they can fish off season. You know, and
Right. I saw a thing on the news today where there was like you could just go and buy lobster on the street from anyone who caught it or whatever or something like that. I saw
but
lineups for that today.
But the white fishermen are mad at the natives because they can fish, because they fish in seasons, right? The natives can fish off season. You know what I mean? And a native woman said this, and it stuck with me. She said, "Fishing is not a privilege for me; it's my birthright." You understand? So who are you to come here and tell me when I can fish and when I can't fish? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's the idea that like all of nature belongs to all of us, but like there's documentaries where I've watched about corporations where it's like every bit of the sky is mapped out and owned, all land is owned, and it's like
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. So now ask yourself why they fish in seasons. Okay? It used to be abundant of cod here. You understand? They fished out the fucking cod.
Watch Rotten, and it'll tell you everything you need to know about cod fishing.
You get what I'm saying? They fished all the fucking cod to the point where it's non-existent anymore over in this section here. So they put it in play. We need to do this. So they put these regulations in place for themselves, but they're mad that they made this agreement for these people to fish on, you know, against the. So how can you be mad when you decided to police your fucking self? If that's a problem, you know, and the way I look at it is, you got a lot of white guys out there, a small amount of natives fishing. You get what I'm saying? They're mad at these guys. So if you think about it, you can just see the difference already. It's more you than us. You understand what I'm saying? So when you Google,
I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody.
And when I say, you know what? How about you give all the natives the same amount of fishing license that you give the white guys, and everybody go fishing at the same time and solve the fucking problem. You get what I'm saying? Because treat everybody
equality.
equal.
That's what it is.
You get what I'm saying?
I'm egalitarian. I believe that everyone deserves a fair shake. I'm not somebody who says everyone is equal. I think we all deserve a fair shake.
But the white guys with the fishing license got the big boats and getting in and catch more.
Right, because it's a have-not situation. They look at it and go, someone's getting a better treatment than I am. Why does this person get to do something I'm not?
Boom.
That's why drawing lines is always bad, because you always have the grass is greener. So even the natives are going to go, well, you're the white guys who stole our land. So even this is just a small reparation for what we had to deal with.
This is downright fucking greed. This is, we can fish between this time and this time, and we got the equipment to fish this much. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have the equipment to fish that much, but guess what? When you fish during this time, you're jeopardizing my fishing later.
But are natives allowed? I don't know, so I'm asking.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Are natives allowed to fish as much as they want?
Yes.
So theoretically, in time, they could buy their own boats and get bigger boats, and then they could fish as much as someone else whenever they wanted to.
Okay.
Theoretically,
Theoretically, they can. You get what I'm saying?
Carlos?
They theoretically
He's got to put the kids to bed.
But at this point in time, they'll never get there for the simple fact that it's more them than them. You understand what I'm saying? So they always going to have their bigger pot. You get what I'm saying? And that's the problem. It's like, y'all been having the bigger pot from the beginning. You get what I'm saying? It's not like we was given the opportunity to get bigger boats.
Yeah, if I knew more on it, I'd be able to speak more personally. I'd be able to
because the trickery to the whole situation is, hey, yo, no problem, give us some land, this and this, but y'all can fish during this time while we're not fishing during that time. This and that. It's always a give a little bit to get more. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And now it's coming back to bite them in the ass, because now the people who didn't get the same in the beginning felt like they got it, but they realizing that they didn't get it. You get what I'm saying?
This is something I'm exploring about myself.
Mm-hmm.
and it comes. There's a lot of things, a lot of subjects, but I think that this, and I'm learning. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm exploring it, and I'm I'm turning it over all the time.
Oh yeah.
Is I'm white, and I am privileged. I think a lot of white guys heard white privilege and thought, you're saying that because you're white, I automatically just life is an easy street.
No.
So there was guys like myself. There was guys like myself who, when I first heard it, and the way it felt like an attack, you check your privilege. Because I had people coming right at me. You check your privilege. How dare you as a white cisgen male? I was like, and it felt like an attack. So you better believe I went on the defensive. I didn't sexually harass anyone. I'm not racist. How dare you come at me and tell me I'm the enemy and I've done nothing wrong?
And hold on 1 second. And to help you on that, you're being attacked twice, not just once. Well, not attacked, but you're being stereotyped twice.
I'm being judged.
Well, okay, sure. Yes, better words. You're being judged twice. You're being judged for being white, and you're being judged for being a white man.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Because you got to remember, the women have a problem with y'all as well. You get what I'm saying? Not just black women, just regular women.
I really appreciate you brought that up, Bam.
Nathan McIntosh from Halifax, who now lives in New York City and has done Colbert, good buddy of mine, he's killing it. He has a bit about how, remember when white male privilege used to be called white privilege? Remember that? It was like white privilege.
That's right.
For like 26 minutes. And then he's like, white women were like, wait a second, this sounds like it might affect me. And he's like, white women, you are so fucking privileged, you pulled yourself out of white privilege.
Right.
You pulled it on another level.
You pulled yourself out of white privilege. And he's like, that's the thing too. It's like a white women, like, yeah, let's get them. He's like, it's supposed to be. He's like, white women too. He's like, you also have this amazing ability to just understand everything. White women, you understand everything.
Bam,
you understand.
is your wife awake? Can you get her on?
Yeah, my wife's white. My wife's white.
Can you get her on? Because it sounds like her.
No, that's a rabbit hole we don't want to go down, bro.
He goes,
and the reason why,
to be a black man, then it's to be a gay man, black, trans, gay, Filipino man.
And this is the reason why I'm saying you being coming at judged by two different angles, right? As a man and as a white man. You get what I'm saying? And it's because of my wife. It's some things she says to me. Like, I argue with her all the time. I love debating with her. See how me and you went at it for a while? Oh, dude, tonight we be going at it for hours. Anyways, she made a point to say, listen, I understand the racism. Y'all been going through it for X amount of years, and slavery been going on around the globe for decades, more longer than slavery in America, and so on and so on. But then she made the point to say, how you think women was treated from the beginning? We've been going through this shit. We've been going through this shit just as long as everybody. You understand? Yeah, and it's the truth. It's the truth.
Other people joke like white women benefited from all of our atrocities. You're acting like you're not sitting here in the hot tub with me. You know what I mean? Like they act like they never got any of their. They never got.
No. They got spoiled. They got spoiled. They got spoiled. I point that out to her.
But they like to act like that. Like we're not stealing people's money to spend on them. I'm not saying women are the guilty party, but I'm saying like it's a cute little thing that they've done to pretend like all the atrocities are just white males. Fuck you. You took the blood money too. You're sitting in the hot tub.
But here's the funny thing about it is, to show how fucked up it was, just think about an arranged marriage.
Oh, fuck yeah. Listen,
they literally treated a fucking daughter. They treated a daughter to get better status in life. You understand?
The abused often becomes the abuser. The abused often becomes the abuser. So it was wrong. It was wrong to treat women like they were less because of their gender.
Mm-hmm. And now it's coming back to bite. And now it's coming back to bite everybody in the ass. Every man.
But to turn around and to do it again to the opposite. So to come out now say every man is wrong and treating every man like he's lesser just because he's a man is the abused becoming the abuser. Two wrongs don't make a right.
I agree.
That's Carlos, by the way.
Thanks, buddy. Do your thing, homie.
I agree. I'm just saying, but it's just like I said, y'all being, judgment. Oh, they treated women, men treated, and that goes for every culture. Black men, Chinese.
Of course.
All the same thing.
What I'm trying to learn for myself is that, like, I found that a lot of times when I would hear these things, like, my knee-jerk reaction to a lot of things is like, this is crazy. There's no way that like things can be as bad as as it's it seems. And I've looked at myself like this, and this is why. Like when I hear like racism and people using the N-word as venomous all the time, I'm like, I know it was bad, that part of history, and it was getting better. And I know whites only bathrooms and all this shit. Like, just because slavery was abolished doesn't mean it was just next day everything's perfect. Like, no, there's so much residual of that toxic. Right. But what I'm saying is that for myself, I'm the kind of person where I would never do any of that. So for me, when these things like Me Too, like I would never sexually harass a woman. I would never rape a woman. I would never force someone to do something to me to get ahead. I would never treat a minority like they were less because of the color of skin. So for me, I was slower to get on board with everything, not because I was like, these people are all liars, doesn't happen. I was just having such a hard time to believe that it was so much so, and at the same time being told I was the problem.
That's right.
Because I'm a white male.
Yeah,
so you're creating extra barriers that are making it harder for me to get on board with.
That's right.
Because I'm constantly in a state of defense, even though I would never do anything like that. I think that's part of the problem. Is I think there's a lot of people out there who, not all, and not the majority.
You're right.
There's a lot of people out there who are having a hard time getting on board with a lot of these things because they're going, I'm not part of this problem. Every time I try to go support, people go, no, you're the reason. And it's like, what can I do?
I dig it. And like I said, it's like, it's hard to get everybody to sit down at the table and have a discussion. You get what I'm saying?
Because everyone wants to point their fingers. And
but the thing is, are we ever going to erase that though? Probably not in our lifetime.
Not when you don't want me to say it, but you'll take my money.
But Josh, this is a true story. Me and Bam, we go on vacation together. Bam's a slow fucking guy to get ready, so I always left him behind. I go do my thing.
Black guy, never.
They're the fastest runner, but they can't get anywhere on time.
That's why we walk it slow. Fuck that shit.
So I fucking get to a place, I'm drinking, and I meet up with these people, and Bam would turn around the corner, and I'd give him the wave, like, yo, I'm right here, right? And they would say, is that your friend? And I'd be like, yeah, like that's who I came on vacation with. And the next words out of their mouth was, I'm not racist. Which made me think that they are, because I didn't assume they were until they said that.
It's like when women say, I'm a feminist, and then they trash men. It's like, feminism is not, there is nothing wrong with feminism. What real feminism is women are equal. And there's nothing wrong with that. But then there's people who think feminism is like the female version of chauvinism, where you think you're better than the opposite.
That's what it was.
So when you say I'm a female and all men are fucking scumbags, that's the same as being like, I'm not racist, but, and then you say something racist.
It was so stupid.
What you just said contradicts the first thing.
But the cool thing is, Bam has a trade in himself as... He might feel.
I can't hear myself. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I can't hear myself because of the headphones.
Okay. No worries, bro.
And so I'm screaming at you guys.
No, it's okay, man. It's okay. We turned our mics down.
You immigrants don't get what
I'm sorry, Josh. I'm sorry. Bam told me what. Like I can see Bam. He's a bit older than I was, so he can feel the things. I can give him the eye. But this guy would be the number one to convert people to love him. I'm telling you, on resorts, there was people that were just didn't want. You know what I'm talking about, Bam.
Yeah, I mean, you walk into a situation, you could see how it is. Now, you could tell the evil in someone's eyes when you look them in the eye. You get what I'm saying? Someone, you go ahead. I ain't got time for you. But people who sit in there that don't know because they haven't been around somebody, you get what I'm saying, or had the time to talk to somebody.
I've seen it firsthand.
You know what I mean? And after they have this experience with this person, now their view is, hey, wait a minute, this guy.
That's right.
And after a while, you realize, yay, I've had more good experiences with,
that's right,
another culture than I had with bad.
It blows my mind that somebody can treat here's the thing. I'm a comedian. And I laugh at stereotypes. I could tell you so many black jokes, white jokes, Asian jokes, Jewish jokes. I tell you, and I laugh at the stereotype. And I can tell the joke. I don't consider myself racist because I don't act on it. I go, the stereotype, the joke is funny.
That's right.
And I laugh at it. I know people, right? And I tell black jokes. And they're like, oh, you racist? No, it's a funny fucking joke. What's the most confusing day in the hood? Father's Day. Right?
Wow.
Joke.
Shut up, man.
You're pushing the limit on that.
It's facts.
I'm trying to tell you. It's funny, but you're pushing the limit.
Hold on. Josh, what day was Father's Day this year?
What
day was Father's Day this year? No, I'm talking to him.
Oh.
Anyways, your
It's the
facts are
15th.
fine.
It's
Go
the
ahead,
15th.
Josh.
What
It's the
I'm trying to
15th.
say is
But
that,
anyways,
but I'm the kind of person where I can laugh at the joke.
right.
But
That's right.
I don't treat. To me, it's the action thing. So
Of
I know
course.
people that would never tell a joke like that. But then they'd clutch their purse closer when they see a black guy or not
That's
hold
right.
it. Quick, get in the car. They're coming. I don't want to be around.
So they're
They
more
cross the
racist
street.
in
To me,
actions.
they're acting racist.
Yes.
They would never get caught telling a joke. To
That's
me,
right.
I don't have a problem with a joke. Let's tell a joke, tell a joke. But you don't treat people
Jokes are
differently.
jokes are fine. You know, especially when you're around people who's lighthearted, light-minded. You get what I'm saying?
Well, and there's some trust. We all again, it goes back to intent. But nowadays, nobody cares what the intention was behind.
Because
something.
nobody-
You said a couple of words, and then we're gonna that looks good in a tweet, and we're gonna tweet that you said that, and your career's over.
Because people who does this doesn't go out to, you know, go to the hood, you know, and go, you know, like me, it's like me going to Beverly Hills and shit. I've never been to Beverly fucking Hills, you know what I mean? When I go to Beverly Hills, I'm going to feel out of place.
Well, in all fairness, you're not allowed there.
You know what I mean? Like, no, I would honestly feel out of place. You get what I'm saying? But
Yes.
not saying the people are
But Liverpool,
up,
Nova Scotia,
you
you're
know?
okay.
You know,
It's
not
funny though
fucked up.
because now that's like the most progressive area. So like now is the best time to be able to go there. But I know what you're saying. Like it doesn't feel welcoming. I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't feel welcoming to me either.
You know,
like I go to a rich
but-
I'm always like,
right,
how many fucking slaves did your family own that you own the rich shit?
but it
Bullshit.
depends.
And they look at us white folks saying, I want to own you too.
It depends on the person and where they grew up at. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where they go,
That's true. That's
I
true.
don't feel safe here, or I don't feel comfortable here. It all depends on where you go. But once you know yourself and you know how you are and so on, and if you've been down a couple of good experiences, you can't judge everybody. You know what I'm saying? And
I still can't get, like, I guess for me it's like a very much live and let live. Treat people the way you want to be treated.
Of course.
I a couple weeks ago got into a big argument because I had people who didn't believe that you're born gay, and they thought it was just that, well, how do you act like this and this and that? And that's the first time I ever used that example. I'm like, well, you find that obnoxious, but like you don't think when you're like yelling with your boys, you guys are slamming beer bottles,
course
and
we
shouting,
are.
screaming at the TV,
Of course.
punching the punching bags, yelling at shit. Like you don't think that to a woman
100%.
or a guy that's incredibly obnoxious behavior,
Yeah.
like just because like what they're doing you don't like. Well, you do shit that other people like. You think your girlfriend's impressed when you're trying to beat the shit out of a guy? Like nobody like cares. That's your thing. If he made a move on her or did something to her, sure.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that like when you get into a fight with a guy over your favorite fucking sports guy, the athletes don't give a fuck that you're arguing over them. Your girlfriend wants to go home. She doesn't give a fuck about Drew Bledsoe or whatever it is.
I dig it.
So all I'm saying is that like I think it's crazy when other people are dictating how other people, like you said yourself, I'm not religious, but I know what it says, judge not lest ye be judged. But I love that people ignore like page 1 and go, yeah, but on page 679, paragraph 2, subsection C, it says, no fucking
eye for an
queer.
eye.
It's
You
like,
know,
what?
an eye for an eye, two for
Judgment
two.
is
You know,
reserved for
just
God, right? If that's what you believe, if you're yelling at them because of the Bible, well, page 1 says judgment's reserved for God. So why don't you shut the fuck up, let people live, and if what they're doing is wrong, God will take care of it. You
Absolutely.
shut your fucking mouth. Judge
there
not
you
lest
go.
ye be
There
judged.
you go. You know,
But that's all I'm saying. But I don't even. And again, I'm not religious, but I know that if the religious people are the ones arguing, then why aren't you just following your own shit? Sorry, I don't care that your favorite book says that.
And that's the problem. Everybody's trying to push their agenda on everybody else. You get what I'm saying?
Those that can't control their emotions want to control other people's behavior.
That's a good quote.
That's what it is. When you do that, it triggers me, and I can't control it, so you don't say it.
Oh, that's dope.
I'll give you an example. This is something, and I'm sorry to get cultural with this.
No.
I have
Go
a
on.
shitload of issues with the burqa. Women wear it because men might not be able to control themselves.
Okay.
So you're a man. You can't control yourself, so the woman has to cover up because you can't. You're such a man. You can't control yourself. Well, you're not much of a fucking man if you can't control yourself.
Hold on.
That's the way I look at it. They got to cover up because you might rape them if you see them.
From my understanding, from my understanding of the burqa and the covering, it's not the man who's making them cover up. It's themselves is making this choice. Wow. They're making this choice because hold on. I'm not exactly sure, but from what was told to me was they do this because they don't want no other man to see their hair.
think it's the opposite
to
of
see what because I'm. In a sense of like, if you look at religion, in the sense of like, I'm marrying you. No, come on now, I'm marrying you. So I'm marrying you. I'm choosing to keep my beauty, my features to myself, only for my partner. You understand? Like,
why don't guys do it too?
Like the only
fucking woman do you know would keep anything for a man?
Stop.
Sorry,
hold on, Joe.
Overreacted.
So her dad can see her. Her uncle can see her. Her brother can see her.
That's fucking
weird. And her husband can see her. Everybody else cannot. You know
what the one common trait is in that besides the husband is non-sexual.
Well, I see. Like I said, I don't know if they're.
It goes back to they're not going to try to fuck you, but anyone else might see you and get. This was my understanding.
Bam.
Again, I'm not saying I'm an expert.
Bam. Put me around them without one of those on.
If a guy sees her hair and how beautiful he is. Or she is, sorry.
Yeah.
That maybe he'll want her, but then maybe he'll try to rape her. Yeah. And I've had Muslims explain to me like, well, what if bad men try to rape her? It's like, well, so she has to cover up because men can't control themselves. That's those who can't control themselves want to control other people.
And that's why I'm having this little debate because, like I said, from what I got it's the woman's choice to do this. You understand what I'm saying?
Because once she's,
I don't think it's a man's choice. That's bullshit.
Because once she's married, she don't have to cover anything.
I don't
you
believe
understand?
That. I don't.
She don't have to. She chooses to.
There's all sorts of women here that are married and still cover.
If you notice, some wear the full, as you put it, some wear the full and some don't. You know.
Sorry. You know what that means now. The evaporation.
Some wear the full and some don't. Some just cover their hair. You get what I'm saying?
Well, a lot of them when they come here, they feel more free to it because they don't get stoned to death when they take it off.
See, but that like I said, that and hey, it's obvious it happens. I get it, and I understand it, and I don't understand why they do it.
Your next track should be "Put on the Burqa, Girl."
I understand that these things happen over there, and
where my Burqa bitches at?
Man. I don't know how long this has been going, and so on, and like I said, other people around the world think Western women are freaking nuts. You get what I'm saying? Like,
no, that's a lie. That's a lie, man. They're all nuts.
No, he's right. Yeah. But they do think Western women. They blame the women for just dressing like human beings. A guy can walk around in shorts and a t-shirt, but a woman doesn't. What are they doing? Are they crazy? They're going to get raped. And it's like,
true.
Don't rape them. Like,
and that's the funny thing. It's like. Some people go, say all lives matter. That's like telling a woman don't wear short skirts so you don't get raped. You got what I'm saying? It's the same analogy. You see your face? Do you see his face?
Yeah,
do you see his face?
Hold on, no, I'm going through it to see if it is in fact the same thing. Because when you say all lives matter, you're diminishing the one thing.
So if all lives matter, they all matter.
It's like telling a black man all lives matter.
You're basically saying there's no problem. Like when they go Black Lives Matter, well, of course all lives matter. You're dismissing.
Okay, so don't wear a short skirt because you won't get raped.
Right. No.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm going with your argument. I'm saying that to say all lives matter, you're just dismissing the Black Lives Matter. You're going, forget it. And that's why you don't say it. When you go Black Lives Matter, you're taking the time to recognize the issue.
That's it.
So I'm saying is that when you go, women should wear burqas for their husbands so they don't get raped, you go like, well, how come we're punishing the victim of the rape instead of the person who's doing the rape? How come a guy? They're basically saying, but a guy, he's just going to rape if he sees you, so you cover up. I mean, how can he control himself? He's going to rape him. It's like women.
I raped her, but she's covered, so everything's all right.
I mean, if a guy over there rapes somebody, he dead. They kill him. You get what I'm saying? They kill him. If you steal something over there, they cut your fucking hand off.
What they're saying is you're not going to rape if the girl's covered up. So that's like I said. Those who can't control their emotions want to control other people's behavior.
I don't know how it got started.
If Bill Clinton does it, it's okay, bro.
I wish I knew how it got started with the burqas and all of that. And I totally understand because it is a little, confusing when you walk into a room and someone walks into a room you don't know, you can't see. You get what I'm saying? It's hard to, be comfortable with something you can't see.
I see women not in burqas all to time, and I don't rape them. I just have incredibly good
self-control. I just find it hard.
You got some fucking willpower.
I just find it hard to, be comfortable when you can't see.
Alex
the
is
person.
putting in some pretty good facts. Even the mosques, women are separated because men need to keep their thoughts pure. So again, the women need to move over here so the men can keep themselves faith. Here's the thing: when I said I'm egalitarian, like I said, I fight on behalf of everybody at all times. So I'm not like when I said earlier about women, it's like, well, yeah, the abused becomes the abuser. Like, this is not me saying women are the problem.
No.
What I'm saying is that when men told women that they were lesser because they were women, men were wrong. Women telling men that they're lesser because they're men is not any less wrong.
Right.
You're just doing the same when you do that. Not every woman does that.
No.
So I'm also trying to be careful to make sure I'm not making every woman feel.
Yes,
of course.
And
I'm saying when you do that, you're committing the same crime. So it's not progress. Like I even said, here's the thing. I've actually made this argument several times. I'm egalitarian in the sense that I think everyone deserves a fair shot. So I said, look, I've lived 37 years on this planet, and for a long time, it was good being a man. We had the best of a lot of things. Not everything. We had the best of a lot. And if the pendulum swings the other way and now we're the lesser of the genders and women are the one on top, I'm actually okay with that, because guess what? If it's your turn now, taking turns is fair, equal, and I'm on equal. But the one thing I take issue with is calling it progress. If it's your turn and we're the lesser ones, fine. That's fair. But to do the same shit is not progress. It's just role reversal. Now you're the ones telling us we're less.
Yeah, but
it's not. You're not getting better when it's just taking turns back and forth. It's not getting any better. It's just back and forth.
I dig it. You know, and
so I'm always like, listen, if we're going to progress, then we progress.
And culturally, I try not to. You know, I try not to judge the culture. I try to understand the culture. You
As
get
do
what I'm
I.
saying?
That's why I asked.
You know?
I'm always just big on. I'm like, so if I did something one day, but like if someone else couldn't handle, like that's the thing with comedy. I didn't like that joke. Someone stop that comic from telling jokes. No. You didn't like that joke. You can leave.
Yes.
But those who can't control their emotions want to control other people's behavior. I didn't like it. Shut him up. Fuck you.
And that's why, if you don't like it, you can leave.
No one forces you to be here. You don't decide for everybody else what everyone else gets to hear because you didn't like it.
Boom.
That's my issue.
Love it. See, we got to get together. Hey, Joe, what's the matter, man?
Yeah, but he looks sad.
You
see your penis? We couldn't hear you much.
What did you motherfucker say about my penis? I can still hear you guys.
You look sad, and I said, "Why do you look sad?" You didn't say anything. I said, "Did you see your penis?"
All right. Anyway, I like kicking it with Josh.
This guy knows how to tell the truth.
Josh Williams, people. Josh Williams. He fucking crazy.
Hey, Josh, what's going on, bro? So you still have the one man podcast, right, Josh?
The one man podcast every week,
every week,
except when I have my wisdom teeth out and I can't talk.
That's all right. We still got you on Facebook, the new Facebook. So the new, which is him. You still have Twitter. I checked you out. You're on Twitter. You're still on Spotify.
I never tweet, so sorry.
Yeah, what the fuck? Is that a Canadian thing? I don't like Twitter neither. Is that a Canadian thing?
I just don't think. Listen, I'm awful at all social media because I don't think.
That's okay. That's fine.
I don't think anything I do is interesting. These people who are like snapping, like it'll be like a sidewalk and a piece of lawn, and there's like nothing, and I'm like, what? What am I looking at?
That's every social media, though, man.
Here's a picture of a lake. I don't think anything I do is interesting enough to waste your time to look at it. And then when I'm actually doing something interesting, I'm doing it, and then like an hour later, I'm like, oh fuck, I should have taken pictures of that. That was.
I think it might be our age group, though. I think it's our age group. I don't think it's anything like it's just us. It's just like
I just don't feel the need to put everything I'm doing.
Josh, I'll tell you a true story. I went on my first vacation ever. I was about 31 years old.
I used to like to document everything until I lost my whole account, and I'm like, well,
yeah. Then you're like, fuck it.
Got burned to the ground.
Everything's gonna go away. So I fly Dominican. I'm 31 years old. First trip ever. Do my thing. I'm 6 days in. I meet these two girls. They take pictures of fucking everything. The flowers, the fucking ocean, the fucking thing. And I looked at myself and said, I didn't take a fucking picture of one thing. I didn't take one picture. So I went and got 5 shirts. This is a true story. 5 shirts. If you go through my first trip ever, all my pictures is done in 1 hour with different shirts on. This is a true story.
Get them for the
just so it looks like I've been taking pictures all fucking week. I was slacking so hard that I went, my family never been on vacation. I'm on my first vacation. I'm like, I've taken 0 pictures. I'm like, put on this basketball jersey, put on this T-shirt. Let's stand over here. I swear to God, I modeled for 1 hour because I never took a fucking picture. And then, know what the best part is? If you go on my Facebook and look at the Dominican pictures of my first trip, I even stole pictures. Just because, you know what? I was there anyway. It doesn't matter who took them. That's the same ocean I was swimming in. So I stole some pictures too.
No, but yeah. Write down that Trump supporter thing, defending Hitler. I got to write that down.
You got problems, I swear.
Do it. Josh.
I love it.
Josh, I found a video of you on Sirius XM.
Okay.
Was it top?
That's such an old video, and I hate it so much. But yeah, you can play it if you want.
I'm gonna play it. That's how I want to end the video. I want to
play it.
Why do
I leave? I hate hearing it.
No, we're gonna play it. Everyone could leave. That's how we end the fucking. We ended up anyways. Why do you hate it? What's going on? Tell me a bit about that, brother.
I just hate the sound of my own voice. You'd think.
You know what? So do I, man. I had to learn to listen to myself to make the podcast progress. Right. So it fucking bothered me too.
So did you get some good material for a show?
I think I just like the idea that like Hitler's the kind of because they made some comparisons to Trump and Hitler beforehand, just in he's racist and he's this and that.
Oh, okay. Well, when you do that bit,
I like the idea. Like Trump's like, yeah, but what did he? No, like, yeah, of course he's got all these atrocities, but like, what did he actually do? That's like,
right.
Okay. I would love the idea of someone defending Hitler the same way. Hitler made them do
Volkswagen.
Pictures of him there.
When you do that show, make sure give me a ticket so I could be in the building. I gotta be there.
Bam! When shit open, I don't shit or open. You're supposed to look up. We talked about this on our last fucking podcast. Mm-hmm. Hook them up in the East Coast, you motherfucker. What are you doing?
When it open up, man.
You guys just bragged to us. You had 0 fucking cases. No.
Is it like 1:30 right now where you are, Bam?
Yeah.
It's 12:30. They're an hour and a half. They're only an hour and a half.
Oh, an hour. Okay, sorry. Okay,
12:30.
At his age, it's like 4:30 though. What is it?
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm up late anyway, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Know? But Josh, tell me a bit about this. So, like, did you know this was getting recorded for a Sirius XM? Or
I don't think I think they may have said that they were recording it. Like sometimes, like when they decide they'll record it and look at it later. I didn't think they were recording it to put it out there.
Oh, okay.
I might have dressed up a little more if I thought it was going to go.
No.
5-minute spot that was like almost last minute. I got added to that show, so I was I just treated it like it was going to be a little 7-minute practice set.
Yeah.
And I dressed like I was doing a free spot. So,
all right.
Yeah, it was one of those I don't like. I'm not really dressed up all that nice in it. But
Josh, I'm going to message you. I want to come down to Kingston. I promise. Even if I take a day off work, I'm coming down. I'm going to do it. I swear to God. Thanks for having me on. We have you on for 4 hours.
These are great.
Longest fucking podcast we ever had.
4 fucking hours, bro. Damn.
Dude, but it was 4 hours of not even like
solving the world's problems. That doesn't happen.
This wasn't even forced hours. This is 4 hours by accident. Like this is good, man. Thank you for letting us know about the fucking whiskey and shit. Great knowledge. Thank you for debating. We always appreciate that. Thank you for shooting the shit with us. We're gonna have you on. Your clips.
Yeah, anytime you guys want.
Always, brother.
We'll try not to make them all 4 hours long, but
Carlos had to go to bed. He's already in trouble, bro.
Yeah, you guys let me know when you want to do this.
Always a pleasure, Josh. Have yourself a good one.
Have a good night.
Nice
person in the front. I'm a big dude. It's not going to sound like it if you're blind. I'm articulate. Only thing I got going for me, sort of. I started taking better care of myself recently. I had to address that because you're going to be like, you probably have a long way to go still. Absolutely I do. Journey of 1,000 miles, single step. One of the things I started doing, guys, to take better care of myself, I started doing hot yoga. That was my thing because I got suckered in by the word hot. I'm like, hot yoga? Yeah, this is going to be erotic, right? Like all the other fitness trends I've seen in the last decade, right? Walk into HMV, see this DVDs they're selling to women like, hey, ladies, teach yourselves how to be strippers in your living room. Pole dancing fitness. When I first saw that, I was like, are you kidding me? Women are intelligent. They're not going to fall for this shit. But then what happens? They slap the word aerobics on the front. Women are all of a sudden like, oh my God, it's aerobics. Sandra, we should do it. It's aerobics. Okay, so it's aerobics now. It was $20 a song before, but now it's aerobics. Okay. So I'm not a pervert anymore. I'm just a fitness enthusiast. We'll make that little bullshit exchange, ladies. So I figured, to hell with that. I'm getting in on the ground floor of hot yoga. This is going to be amazing. What a terrible decision that was. I'm standing in the class regretting it, like, oh, great job, Josh. Why just be the fat guy in a room full of hot chicks when I can be sweaty too? Brilliant. Although to solve that particular problem, I did go to Lululemon, the yoga apparel store, buy one of those headbands. It's the only thing in the store that fit me. But here's the thing, I actually don't use it to keep the sweat out of my eyes. I use it to strap my erection to my leg during the entire class. And it works like a charm. I'm taking better care of myself because my girlfriend was concerned about my health. She's like, you should take better care of yourself. Wipe the fucking look off your faces. Yes, I said I have a girlfriend, okay? I get it. I beat the system. Thanks for the judgment. That's all. So yeah, I have a good sex life too with the girlfriend. That's why you get them, right? You get them because they come with those benefits. Yeah, lie to me. I'm the only one thinking it right now. No, I have a good sex life because I don't have to do much in my sex life. I just lay there, I do my favorite yoga pose, petrified tree. I can hold that pose a very long time. What's that? Petrified tree? Yeah, that's the one you just lay there and you hold it and you shrivel. She's up top doing all the real work, right? I feel the need to tell you guys that my girlfriend is not fat, just for the record. Because it's not your fault. Why would I tell you? Because you thought it, that's why. But like if I came out here and I was like, hey guys, I saw a hippo mating, you would just naturally assume it was mating with another hippo, right? So I get it. And I'm like, hey, that's why I say, hey, she's a beautiful swan, okay? So just picture a hippo fucking a swan. Hey, that's my relationship. So in bed, I lay there, petrified tree, she's up there doing the work, I say supportive things, that's our dynamic, right? Because I can't go on top, right? I want her to be there next time. So, and I remember one night after sex, I wanted to say something very gracious to the girlfriend, right? I was like, oh my God, honey, you're such a trooper, which is what I was thinking in my head. And I'm like, that's the stupidest compliment you could pay someone after sex. Oh, you're such a trooper, buckaroo. Yeah, you're sure to get seconds with that shit coming out of your face, right? Second of all, there's thousands of troopers. What kind of compliment is that? That doesn't distinguish anybody from anyone else, right? So I'm like, oh, champ. Way better compliment. There's only one champ, right? But here's the thing. At the time, I had already started to say the word trooper. Yeah, I looked up lovingly at my girlfriend after sex and was like, oh my God, honey, you're such a tramp. If you've ever seen a swan kick the shit out of a hippo, I'm telling you, it's the most violent affair. I do and say a lot of stupid things because I'm a high school dropout. Surprise. Don't worry though, I went back and I wrote my GED. I did in 4 hours what most people do in 4 years. Huge time saver. I'll just tell you that. If you know anybody in high school, just tell them to drop out right now because it's all the same piece of paper on a Walmart application. They don't give a shit where it came from. But here's the thing, when I moved in with my girlfriend, I was like, hey honey, where are we gonna hang my GED? Because oh my God, huge scholastic achievement right here, right? She's like, that's not going up on any wall in our house. I was like, why not? She goes, because that's embarrassing. I said, honey, if you think that's embarrassing, you should have seen my scholastic achievement credentials before that. Like the back of the Fruit Loops box where I solved the maze my very first try. Try bringing that to a job interview. Like, oh, isn't that cute? You used permanent marker on it. Yeah, you're damn right I did, because that is the kind of confidence and leadership that I can bring to your business. I've got that level. Guys, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of your show.